Hey all, the last video got age restricted and demonetized because of a dumb joke I put in, so I had to remove and re-upload. If you've seen this already, please consider rewatching and making your significant other suffer through it. And if you want me not to make videos out of my cardboard box, consider supporting me on Patreon. Thanks! Hey, it's me, the Soy Pill. After realizing I couldn't make a video on Iran, since even our own government doesn't know what we're doing there.
And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. In the first hour, it was over.
We don't want to leave early, do we, huh? We gotta finish the job, right?
We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough.
You keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
I decided to relax and watch
I think
my
I'm gonna
favorite
go
new
after
show,
the
Night of
Kappa
the Seven
Demon.
Kingdoms. But whoa, there
Or
were
attempt
only
it, at
6
least.
episodes. But hey, the Daily Wire just made a new fantasy series, and they dumped an insane amount of money into it. Maybe I'll check that out. And as I was beginning to pirate the show off an illegal Malaysian streaming service, I thought to myself, this isn't right, like, to be a Daily Wire Plus subscriber. So I bought a month of Daily Wire Plus, and I'm glad I did, because the website is so much more interesting than any review I could make of their shitty Merlin show. Come with me as I take you through the Daily Wire Plus. Imagine a country not unlike our own. A race of people
Fuck
is
them
horrifically
dogs.
oppressed. An evil president split the country in two. And a political party is so intolerable that you need a safe space to escape from their insanity. This is
Oh, shit,
the
hi.
Daily Wire Plus.
What do you think? Oh, probably the.
Before
The
we take a look at
upwards,
any
yeah.
content, I think it's worth acknowledging why the Daily Wire Plus exists. It isn't because someone had a passionate idea with no platform to launch it. It's not because the content is too
Yeah, I'll
racy
get
for
that
YouTube.
later.
In fact, all of the creators post to YouTube. It exists solely because of conservative grievance, as an alternative to woke media, like Netflix, which allows like a gay guy or a black guy sometimes. And you're not really paying for exclusive conservative content as a complement to your other streaming services. It's
Shit.
marketed as an
Just let me-
alternative.
let me through,
You're
let me
paying
through.
to own
I
the
shall
libs.
pass.
Literally, when you sign up, it asks you to upgrade to receive a leftist tears tumbler. The Daily Wire has a history of doing this. When Hershey's made an ad with a trans woman in it, conservatives had a conniption, and Jeremy Boring, former CEO of the Daily Wire, launched
boring.
her/him's chocolate, with or without nuts. Was the chocolate any good? No, says the idiots who bought it. It didn't taste good, and it was $7 a bar, more than twice the cost of a Hershey's. But as one buyer said, taste was never the point. And he's right. It was about paying a premium to own the libs. And by the way, as bad as it might have been, Hershey's is also dog shit, so don't let your hate for conservative
I like
grift culture
Hershey's.
distract you from that. But as we look at all this content, I want you to imagine that this is the only streaming service that you have access to, and what kind of reality it paints. We can start off by taking a look at their homepage. Well, actually, we can't. There's a problem. It's kind
Isn't
of
there
hard to
another dog?
find the website in the first place. If you go to dailywireplus.com, it takes you to Google. If you type
fuck the fuck.
dailywireplus.com, it takes you to the new member sign up, which is, fine and dandy if you're new, but I already signed up, and there's no login button. So you have to select a plan and then log in. And sure, you don't have to be a genius to find this, but if you consider their audience of boomers and conservative
Oh, God.
dullards, they're probably shooting themselves in the foot with their less than intuitive design. I can tell you as a former web developer, 1 or 2 extra clicks can be the difference in millions of dollars in profit. Speaking of shitty web developers, the search feature is not a bar, but a completely different page that points you not just to shows, but also news, because the streaming service is inexorably tied to their news site, and whatever search algorithm they use does not prioritize relevance. If you type in Pendragon to search for their latest show, none of the top results are the latest show. But you
Oh,
say,
shit,
that's
I might
because
be
you're on the news tab. Well, okay, let's switch to shows. Again, none of the top results are their show. Another thing I noticed is that one of the buttons on the bottom of the page just says, do not sell or share
This is
my
a really
personal
nice start.
information. If you click it, you get the standard cookie disclosure form that automatically pops up on other websites. But on this one, you have to specifically find the button, click it, and then opt out. So, I don't know, someone with a legal background should look into that. By the way, if for some reason you're unsure
fucking-
about the credibility of any news site, because I'm not calling out anyone in particular right now, Ground News is the perfect tool for you. It's a website and app that pulls in thousands of news stories every day and organizes them by story so you can actually see how different sources cover the same thing. Take this story about gas prices. You pop it into the bias comparison tool and look, the Daily Beast, which leans left, leads with Trump flailing amid tanking approval numbers. Meanwhile, right-leaning sources, like the Daily Wire, are focused on him publicly contradicting his own energy secretary. Same story, completely different framing. And you know it's bad when every outlet on the right covers this as much as on the left. Ground News even shows you the factual confidentiality and ownership of every source, so you can see who's funding what
Fuck
you're reading.
you.
It's genuinely unhinged how much context you're missing without this. If you want the full picture, go to ground.news/soypill
Bro, what
or
is
scan
going
the QR code to get 40% off.
Can we get to the video? Holy shit.
It tore itself into a like description. But enough about features, let's look at the content. You know how Netflix has categories like comedy, action, drama. Well, on the Daily Wire Plus, after the obligatory new and featured, we have shorts, including short
And they say
videos of my
sorcery
favorite
is
war
easy.
crimes in Iran, Mastering Life, starring the guy who got addicted to benzos and put himself into a medically induced coma to quit his addiction, exclusive Daily Wire conversations, encouraging your faith. Oh, here we go, actual genres. Action, comedy, documentaries, docu-series, kids stuff, and then PragerU exclusives. Why did I read through all of those? Because that's it. That's all the categories. You're paying $15 a month for that library. But surely they all have lots of content, right? Well, let's look through. So in comedy, we have shitty Matt Walsh documentary, another shitty Matt Walsh documentary, that horrible Mr. Bertram show.
Here. I'm a lesbian now.
Well, that explains the Subaru.
A third shitty Matt Walsh documentary, but oh wait, no, that's the one we already saw. Yep, that's right. Each genre has infinite scroll because there's not enough content to scroll for. They just have to loop the same 10 items over and over. And that's just the surface of the complete lack of content, but we'll cover that later. The Daily Wire made a big deal about making an alternative for children's content. Well, if you click the Kids tab, rather than take you to more kids content, it directs you to an entire new website, which you have to pay more money for. Even the 5 shows included in the kids section all advertise this extra cost service. $15 and I can't even watch Super Tato. Fucking bullshit.
Why did you climb up there?
Oh, Chili! I wanted to slide down, but then I changed my mind and now I'm stuck. Must hold on.
I do like this section of reviews for the extra service that all come from users labeled parent, implying that there might be one from a non-parent. I have no children of which to speak, but I fucking love those little chinchillas and their ladybug that barks like a dog. Plus, buying this helps me own the libs. Well, we can't watch Super Tato, but let's get our money's worth and watch some exclusive Daily Wire content. Obviously, we have to start with the new show that inspired this video, right? No, I was literally too bored to finish it. It's just so fucking boring. I literally can't show you clips because any scene where something actually happens takes longer than the content ID will let me show you without editing the fuck out of it. Except for, I don't know, this.
The fuck just
What the
happened?
hell was that?
YouTuber Jose and friend of the show was somehow able to watch more than the first episode, so go check out his vid if you want to hear more, and a little bit of background on the Daily Wire financial situation. But my review, it stinks. Sucks.
Fucking thing sucks!
Oh man, if you thought Ben Shapiro was edgy before, just wait till Ben After Dark.
Ben After Dark. No one asked for it, and yet here it is.
Watch out, parents. We're hitting you with the jokes no one else will say. We're calling people names like Salami.
Iran's top military brass, including a General Hossein Salami, that's his name, ended up as the deli meat he was named after. He started off the day looking like this, and ended the day looking like this.
Liberals aren't ready to hear this, but they like matcha.
Donald Trump's UFC appearance doubled as a bit of a victory lap, coming off a week where he announced major cabinet appointments that made the left madder than when their local Starbucks runs out of matcha.
Oh, I'm saying it. Hey, Hunger Games, I'm still full.
Let's see what Ben Shapiro is debunking in this episode of Debunked Atheism.
It's difficult to imagine an argument in which God is utterly unnecessary. All human logic is rooted in certain basic assumptions about the nature of the world. We don't believe that we think 2 + 2 = 4 because it's evolutionarily beneficial. We believe 2 + 2 = 4 always and everywhere because it's true.
Yep, you heard
Well,
that
that
right.
has nothing to do
Shapiro
with
tries
religion,
to prove the
retard.
existence of God by saying 2 + 2 = 4. Hey, maybe being able to measure and manipulate reality is an objective benefit that lets us live in houses and nuke apex predators. But I'll make it even easier for you, Ben. Oh, Grug, how many lions there trying to kill us?
There are 2 and 2 lions. That make 4 lions. That too many.
Huh, that too many. We run away. Thank Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, for creating objective addition for us. He also says that God must be real because we choose things.
We live as though we believe in choice, as though we are capable of making decisions in some way based on our own will. If we're just balls of meat wandering around in space, how exactly do we make choices? God is necessary for these thoughts.
Why have preference if there's no objective grounding? How would such a choice come about? Well, once again, let me make it easy for you, Ben. Me want touch fire, but when touch fire, hurt. Me no touch fire. In the episode about sex, Ben complains about the sexual revolution, lack of women in the home, and marriage.
Marriage was seen as old-fashioned and counter to the promise of fulfillment. Overall, women's self-reported happiness scores have declined precipitously between 1970 and 2005. Delaying marriage and child rearing has created an epidemic of unhappiness.
Which is funny coming from Mr. My wife is an educated doctor who isn't a homemaker, and you'll never guess where he's going with this.
The death of marriage has meant the death of male roles. If men are not protectors and provider, they lose their roles. This means they direct their energies elsewhere. Opioid deaths have surged among single and divorced men.
Yep, that's right, the opioid crisis. Do we blame it on drug addiction, Purdue Pharmacy, the for-profit healthcare system? Nope, it's women. And yeah, no shit, Ben. Most married people aren't lonely and driven to addiction, and most addicts aren't in a spot to get married.
While 61% of the adult population is married, only 28% of opioid deaths occur among married men. Never married and divorced adults represent 32% of the population and 71% of opioid deaths.
He's saying this like it's evidence that the sexual revolution caused it. Like, if this stat said literally anything else, would it imply that wives are putting fentanyl into their husband's pie? It's a pretty big stretch for someone that short. Also in this episode, I had to hear Ben Shapiro say the word
clitoris,
and now you do too. Let's look at this Matt Walsh show debunking
Why
history.
don't you just
Please
lock
don't try to
on,
copyright
you
strike me this
fucking
time,
cock.
Matt. That cost me thousands of dollars and I still won in the end. I could do a whole video on his dumb alternative history, but I think it's worth looking at this intro because it's a perfect dive into the conservative delusion that the Daily Wire Plus embodies.
We've been told that the history of slavery is straightforward. We've been told that black slaves were mostly captured by whites, that white colonists in the Americas routinely enslaved free black men, and we've been told that we're not allowed to question any of that.
No one is saying that you can't question history, Matt. The problem is that your questions and conclusions are dumb and wrong.
Generations of Americans have been force-fed lies designed to beat us into a state of submission and self-loathing. We've been taught to hate ourselves, to hate the West, and to hate the...
Here in America, did we not have slaves? Like, what?
Figures, mostly white, mostly male, who built America. One Washington Post poll found that a 67% majority of the public says the legacy of slavery affects American society today.
Like, I don't know what school Matt went to, but nowhere in my curriculum did they teach us that slavery was a uniquely white American thing. Sure, we talked about it more than other examples, but that's because we're in America. Kind of what we focus on in American history. It's ironic because Matt basically wants a trigger warning-esque education that coddles sensitive conservatives and gives them little caveats. And then the white slave traders took the African slaves to America. Oh, and black people and Arab people did slavery too, and you should be proud of white people and don't feel bad, please. Also very ironic that Matt calls other people propagandists.
For more than half a century, anti-American propagandists have waged a demoralization campaign against us.
Like, look around you, man. You might be starting to notice a pattern. A lot of these shows are basically the same thing we get for free on YouTube from Matt or Ben, debunking and owning the libs. The only difference is, other than the hosts talking into the camera, you get some graphics and editing. Some of them are just on YouTube, and sometimes the editing and production aren't even good. Listen to this segment from the State of Chaos, and listen to all the mistakes and dead air that they just leave in this guy's rant.
All these crazy phenomena where it is, whether it is the breakdown of religious thought.
Yeah, you wanna try a second take there, buddy? Even when they are exclusive, there's just a handful of episodes. There's one that's literally called Enough, starring ex-CEO Jeremy Boring, and altogether it's only 46 minutes of content. Not enough for me. Actually, the show is just too boring to look at. Speaking of people who left the Daily Wire, they left up The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, the Candace Owens documentary about the George Floyd murder. This is despite Ben's huge falling out and firing of Candace from the Daily Wire. Now, it's probably in some contract that they can't remove it, but it's really funny to me that despite her huge anti-Semitic shift, Ben will still put her face on his website because she's shitting on black people in it.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city? Ready for some
I should
BLM
have
pride?
had 3.
Alright, this is getting too depressing. Let's look at some kids' content. Now, I distinctly remember this show being called Chilla Time when they announced it. They even shout it in the intro like it's the catchphrase. Chilla Time! But now it's called Chip Chilla, and I have no idea why. Unless, of course, it was a cynical marketing tactic to emulate a much better show with a similar formula. There's nothing much to say about this or any of the other kids' shows. As far as I can tell, they're not insane conservative propaganda. At worst, they're just incredibly dull, even for kids. But they're not the weird indoctrinating crap that you see with the PragerU kid stuff, which is on this website.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Oh! Wait, what? Real quick, I thought when I give the Firekeeper souls, I can level up as much as I give her the souls. I gave her 2, so shouldn't I be able to fucking kindle this twice? Whatever. Anyways, what happened?
Getting crap that you see with the PragerU kid stuff, which is on this website.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Oh! What?
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it okay then.
I did notice 2 website features that I forgot to mention on the kids' content, such as the audio-only feature. You can just turn the video off and listen to your favorite episodes of Chip Chilla. It's sort of a tacit admission that none of the extra graphics or production really matters, and you can just turn it off and listen like a podcast. Or use it so you can safely listen to Chip Chilla while you're speeding down the highway. Now, YouTube was smart enough to turn off all comments for children's content, but you can comment on Chilla Time.
This is insane. Within the first 2 minutes, the dad chinchilla implies that we have been to the moon and encourages his kids to go there. I will no longer be showing this conspiracy nonsense to my children.
That can't be real.
Apologies, I finished the episode and the dad does fake the moon landing. Resubscribing. Also, maybe I missed it, but I don't see a kids-only mode that blocks things like the Iran war footage, and the family-friendly category includes movies like Am I Racist? With such family-friendly jokes like the one about big black penises.
I have a petition. We want to rename the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument.
Speaking of children, let's look at some of the life advice stuff from old Jordan Peterson. And I'll give him this, he does give semi-good advice on parenting.
Communication is your best defense. Know when to step in and when not to. Peers, not parents, are a teen's biggest influence.
It's not the worst thing you could expect from a conservative parenting show, like telling you to beat your gay child. That said, here's a real thing that definitely happened regarding gay people.
So our daughter, when she was in 5th grade, was bullied by an LGBTQ club, and she was trying to honor her faith by living in the way that God made her. The other students just didn't take that very well, and they said, well, if you don't join in with us, then, you know, you're a racist, you're a homophobe, you're a bigot, all these things.
Also, if I'm going to take parenting advice from someone, it probably shouldn't be from the guy who lets his daughter hang out with Andrew Tate. And to cap it all off, yes, Jordan Peterson can't help but cry.
You're going to be afraid to delve into that. And fair enough, it's no wonder you're afraid, but pretending that it's not happening, that's a hell of a lot worse. Be miserable.
All right, let's try one of these religious shows.
If one is even moderately open to theism, then
I'm bored. Interestingly enough, they managed to get a History Channel documentary about Abraham Lincoln on here. I watched a bit of it, and it's pretty good. But what's more interesting is the comments.
Slanted history. Irritating that this is on the Daily Wire.
I saw Obama, and I stopped watching.
I wish they talked a little more about why Lee went with the South, because it's important to know why he should continue to be honored, even though he fought against the Union. Oh no. Obama Hussein? Can we edit out that bitch? He tried to destroy America, and if it were not for Trump, the country would already be gone. Seems to have some inaccuracies. Also, don't tend to trust anything that comes out of Obama's mouth.
Yeah, it turns out saying slavery was bad, and including Obama, pisses off your conservative audience. Also, I thought the comments were persistent for all episodes, but it turns out that this one user just posted the same comment on every episode. Oh, here's a fun one. The Daily Wire explains the world. Let's see what we can learn. How to win a war in 37 hours. Covering the strikes on the Iran nuclear facilities. Oh, yeah, maybe they should take this one down. Let's try out Michael Knowles' bar fight. And hey, I'm even in this one. And before you say, I'd pay money for exclusive Soy Pill content because I love supporting him so much, especially on his patreon.com link in the description, I don't know why it says member exclusive, because this one is just on YouTube for free. A ton of this member exclusive content is free on YouTube right now, even Chilla Time. Although technically you can get it all for free if you look in the right places. I do want to talk about my experience on bar fight because it gave me some first-hand knowledge on just how decadent the Daily Wire is. They pay to fly you out to their studio that has full-time security. They have multiple high-quality sets designed by their full-time Hollywood set designer, who I met when I was there. So she might literally be designing sets 40 hours a week. And that makes sense because every time they fire someone like Brett Cooper, they have to go in and revamp the whole room for the replacement. Plus, she told me that she does the interior design for all of the hosts' houses, multiple times in fact, when they pick up all their crap and move from California to Texas or Tennessee. But I see through her lies. This elevator on the Michael Knowles show doesn't go anywhere. It's all fake. They have multiple sound guys, a makeup and hair crew, producers who pretend to be audience members and ask questions.
Do we have another question?
Hi, guys. This isn't a question. This is just a comment. These Somalis, they're coming over and they're committing the fraud. They bring their garbage with them.
A camera crew and more. Dozens and dozens of employees. So maybe they are struggling
I'm gonna
financially,
go after the
but damn if they don't have absurd amounts of money to throw around. Anyway, I covered this episode of Bar Fight on stream, so go check that out if you want to see me call Michael Knowles a bad actor and gay.
No offense, your acting is really bad. If you were a better actor, you wouldn't be here doing this Bar Fight show.
We've had gay characters in movies and TV shows for years, decades.
Since at least you were in college.
Yeah, at least.
Oh, and I also got this clip of prolific transphobe Michael Knowles using the women's restroom.
The problem with transgenderism is that its acceptance at any level necessarily entails the complete destruction of women's bathrooms.
So yeah, this is genuinely just a bad deal for the target audience. It's hard to access, a bunch of the kids' content is paywalled, and a good chunk of the exclusive content is not exclusive. It's free on YouTube. But it's like I said, it's not just an alternative that's supposed to replace all your woke services. You're paying the premium to own the libs. It's the shooting the beer you paid for of streaming. By giving them money, you're getting the subpar service, but also helping fund their decadent studio and Hollywood designer homes. If you wanted yet another indication of how insane their marketing strategy is, when you cancel your membership, the button to stop literally says, never mind, I want to keep fueling the fight, giving $15 a month to make more Chip Chilla. Oh, wait, no, they laid those guys off. But hey, credit where credit's due. We always say, if you don't like the service, go make your own. And they did. Thanks to the Daily Wire for showing us why you shouldn't do that. Oh boy, it's time for the segment where I shout out a smaller channel. Oops, all ladders. Today's ladder is Franca. I enjoyed his essay on male loneliness and why it's actually your fault, men. You did this. He also recognizes that Andrew Tate's face is basically gore and breaks terms of service, so he blurted out. Go check out his channel in the description. If you want to be on ladders, email me at thesoypill@gmail.com with the subject line ladders and your channel name. As always, thank you to my supporters, and especially my top tier supporters, Lewis Newman, Stuart Atkinson, Windows, Death Awaits, Cody Grunmeyer, Swarm of Locusts, Keandre Dorsey, Mr. Blonde, Dr. Pepper Lover, Marche Taylor, Morton Grew, Omega Omelet, Astra Cosmos, Anita Bonghit, Mushy, Nipple Fisting, Lead-Filled Pear, Joseph S., Shri Kumar, DeA0, Dean, Red High, VIX3, Bell7, F Mastro, Mr. Thoughtless, Elusive RG, Mad, Toby the Robot, Evan A, John, and Benjamin Gilbert. And don't forget to type 1 to end the deep state.
If you've ever felt like the unwanted black sheep of your family, let me introduce you to Megatron Harvey Oswald Griffin. Meg has spent her entire life as an unwanted mistake, neglected, bullied, sold off, locked away, and treated like she barely exists. And just when you think it can't get worse, she finds out she might not even be her father's kid. Or worse, she might be the mother of her own baby brother. The abuse she endured would have made any sane person file a lawsuit and erase the Griffin surname. But is she really just the family's favorite punching bag, or is there something even darker at play? Let's start with her early life, where you'll see that Meg was cooked even before she set foot on Earth. From the moment she entered the world, the universe seemed to have it out for her, starting with being born to Peter and Lois Griffin. To show the kind of ordeal she was in for at birth, Peter changed her birth certificate to Megatron after her mother had already selected Megan. Now, she should have a normal, if not slightly dysfunctional suburban childhood. Family Guy had other plans, and she had a one-way ticket to being the show's favorite punching bag. From the beginning, she was neglected, insulted, and treated like an afterthought by pretty much everyone in her life. Her early seasons tried to paint her as your typical awkward teenage girl, desperate for validation, socially anxious, and just trying to get through high school without becoming a meme. The Family Guy writers instead chose to make her life a running gag. Instead of giving her a redemption arc, they doubled down on making her the embodiment of teenage misery, constantly on the receiving end of Peter's cruelty and Lois's indifference. Her life became a series of relentless humiliations.
I'm just trying to fit in. Get out.
Honestly, if Meg ever saw therapy, her therapist would need therapy too. For someone so young, she has been through a lot. From the very first episode of Family Guy in 1999, Meg's age was loosely assumed to be 15, though it was never explicitly confirmed. By I Never Met the Dead Man, she's assumed to be 16 when she gets her driver's license, and she stays that age throughout the show's initial run. She officially turned 17 in Peter's Two Dads and 18 in Quagmire and Meg. She even celebrates a couple more birthdays, one in Papa Has a Rollin' Son, and another in Better Off Meg. Let's be honest, her family doesn't care enough to keep track. In Better Off Meg, they literally forgot what she looks like and assume she's a barrel. A barrel.
Hello?
Mom, where are you guys?
Who is this?
It's Meg. Where is everyone?
Who is that?
Someone who says she's Meg.
Give me that. Okay, Meg, if this is you, what's your birthday?
March 23rd.
I have no idea if that's correct. Good day, sir. Sorry about that, everyone. Now let's get back to the fair and enjoy our March 23rd.
Meg started out as the show's designated punchline, but as the seasons progressed, the writers doubled down. The family, especially Peter, doesn't just neglect her, they go out of their way to make her life miserable, bully her, humiliate her, and even physically harm her for sport. Brian, a literal dog, gets more respect than she does. At this point, you have to wonder, what did Meg do to deserve this? The answer? Absolutely nothing. She's just a plain-looking girl with shoulder-length brown hair and a signature beanie. But in the Family Guy universe, her appearance is treated as some kind of visual war crime. Her so-called ugliness is played for laughs in ways that would break a real person's psyche. In Mr. Griffin Goes to Washington, they hire an even uglier girl to stand next to her just so she looks better by comparison.
Hi, can I help you?
Yeah, some company hired me to stand next to you all day so you'd look better by comparison.
In Don't Make Me Over, two people douse themselves in gasoline and set themselves on fire, throw themselves out of a window screaming in horror after simply looking at Meg.
You need any? How do these jeans look?
And yet, none of that compares to United Griffin family history, where burglars mistake her for a boy, take her hostage, and then refuse to have their way with her because they find her so repulsive. Meg, in full desperation mode, gets offended and insists she's pretty, even demanding that they sleep with her.
Oh, no, no, no!
What'd she say?
She asked if we were gonna have our way with her.
Ew!
No, seriously, I won't scream or anything.
No! No sale.
Come on! I'm pretty!
The burglars are so traumatized that they sue her for sexual harassment.
Unfortunately, they're pressing sexual harassment charges against your daughter.
Well, that was a close call.
You know, Meg should probably get a lawyer.
At this point, Meg is one bad day away from a full-blown villain origin story. Her self-esteem is so low it might as well be 6 feet under, and every attempt she makes to fit in blows up in her face spectacularly. So when it comes to Meg's social life, or lack thereof, it's just another tragic chapter in her ongoing misery.
Hey, Meg! Hanging out with all your friends?
Hey, whale! The ocean's that way!
Isn't that when they were trapped?
She has no real friends. In fact, even her dolls would rather throw themselves in front of a moving bus than spend time with her. Meg desperately wants to be part of the cool crowd. As with everything in her life, luck isn't on her side. She once pretended to be a lesbian just to feel like she belonged somewhere. This happened when she unknowingly accepted an invitation to hang out, only to realize she had just joined the school's lesbian alliance. And instead of coming clean like any normal person, she doubled down, completely changing her personality and identity just to keep her new social circle. But as expected, the whole thing eventually became too much, and now she had to come out and admit the truth.
The first time in my life, I felt like I belonged.
and I wanted it to be true. So I pretended to be
Why
something
is it so
I'm not.
loud?
You're going to choose to be heterosexual?
I thought being gay wasn't a choice.
Well, not for guys.
It was wrong of me to mislead you.
In some episodes, Meg is shown at slumber parties, gossiping about boys and seemingly having friends. But don't be fooled, these girls are just as dateless and socially outcast as she is. In one Halloween episode, she and a group of girls wore masks to a party just to hide their faces and improve their chances of hooking up.
Good idea! We are so gonna hook up! I think we look hot. Totally hot.
Ugly bitches!
Meg was thrilled until she found out that the guy she finally kissed, almost went to third base with, was actually her brother. In her defense, he was dressed as Optimus Prime, so maybe in some bizarre alternate universe, Megatron and Optimus were a thing? But this was high school, and instead of a legendary battle, the only thing that got destroyed was Meg's already non-existent reputation. Her dating life is just as disastrous. I mean, her first boyfriend was a dead guy.
I'm back. I brought another picnic. You're such a good listener. You're not like the other boys.
The only people interested in her are guys like Neil, who has no options, or creeps like Quagmire, who will literally go after anything in a skirt. This doesn't take the slack off Meg. Her own romantic decisions are questionable, to say the least. In Dial Meg for Murder, she dates a prisoner named Luke. Luke later escapes, and when Meg tries to hide him, she gets caught and sent to prison herself.
How'd your parole hearing go?
Not good. Looks like I'm gonna be in here another 3 years.
Oh, Luke.
Oh, I don't expect you to wait for me, Meg.
That's not as bad as it gets. And Valentine's Day in Quahog, she goes on a date with a guy named Toby, whom she met online. The dude knocks her out, steals one of her kidneys, and disappears. But instead of being horrified, Meg holds him to his original promise of a full date together. After their wonderful date, he gives her kidney back, and she proudly keeps it in a jar in her room. No, that wasn't cute, it was just tragic. And the one time she finally managed to land a seemingly normal boyfriend, yeah, that didn't last long. In Ghost to Ego, she starts dating a guy named Anthony. For once, all of Quahog is shocked. Anthony isn't a creep, a loser, or ugly. Meg is actually proud of herself. That feeling lasts about 2 minutes before she introduces him to her family. And then Lois seduces him because, of course, she does.
Can I kiss you?
What the fuck? Let me ask you this. Do my gray hairs bother you?
What gray hairs?
Oh, God.
Kiss me.
Don't hit me, please.
Mom, I forgot my keys. Do you know where...
Not the first time I had to say that in my life.
But perhaps nothing tops what happened in Lego My Mego. Meg gets kidnapped and sold off to a rich man. When she informs Peter, does he rush to save her? Nope, he just accepts that she's dead and moves on. Come on, guys, were you expecting anything else? Turns out the man didn't buy her as a sex slave but to marry his son, Prince Faisal. When the young prince romantically proposes, Meg gladly accepts, thinking she's finally caught a break. Just as she's settling into her new, much better reality, Stewie shows up and puts a bullet in her fiance's brain.
Fucking wrong.
That wasn't the only time Meg came close to tying the knot. In Peter's daughter, she falls for a medical student named Michael Milano and soon announces that she's pregnant with his baby. Naturally, the two got engaged, but when Meg finds out she isn't actually pregnant, she comes clean to Michael, hoping he'll stay. Nah, he doesn't. Instead, he bails and leaves her at the altar. How much more unlucky can one person be? Out of sheer loneliness, Meg even ends up dating Bruce, a gay man, and if that wasn't bad enough, she actually insists on marrying him. Thankfully, that train wreck gets called off before it can go any further. But Bruce does make a comeback in a later episode, this time with his husband. And what does he ask Meg? To be a surrogate for their baby. Surprisingly, she agrees against her parents' warnings that this is an objectively terrible idea. So, Meg goes through with the implantation, carries the pregnancy to term, and gives birth to a daughter named Liza. But Bruce doesn't show up to take the baby, leaving Meg stuck with a kid. Just when you think she's been abandoned again, Bruce reveals that Meg was the one constantly asking them to delay picking Liza up. Now the real question is, why on earth would Meg want to raise a baby in the Griffin household? When Meg finally gets fed up with everyone treating her like some hideous swamp creature, she gets a full-blown makeover in Don't Make Me Over, and just like that, her attractiveness instantly skyrockets in everyone's eyes. Suddenly, she experiences a whole new reality, one of fame, desirability, and attention she's never known before. This was a wild shift considering that earlier in the episode, people were literally dousing themselves in gasoline and setting themselves on fire just to avoid looking at her. Yeah, it was that bad. During this brief moment of popularity, she loses her virginity to Saturday Night Live comedian Jimmy Fallon, of all people, as part of an elaborate cold open sketch.
You know, there's something there's something I gotta tell you. Being with you just made me feel so alive from New York. It's Saturday night! It's Saturday Night Live!
Oh my God!
Yeah, that wasn't a very good opening sketch, was it?
Throughout Family Guy, one thing remains painfully clear. There's no luck or love for Meg Griffin in this world, and
What is the Watchtower
naturally,
basement
this takes a
keyboard
serious
again?
toll on her emotional and mental health. There are tons of episodes that reveal the emotional struggle and crisis she goes
think I
through.
know.
In Barely Legal, she threatens to commit suicide when no one at school will be her prom date. It gets so bad that she tells her parents she's going upstairs to eat a whole bag of peanuts, and no, that wasn't just a casual snack, she's allergic to peanuts. That was a cry for help. Luckily, Brian takes pity on her and offers to be her date. At the event, a slightly tipsy Brian defends her from a bully and, big mistake, pays her a rare compliment. Meg, so starved for any kind of affection, immediately falls obsessively in love with him. And when I say obsessed, I mean obsessed. She starts wearing his dog collar, bakes him a pie with her own hair inside it, and even kidnaps him, tying him up in her room. Thankfully, the police
she's
intervene
a
before things could hit a peak
yandere?
level of absurdity. Brian isn't the only poor soul Meg obsessively latched onto just for showing her a shred of kindness. When their wheelchair-bound neighbor Joe gives Meg a ride to school, she's stunned that he actually drops her off at the front, unlike her own family, who usually ditches her a block away.
Isn't that where you wanted to go?
Well,
damn
yeah,
it.
but most times people just drop me off a block away so they don't have to be seen with me.
That's gay. I don't mind being seen with you.
You don't?
Of course not.
That tiny act of decency is all it takes for Meg to develop a full-blown crush. She even starts referring to Joe as her boyfriend and takes things to the next level by slipping into his wife Bonnie's clothes while she's out of town. At first, Joe humors her out of pity, but when Meg finds out Bonnie's returning, pulls a peak Meg move, stealing Joe's gun and sneaking it into Bonnie's luggage, getting her arrested at the airport. Wait, it gets worse. Fully convinced they're meant to be, Meg literally throws herself in front of Joe's car.
Based.
Imagine that kind of romantic dedication, but unfortunately for her, Joe doesn't exactly see it that way. Once she's in the hospital, he gently breaks the news and that he only likes her as a friend. Devastating blow for Meg, but a huge relief for Joe, and honestly for Bonnie too. Sure, in typical fashion, Family Guy plays these moments for laughs, but beneath the humor lies something darker. Meg's desperation for emotional validation. Her unresolved trauma spills out into obsessiveness, vices, violent behaviors, and even self-harm. In the episode Goes to Ego,
Bro, she
Meg
just
rips
has
out her
a,
own tooth just to prove she's tougher than Lois.
I'll do anything. You don't know me.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
For someone who's constantly treated like a joke, she sure has a violent streak. And the saddest part? That aggression is just another symptom of her deep-rooted craving for validation. In one episode, after a man rear-ends Peter's car, Meg snaps, brutally beating the guy in a fit of rage.
What the hell is your problem, you dumb bimbo? Oh, God, stop!
And how does Peter, the world's most neglectful father, react? By calling her actions awesome. That one moment of approval is enough to send Meg down a path of reckless, destructive behavior, anything to impress him. Things take an even darker turn when Meg ends up in jail for harboring her fugitive boyfriend. By the time she's released, she's a completely different person. Tattoos, hardened demeanor, full-on prison mentality. For the first time ever, her family's actually afraid of her, and rightfully so. She gives them a taste of their own medicine, knocking Peter's teeth out and mercilessly beating him.
I can toot my own horn, but I believe I hold the distinction of...
My house now, bitch. Now who's the funniest?
I know my way around a joke.
And have some humility, it'll save your life!
There better be beer in the fridge.
Boy, I liked her better when she was more predictable.
But even then, her violence is still just a symptom of something deeper. While robbing Mort's pharmacy, she bitterly admits that no one cares about her. Luckily, Brian steps in again to remind her that this isn't who she is and that she can change. At the end of the day, Brian seems to be the only one on the show who ever treats Meg with even a shred of respect. Desperate to fill the void inside her, Meg even turned to religion at some point, but in true Meg fashion, this conversion went awry when she took it way too extreme. Brian had to be the one to step in to show her the flaws in her belief. Guess his convincing argument? A just and kind God wouldn't put you in a family like this.
And what kind of God would put you in a house where no one respects or cares about you, not even enough to get you a damn mumps shot?
Damn. And you want to know just how right he is? Let's really take a look at how her family treats her. Her mother literally co-opts her into prostitution for a day just to make money for Chris's tuition fees. Let that sink in. In Wasted Talent, Lois forces Meg to practice the piano, and by force. I mean, she actually shackles her to an iron ball with an ankle bracelet to keep her in the house. Lois's cruelty toward Meg gets so extreme that her school lunches consist of literal food waste, peels, crusts, and just a twist a knife, taunting picture of Lois eating a turkey leg. In that same episode, Lois essentially gives up on her daughter entirely, hands her a bottle of pills and a Sylvia Plath book, and tells her, whatever happens, happens. Yeah, if you didn't catch the subtext here, she's basically telling Meg to unalive herself. Even the neighbors know that the family doesn't care about Meg. One time, Joe desperately tries to get Lois to save him from falling into a giant sewer pipe by saying this.
Joe, you're too heavy. I can't hang on.
Pretend I'm your child, Lois. Nutmeg, nutmeg.
That pretty much says it all. But to be fair, Lois isn't always a monster to Meg. There are moments where she shows genuine care, like when a teacher spreads absolute nonsense about sex education, causing Meg and other teens to settle for ear sex to keep their chastity vows. Lois steps in to correct the dangerous misinformation.
But
and
did
also,
she
when she believes
necessarily do
Meg has
that
died
for
and
Meg?
better off Meg, she actually seems heartbroken and reminisces about making dong-shaped Christmas cookies with her. Sweet, right? Well, not so fast. This is the same woman who couldn't even recognize her own daughter's voice over the phone and literally mistook Meg for a barrel, so no, she doesn't get a free pass for being a terrible parent. And then there was Chris, who once lifted up her skirt, exposing her bra, just to make Brian
That's a
throw
shirt,
up as an
not a
excuse to
skirt.
take him to the vet. But that's nothing compared to what he does when the family believes Meg is dead. Instead of grieving, this dude milks the dead sister sympathy card to
Dead
boost his
sis, who
popularity
did
at
this?
school, scoring dates with the hottest girls. And when Meg calls him to say she's actually alive, does Chris feel relieved? Not at all. He sees her return as a threat to his social status, so he throws her into a van and locks her up in a basement somewhere only God knows where.
Hello? Hello? Where is everyone? Damn it, Chris. I don't care that you're popular now. Let me out of here!
Even Stewie doesn't sit on the sidelines. The evil genius baby takes endless joy in taunting Meg about her supposed ugliness, her virginity, and her inability to keep a boyfriend.
Oh, there, let me dry those tears. Yes, your anguish sustains me.
The only reason she doesn't seem to react much is probably because, at the writer's discretion, most of the cast, except Brian, can't actually hear Stewie's speech. That being said, when Meg is kidnapped, Stewie does go all out to rescue her. So I guess sometimes even he has a soft spot for her. Speaking of her relationship with Stewie, there's a wild fan theory that he might actually be Meg's kid. The theory stems from the episode Partial Terms of Endearment, where Lois makes a joke implying that Meg was the one who gave birth to Stewie, but instead of reacting with shock or denial, Meg just doesn't react at all. Suspicious? Maybe. Some people theorize that Meg isn't actually Peter's biological daughter, but the result of one of Lois's affairs. Brian once revealed that her real father is someone named Stan Thompson, but since Meg had her headphones on at the time, she completely missed this bombshell. Honestly, that would explain a lot, especially why Peter treats her worse than anyone else. She was basically rejected from conception. On a cruise ship, he casually tells guests how he and Lois went to get an abortion, but changed their minds at the last second. Then he adds, 3 months later, our daughter Meg was born, suggesting that her birth wasn't exactly planned or even correctly timed. To top it off, she was born with a birth defect, and her parents actually tried to abandon her at a fire station shortly after. If they didn't want her so badly, giving her up for adoption would have been a much kinder option. Instead, Peter practically admits in a letter that he thought she was a house pet for the longest time. But that's actually one of the less awful things he's done to her. Constantly insults and ridicules her, physically abuses her whenever he gets the chance, and constantly farts on her.
Oh my god, Dad, you farted! That is so nasty!
No, Meg, this is crucial, all right? The sexiest thing a woman can do for a man is learn to love his gas. Love the gas, Meg. Love it! No, Meg, no. This is why we're here. This is why we're here.
In Road to Rupert, he's disgusted that Meg has to be his personal driver and spends the entire time tormenting her, at one point even setting her hat on fire while she's behind the wheel.
Ah, gross! Will you stop it? Stop it!
Hey, guys, check this out.
Hey, man.
Another time, he literally sells her just to pay off his pharmacy tab.
Up the tab and your son can have Meg.
What?
Yep, all you gotta do is sign this contract.
Are you out of your mind? You can't sell me, you fat son of a bitch!
Whoa! Careful getting this fish off the hook, Mort. She's got some fangs.
What do you think of that, Neil? Daddy bought you a girlfriend. Excuse me?
Yet, somehow, he once claimed they were secret best friends only to immediately throw lemonade in her face and insist he had to keep up appearances. He even tried seducing Luke Perry to protect Meg from a libel suit, at one point saying he'd take a bullet for her, but that was a one-time
damn
thing.
it.
The very next moment, he was back to treating her like garbage because, of course he was. Finally, Meg reaches her breaking point and stands up for herself. In the episode Seahorse Seashell Party, she finally calls out her family for the years of mistreatment she's endured. She tears into Lois and Peter, rightfully labeling them as some of the worst parents imaginable.
Oh, and when you're not terrorizing the community with your impulsive escapades, you're being a total jerk to your family. You shove your daughter's face in your ass and you fart on it. If someone in the outside world could see the way you treat me, you would be in jail. See if you find this funny.
I like where this is going.
You're a fat, lazy, abusive, blue-collar Irish Catholic dad who drinks way too much and barely makes enough money to support his family.
Oh,
You've
God,
lived
what the
half
fuck?
your life and you have nothing to show for
don't do it.
Your
Where the fuck
only
did bro even
arguable
come from?
accomplishments are your kids. And look at us.
But instead of any real change, Meg's confrontation causes the entire family to spiral, turning their usual abuse on each other. It's then that Meg realizes something even more depressing. She's nothing more than a lightning rod for their dysfunction, absorbing their toxicity so they don't tear each other apart. And just when it seems like she might finally break free from the cycle, she does the most depressing and unthinkable. She apologizes. Everything snaps back to the same toxic normal, and Meg is once again the family punching bag. It's just like I said earlier, if she ever goes for therapy, therapist would need to see a therapist too because her story is just all shades of dark and sad. But while Meg's past and present is a wild and tragic one, her future is not something even I would have anticipated. In the Season 4 episode Stu and Stewie's Excellent Adventure, we get a glimpse of the Griffin family's future. Peter is still a douchebag man-child, and Chris is unsurprisingly stuck in a toxic marriage. Meg, however, undergoes a gender reassignment surgery.
Doc,
Oh,
hi, Ron.
I can't stay too late. I gotta go shop for a razor. You know, for my face, where I grow my beard.
Okay, we get it, Ron. You're a guy.
I guess for everyone in the show that always thought she was a guy, there wouldn't be much confusion now. What's interesting about the gender change is that it's an interesting nod to the episode Quagmire's Dad, where Meg compliments Ida after her gender reassignment surgery, only for Ida to casually
One
assume
take, baby,
Meg has
let's
had the
go.
procedure
Better than
too.
fucking
While it
last
would be
time.
interesting to see what a male Meg would be like, I doubt Family Guy would maintain that plot, and so this future will likely change at some point. But then, after everything Meg has endured over the years, she deserves a happy ending, wherever that may be. She embodies Family Guy's dark humor at its finest, a character so ridiculously unlucky that it's hilarious, but also kind of depressing if you think about it for too long. Actually, you don't even need to think about it for long, it's painfully obvious. Yet, despite the constant mistreatment, Meg has remained strong. Even when she veers toward the dark side, she somehow manages to pull herself back. Take the time she robbed a nursing home. Racked with guilt, she returned everything she stole. For someone who's essentially a walking case study on how bad life can get when no one cares, she just keeps showing up. If nothing else, that level of persistence has to count for something. So there, we've covered the entire life story of Meg Griffin. But if you think her story is the darkest, then you should check out the next video on Quagmire's life story and compare it for yourself.
The bro split. You walk into the gym Monday and it's chest day. You bench, you incline, you fly, you do cable crossovers until your shirt won't fit on the way out. And Tuesday you come back and hit back like a maniac. Wednesday shoulders, Thursday arms, Friday legs if you're not resting. That's the bro split. One muscle group per day, beaten into the ground, then ignored for the next 7 days. This is the split Ziz built his entire physique on. Veiny arms, capped delts, that tanned aesthetic pose that turned half the internet into bodybuilders. Me too. And Arnold ran a version of it. Every Gold's Gym poster on your wall ran it. And here's what most people miss. It worked for those guys because every single one of them was running enough gear to fail a horse race. Drugs let you grow from anything. Once a week, twice a month, doesn't matter. The body just keeps building. You're not on that. And don't use it? Stay natty, my friend. So your muscle protein synthesis spikes for about 48 hours after you train, then drops back to baseline. Bro split leaves your chest sitting there doing nothing for 5 straight days while you train arms it doesn't need yet. Hitting a muscle twice a week beats once a week. That's not opinion. That's every meta-analysis from the last decade. Bro, split isn't dead. It's just not optimal for the natural lifter. Personally, I do push-pull legs. Push-pull legs. In push day, you train everything that pushes. Chest, shoulders, and triceps. In pull day, you train everything that pulls. Back, biceps, and rear delts. Leg day, you train your legs. Then you do it all again. 6 days a week if you're committed. 3 days a week if you're not. This is the split Jeff Nippard built his whole channel on. He plugged it into every meta-analysis, every volume study, every frequency comparison, and PPL kept winning. The reason? Muscles already work together. Your bench press is already smashing your triceps. Your row is already crushing your biceps. Grouping them isn't redundant, it's efficient, and you hit each muscle twice a week on the 6-day version. That's exactly where the science says hypertrophy lives. What most people miss, most lifters who say, I don't know what to run, should run PPL. It scales, it
PP
progresses,
large?
it's hard to mess up. The only catch, leg day comes around twice a week now. You can't hide. Upper and lower. We have 2 upper days and 2 lower days. 4 sessions a week, 3 rest days, and Monday upper, and Tuesday lower, and Thursday upper, and Friday lower. Done. Very simple. Watch Nsima in Young train. The guy moves 700 pounds, deadlifts cars, does mobility work that would snap most powerlifters in half, and he's running an upper-lower base. And if you ask why, because the big lifts go first while you're fresh. Squat, bench, deadlift, row and press. Then the accessories pile on, every muscle gets hit twice a week, but you're not in the gym every day, so your joints actually get a break. Here's what most people miss. This is the split for adults. You have a job, you have a wife, you have a back that's already complaining at 28. Upper-lower respects that. You go heavy when you go, you recover hard when you don't, and you grow. It's not attractive. There's no Instagram aesthetic. It just builds a freak over 10 years. Full body, every muscle, every session, and 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You squat, you press, you pull, you do 1 exercise per muscle group, you leave. 45 minutes if you don't talk to anyone. This is what Jeff Cavaliere has been screaming about for 15 years. Train movements, not muscles. Hit everything often. Let recovery be the limiter, not session damage. The whole game is frequency. You're hitting your chest 3 times a week instead of 1. Your legs 3 times a week instead of 1. Per session volume is low, but weekly volume stacks up fast, and the recovery is clean because no single workout buries you. Here's where people screw it up. They walk in and try to do bro split volume on every muscle. 8 sets of squats, 8 sets of bench, 8 sets of rows, all in 1 session. 2 days later, they can't move. Full body only works if you respect the cap. 6 to 10 hard sets per muscle per session. You leave wanting more. That's the point. Best split for beginners. Best split for busy people. Best split for cuts when recovery's already tanked. The Arnold split. It has 6 days, chest and back together, shoulders and arms together, legs alone. Then you run all 3 pairings again. Every muscle hit twice a week, every session 90 minutes minimum. This is the split. The one Arnold ran in pumping iron, the one that built every freak who walked the Venice boardwalk in 1975. And the trick wasn't the volume, it was antagonist pairing. You bench, then you row, then you incline, then you pull up. While your chest works, your back recovers. And while your back works, your chest recovers. Blood floods the entire upper body and won't leave. Arnold called it the pump, said it was better than coming. He wasn't entirely wrong. It's bro split with the brain. Higher frequency, better pumps, way more weekly volume per muscle, but it's 6 days. You miss one, and the whole rotation collapses. You skip food once and you regret it for 3 workouts. What most people miss, this isn't a beginner split. You need the work capacity to handle 90-minute sessions 6 times a week. Most lifters don't have that. The ones who do grow fast. Full program. 4 days. 2 power days, 2 hypertrophy days. Monday, you train upper for power, heavy bench, heavy row, 3 to 5 reps, long rest periods. Tuesday, lower power, heavy squat, heavy deadlift. Then you take 2 days off. Thursday, upper hypertrophy. Same muscles, but now you're doing 8 to 12 reps, shorter rest, more isolation work, chasing the pump. Friday, lower hypertrophy, same deal. Brandon Lilly is the spiritual ancestor of this approach. The cube method. Heavy days, volume days, recovery days, all rotated to keep the bar moving. Upper lower borrowed the same idea. Each muscle gets 2 stimuli per week, 1 heavy, 1 for volume. The heavy days drive your numbers up. The volume days drive your size up. They feed each other. What most people miss about upper, lower, it's not magic. It's not revolutionary. It's just a well-built program where every component does its job. That's exactly why it works for years. Power, hypertrophy, adaptive training. Lane Norton built this one. Pro natural bodybuilder, PhD in nutrition science. Pulls 700 pounds at 200 pounds body weight. The man knows what he's doing. 5 days, 2 power days, 3 hypertrophy days. Monday upper power, Tuesday lower power, Wednesday off, Thursday back and shoulders hypertrophy, Friday lower hypertrophy, Saturday chest and arms hypertrophy. The frequency is brutal. Some muscles get hit 3 times a week. Volume stacks fast. The mixed rep ranges hit every fiber type. On paper, it's beautiful. In practice, it eats people alive. 5 hard training days, accessory work piled on accessory work, fatigue that creeps in by week 4. Most people quit by week 6.
I quit. What?
They blame the program. The program is fine. They didn't sleep, didn't eat, didn't recover. What most people miss, PHAT was built for advanced naturals who already eat 4,000 calories and sleep 9 hours. Run it before you've earned it and it'll bury you. 531. Jim Wendler, former 1,000-pound squatter, walked away from elite powerlifting and wrote the program he wished he'd had. 4 lifts: squat, bench, deadlift, overhead press. Each gets its own day. You don't program off your true max. You program off 90% of it. That's your training max. Then you run 4-week cycles. Week 1, sets of 5. Week 2, sets of 3. Week 3, a 5, a 3, and a 1+. That last set, you do 1 rep, then keep going. Week 4, deload. Then you add weight. 5 pounds upper body, 10 pounds lower body, new cycle. What most people miss, this. This program is slow on purpose. Wendler designed it so you'd still be progressing in year 3, year 5, year 10. Most lifters quit because the jumps feel too small. The lifters who don't quit walk away with numbers nobody else has. Add boring but bigger first set. Last for accessories and you grow plenty of muscle alongside the strength. The Texas Method. Mark Ripito wrote Starting Strength. Built his whole reputation on novice linear progression. Add weight every workout, eat, sleep, repeat, but every novice runs out of road eventually. The Texas Method is what comes next. 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Every day has a job. Monday is volume. 5 sets of 5 at heavy weight. This is the day that breaks you. You leave the gym wrecked. Wednesday is recovery. Lightweight, 2 sets of 5 at 80% of Monday's load. You're not training to grow on Wednesday. You're training to be ready for Friday. Friday is intensity. 1 heavy set of 5. You PR and you add 5 pounds, then you go home, then you wake up Monday and beat Friday's PR by 5 pounds for your volume work, then Wednesday you recover, then Friday you PR again, 5 pounds heavier. Every single week, it works until it doesn't. The whole program exists to bridge the gap between novice gains and advanced programming. When the Friday PRs stop, the program is done. You move to monthly periodization. You're a bigger lifter now. The best split is the one you'll actually run for 2 years without switching. Ziz, Arnold, Wendler, Ripito, none of them program hopped. They picked a system and beat it into the ground. That's the part nobody on Instagram shows you. Pick one, eat well, sleep well, and add weight to the goddamn bar. Come back in a year and you won't recognize yourself in the mirror.
Right, the guy who likes walking is gonna walk further than the guy who likes the destination.
The only reason why Superman would be a hero as opposed to a villain is because he grew up in America, because he overall stands for freedom and liberty and private property.
You know how Superman loves private property. Might as well just do the whole fucking bottle, right? So Ben Shapiro watched the new Superman movie. I've never actually done a video where I react to someone else's review of a movie, especially a right-wing pundit like Ben Shapiro, who I despise. But I said I would do it if enough people funded me to buy alcohol and to watch the movie a second time. So I've seen the movie now twice, which I'm almost positive is 2 more times than Ben Shapiro has seen it, because there's so much he gets wrong about the movie itself. It's so baffling. There have been a couple videos already of people debunking Ben Shapiro's political views of this film. I am not going to do that, mostly because I think it's pretty obvious where he's wrong, but if not, again, there are other videos about it. I am here instead because I'm a big fucking nerd and I know a lot about comic book history. Ben Shapiro doesn't. So instead of debunking Ben's political takes on the film, I am just going to show you that Ben Shapiro is factually wrong about Superman and Superman's history and comic book history and like previous Superman films, just like in general. He just gets almost every piece of factually provable information wrong. So anyway, thanks for the alcohol. I don't even like sangria. Why did I buy this?
Alrighty, folks, so I watched the new Superman, and I have many, many thoughts. This video is sponsored by our friends over
Bleep it. We're not sponsored by that company. We're sponsored by a different company in this video. Later on, he mentions how he hates the music in this new Superman movie, and I know that he's using it in the opening stinger here because it is the music from the movie he's reviewing, but like, fucking come on, man. It's so good. Are you kidding me? It rips so hard, dude. Anyway, I don't like Ben Shapiro.
People are generally liking the movie. They think it's fun. They think it's kind of a kick. David Cornsweet is charming. He has good physical...
Oh no. Oh, this is like gross AI. So, confession time. I looked up a lot of stuff about Ben Shapiro's review to debunk it in real time and like do my research and things like that. What I did was I ripped the YouTube captions because I don't like listening to Ben Shapiro talk, nor do I like looking at him. It's just, there's something about him. I don't like him. I don't think I'm the only one. But what that means is, even though I know the words he's going to say, this is my actual first time seeing the video.
I mean, you don't gotta like him, but bro,
this like, sucks, dude. Oh, do you get it? David Cornsweet. Here's an AI-generated sweaty piece of corn on a red carpet. Ha ha ha.
This is not a movie about illegal immigration, Israel, the Palestinians. There may be references there if you have politics on the brain, but other than that, I really don't think that there's that much of this there. That is not my overall.
Why does Ben Shapiro lean down and like he talks like this into the camera? It's almost to a point where like there are moments you can't even see his eyes through his brow because he's always just like, if you have politics on the brain, maybe you care about, maybe you see that in this movie, maybe. I'm not gonna cover the politics of this, all right? Everyone else has already done that. We're gonna skip through this, okay?
My overall problem with the movie is that you are taking the most iconic American IP of all time, Superman, which is to be treated with a certain level of respect. That doesn't mean it has to be, grand mythology, the way that Zack Snyder wants to do. My standard for Superman movies is 1978 Richard Donner.
I'm gonna get into this later. I do not think Ben Shapiro has seen 1978's Superman. I think he's seen clips of it. I think he's seen a supercut of the best moments. I think he's seen probably, like some flying scenes. I think he's seen like Superman saving Lois in the helicopter. I will prove to you that he has not seen this movie as we go on.
No.
Overall, here is my problem. James Gunn is the wrong director, writer, creator for this thing. He's just wrong for it. It's Guardians of the Galaxy with Superman in it. It's visually overstuffed. In terms of plot, the plot holes are big enough to drive.
I also don't think Ben Shapiro knows what a plot hole is because he calls into question 2 plot holes later on in this review, and neither are plot holes.
No.
As I will discuss.
The very beginning of the movie, you are told that Superman is the most powerful metahuman, right? There's like a placard that says, 30 years ago, the metahumans arrived. 3 years ago, Superman emerged.
What is this fucking B-roll, dude? We'll see throughout. The editors suck shit, dude. Not like my editor, Julian. You're great.
No, come on.
You are told that Superman is the most powerful metahuman. And now 3 minutes ago, Superman's ass got kicked.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
He's not very super. He is not invulnerable. He gets his ass kicked routinely. He gets locked up in a prison with a character who's making kryptonite out of his hands.
Okay, Ben, hey, buddy, did you watch the movie? What do you mean Superman isn't super? It's not like he loses a fight with random thugs, Ben. Spoilers, by the way. I feel like I should have said spoilers for the movie up front in here. He fights a giant monster, fully succeeds. I mean, the Justice Gang steps in, not because Superman needed help. He was doing fine. He stops the rift from breaking apart Metropolis. He fights a clone of himself. He defeats people who are effectively killing him by suffocating him. Everything Superman does in this movie is super. He stops a building from collapsing. He holds up a fucking building, Ben. What do you mean he's not super? What do you mean he's not super because he gets sent to prison? He turned himself in. He didn't get captured, dude. Watch the fucking movie.
Isn't that what a good citizen would want to do? Turn themselves in if they fucking did something wrong? Like what?
Constantly in victim mode. Like Green Lantern has much more success in this movie.
What did Green Lantern do in this movie that was more super than Superman? Give me an example, Ben. This is petty stuff. This is petty stuff. We haven't even gotten to the comic book history that Ben gets wrong. I'm just annoyed already. All right.
Ma and Pa Kent. In the original, they are noble and they are wise. They're kind of salt of the earth. Here, they're basically kind of, I don't know,
come on, Ben.
Down home types who don't seem to, they live in a kind of a crappy house. They're the kind of people who call the TV the box.
Yeah, Ben. This is so wild to me that Ben Shapiro is I don't know, Superman's parents are just sort of people? Ugh, gross. They're just normal people. Ew. Yeah, dude. That's the whole point. I gotta stop yelling. It's 1:30 a.m. It's so wild that Ben can't fathom a normal person in rural America. That's all the Kents are. They're just normal people. And Ben is ew, these aren't noble people. Gross.
And by the way, both of them are alive in this, right? The original Superman mythos is that Pa Kent dies, and that's what sends Superman on his journey. Anyway.
Wrong! I'd like to call your attention to some slides I've made, because I am a prepared person who knows my comic book history and has done my research. Before we even go to the comics, let me pull your attention over here to this article from comicmix.com. As this article states, and is obviously correct, I've double-checked it myself, as far as Action Comics #1, the first appearance of Superman, was concerned, the infant Superman was simply discovered by a passing motorist and dropped off at an orphanage. The Kents weren't involved at all. So already, strike one, Ben, the original Superman mythos, doesn't even involve the Kents at all, let alone the idea that Pa Kent dies and that's what spurs Clark Kent to become Superman. This is something that comes up a lot in the history of Superman. In fact, a lot of Superman's mythos not only was reworked a whole bunch, but was introduced not really in the comics at all. So the Superman radio show is responsible for a lot of Superman's mythos, from kryptonite to the names of certain prominent characters. But even in that show, it sidestepped the issue of Clark Kent's formative years altogether. Superman just comes to Earth a fully grown human man, not even a baby, which is weird. It actually wasn't until 1942's Superman novel, Adventures of Superman. Now, this is a very important novel. I kind of want to make a video about it because it is one of those pieces of transmedia for Superman that is a core component of his mythology, these concepts that would continue forward throughout Superman's legacy, you could say. So in this novel, again, not even a comic book, but this is the first time where Ma and Pa Kent, who weren't even named Martha and Jonathan Kent, this is the first time where we would see Pa Kent die. And that would sort of inspire Superman, Clark Kent, to become Superman. So then from here we see in Superman number 53, this sort of similar deathbed origin of Clark's dad. His mother died first. That is the thing that happens a lot in these early Superman origins, is not necessarily the death of Pa Kent, but really just the death of his parents in general, with his mom dying first. Clark grew into manhood, his mother died, and then finally his father, and then that's when he says, you know, no man on earth has the amazing powers you have, you can use them to become a powerful force for good, and basically just says, you know, go become Superman, and he does, and we see him standing over both of his parents' graves and saying, you know, I will become Superman. This has appeared in other, as they've retold the origin of Superman before, in Action Comics number 158, for example. We have this similar deathbed scene here. This time, Clark has been a superhero already. So it wasn't the death of his dad, it wasn't the death of Pa Kent that caused Clark Kent to become Superman, but rather he was already Superboy at this time. And his dad says, well, now just continue doing what you're doing, continue being Superman. Superman's origin again is retold in Superman number 146, and yet again we have another scene with Pa Kent on his deathbed, and again we see in this same comic previously he's already been Superboy. And then we get an extra special death because it was sort of left unclear in these comic books how exactly the Kents died. So we get the origin of their death, I suppose, in Superman number 161, featuring the last days of Ma and Pa Kent. It's sort of a complicated story, but basically what happens is they find some sort of like pirate treasure, and Superman like brings them back in time to dig it up, and they get some sort of horrible disease from the past that causes them to fall deathly ill. As we've already seen, he's already been a superhero. All of this to say, Ben is already wrong. It's not what Ben is saying here, which is that Pa Kent dies and that's what sends Superman on his journey. That's really not it at all. There's a lot of different origin stories for Superman, a lot of different interpretations around this. Superman was already going to be headed to Metropolis, either as Superboy or as Superman. His parents just also happened to die at that time, and they just sort of affirmed that like he's doing the right thing. He should continue to be Superman. He should continue to be a superhero. At the very least, no matter how you spin it, I think we can all agree it wasn't in the original mythology, because the Kents themselves were not in the original mythology. This is something you're gonna find a lot throughout this review. He's gonna say things like the original mythology. He's gonna say things like the classic comics, the classic stories. But I want you to notice throughout this video that Ben never specifies what that means. He doesn't talk about the specific comic books. He doesn't talk about the specific eras of comic books even. He doesn't bring to mind specific stories. Well, actually, he does bring to mind one specific story, which is the 1978 film. And that's what he centers all of his opinions of Superman around. Not the comics, not the radio show, not any sort of novelization, not any other TV show or cartoon from before the 1978 movie. His idea of Superman is what he's seen of the 1978 movie. But again, I don't think he's actually watched it, which we'll get into.
Crypto. the super dog, is a terrible dog, is a dog that does not, like an idiot dog.
God, this editing fucking sucks, dude.
Like way worse than My Dog Happy. My Dog Happy, way better than this dog, and My Dog Makes Trouble. This dog is a mess. Supergirl, who you get introduced.
All right. Can I just say, this is the thing that made me want to make this video. Ben Shapiro can get all of the history of Superman wrong that he wants, but he calls Krypto a bad dog. And he does it again later. I can't stand for that, all right? Krypto is the best dog in the world, and I love him so much, and also Ben is factually wrong about him. Let's dive into it, shall we? Ben has been so focused this whole time about the respect you need to have for Superman's mythology, for the original Superman stories, and how much you need to not be subversive with them. You need to pay them respect for how they were originally written. This movie portrays Krypto how he was originally written. Ben, I don't think you've read or watched any other media with Krypto in it, but if you did, it was probably the Krypto the Super Dog TV show, which has a very catchy theme song, by the way. Very well behaved. But Ben, you don't care about the modern media. The thing that you care about the most is paying respect to these original characters. In fact, I'll prove it to you right now. Let's go back to your review as you're talking about Supergirl and Krypto here.
My Dog Happy, way better than this dog, and My Dog Makes Trouble. This dog is a mess. Supergirl, who you get introduced to for a hot second at the very end, Supergirl is a drunken teenage brat. Anything that you think you know about the Superman universe, James Gunn is determined to debunk in the first half hour of the film. I think that it's a betrayal of the original IP and mildly upsetting.
A betrayal, you say? Again, Ben, I know that the thing you care about is the original stories. Because you've read them, right? Because I don't have to get into the story of this comic, Krypto's first appearance in Adventure Comics number 210, to show that Krypto is kind of a menace, right? Superman says, oh no, Krypto thinks I'm playing a game with him. He's fetching back the safe I just left at Town Hall. So Krypto is effectively doing a bad thing here because he's just a rambunctious dog. That is how James Gunn portrays Krypto in this movie. Krypto is not a bad dog. He's a misbehaved dog who doesn't have a lot of good training. He's a dog, he's young, he's like a puppy, he's got energy, he's got superpowers. But Krypto's whole thing in this first comic is that he continues to do things that I think a regular spunky dog would do. It's just that this is a dog that happens to have superpowers. In fact, if I go ahead and skip to the very end of the first appearance of Krypto here, Superman says, Krypto, much as I love you, you spell trouble rather than fun for me. I wish I knew what to do with you. I'll have to sleep on it. Superman himself, or rather in this case, I believe Superboy, already knows Krypto is trouble. Krypto, in his first comic book appearance, the thing that you care so much about, the original IP that you care so much about, Ben, is trouble. Krypto is trouble. Well, considering he was such a big bother, I'm glad he's gone. Superboy says that about Krypto. What am I saying, Ben? You already know this. You care so much about Krypto in the original IP, as you keep saying, as you keep insisting. Who am I to tell you otherwise?
James Gunn is not capable of delving, he's not capable of delving into a single character and examining his motivations and what's interesting about that character. He can't do it with Superman, he can't do it with Lois, he can't do it with Lex.
These characters felt so fleshed out. To me, they felt so three-dimensional. But again, these are just my opinions. I'm here to debunk you on the facts, so let's continue.
And so you end up with this sort of ADHD film where a bunch of things are going on at the same time, but you never get a good, interesting perspective on anybody who's in the film. So Green Lantern is there, and he's kind of just a schmuck, and he's there as comic relief. And then you have Mr. Terrific, who's the actual hero of the film, who you learn nothing about other than he's just kind of a noble do-gooder fellow.
What are you talking about? You learn nothing about him. Do you watch the movies you watch? I feel like I learned so much about him. He is one of the more three-dimensional characters in the film. Like, I don't have autism, but I've seen a lot of people with autism say how much they relate to Mr. Terrific, especially his line he says to Lois about how he doesn't do emotions, like he doesn't deal with people's emotions. I feel like that is pretty interesting about the character. I feel like I know so much about the character. Now, all right, here's the thing. Ben and I are talking about different things. Ben is talking about, I want information about the character. I want to know this character's backstory. I want to know this character's real name. I want to know this character's origin story. Whereas me, I'm like, I just want this character to feel real in this universe. And he does. And they all do. And that's enough.
And you have all these superheroes who are wandering around. You never get any information about them that makes them interesting.
Sorry.
Having a big platform composed of loyal followers is a big responsibility. Because depending on how much of that audience hangs on your every word, there can be disastrous consequences if your ideals get misaligned. Because once you make a mistake, untold damage may be done. At the moment, one man who's reckoning with this exact issue is none other than Joe Rogan. Insulated in his Austin, Texas echo chamber and spending much of his time in a podcast studio where everyone feels privileged to be on his platform, things generally go Joe's way. However, he's currently facing a crisis of confidence over his recent political endorsements, a decision which was deemed to be so much of a coup that some Trump-supporting news media and other high-profile supporters believed it might have clinched the whole thing.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump. This just after Elon Musk made the case for 45 during his 2.5-hour sit-down interview on Rogan's podcast today. So two major endorsements, Megyn Kelly and Joe Rogan, at Monday night.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nell Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
But in recent times, it's increasingly appeared that he has some misgivings
about
his decision once certain policies he voted for are actually being put into action.
He's a chameleon. He's a shapeshifter, right? So here
we
go. This is what he just had Duncan Trussell on again. And listen to the rant he goes on about immigration. This is something. Watch.
Let's just talk about the immigration thing. The way it looks is horrific. When you're just arresting people in front of their kids and just normal, regular people that have been here for 20 years, that everybody who has a heart can't get along with that.
No.
Everybody who has a heart sees that and goes, that can't be right. That can't be right.
The game literally had to break the NPC
you have to think,
to let me kill that.
Yeah, we have to have a border.
So
yes, it should have been secure. Yes, they should make sure you know who everybody is before they get in.
Yeah.
But when people been here for 20 years, like, come on, man. That's crazy. Like, let's find a way. If they've been productive members of society for 20 years, no criminal record, they worked the entire time, they paid taxes, find them a pathway to citizenship. Find a way where you can do this thing that you want to do, which is keep terrorists and cartel members from getting across the border with drugs that kill 100,000 people a year. Okay, but also have a fucking heart. Because if you don't, you're not going to get anybody on your side.
And now he seems to be one.
It's not even just having a heart. They're just being lazy as fuck. They're just like, oh, Mexican, criminal, bad, out. Like, what?
Wondering if he bet on the wrong horse at a crucial time when the darkness is coming to light.
So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009. So Epstein was saying that. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Jeez. I am in China. I'll be in the US second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people? Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know, if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people aren't victims, you're not protecting the victim. So what are you doing?
Right.
And how come all this shit is not released?
particularly as it comes to light that many of the people he platformed may have deeper ties to that despicable underworld than he realized. It's your boy Luesta, live from Lu Extras, and this is why Joe Rogan regrets everything. When it comes to the Joe Rogan Experience, it's fair to say that it was once known as a space for free thinking and open discussion about any issue, as long as you're not arguing for weed to be criminalized.
Well, no, traffic fatalities regarding marijuana have skyrocketed.
Google that, because that's nonsense.
No,
you
we
know,
wrote about it
drunk driving arrests have dropped. What do you mean you've? First of all,
yeah, we wrote about what the sources there, the original studies.
Just because someone gets in an accident and they're high, hold on, stop.
No, hold on a second. This is
you interrupt way too much.
No,
you need to stop. As we talked about how the prison guard union has lobbied to keep marijuana illegal, there's absolutely pharmaceutical companies have done the same thing. It was revealed in the WikiLeaks memos. Since marijuana legalization, highway fatalities in Colorado are at near historic lows.
You have been bringing up the source that you want to find.
Washington
Bring
Post.
up the study right there. Yeah, Washington Post. Bring up the study that we wrote. We wrote about it on our website.
Look, I don't care about your website, since marijuana legalization, highway fatalities in Colorado.
This was a really good episode.
Since you called me a fucking...
This meant that long before it was on the tip of everyone's tongue, the idea of the dark world of Jeffrey Epstein was something that was already on the edges of the Rogan sphere. For one thing, noted conspiracy theorist Alex Jones had previously tried to lift the lid on it, but Rogan wasn't eager to accept it at the time.
But he was the guy who told me about Epstein's Island more than a decade ago, and I thought it was the craziest thing I'd ever heard. I was like, what are you saying? There's an island, like it sounds like a plot in a movie. There's an island where they fly famous rich scientists and politicians, and they compromise them with underage girls and get it on film so they could use it against them. I'm like, what? That sounds like horseshit. That sounds like lizard people. It sounds like, 5G creates COVID. Same thing. Yeah. But turns out it was true. And it's one of many things. He was the first one to warn me about a social credit score system. He's like, they're going to try to implement a social credit score system, and your money is going to be tied. They'll have centralized digital currency, and your money will be tied to your social credit score system, and you step out of line, you won't be able to buy things. You won't be able to travel. You won't be able to do anything. They're going to try to keep you within a 15-minute radius of your home, and they're starting to do that in places. Yeah, all of it's real.
In spite of the fact that he didn't necessarily buy it all, he has since revealed that he turned down the dubious opportunity to go and meet Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'm in the files for not going, because Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad?
Yeah, but I would have never went anyway. It's like, it's not even a possibility that I would have ever went. But especially after I Googled him. I was like, what the f*** are you talking about? This was like 2017. One of my guests was trying to get me to meet him. I was like, bitch, are you high? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But since those days, Joe has fundamentally changed from the man he once was. Where he once identified himself as a supporter of a left-leaning candidate, somewhere along the line, he fell into the right-wing realm, going all in on his support for Trump, becoming one of a string of high-profile figures.
On the eve of the election, Rogan formally endorsing Donald Trump. He announced that decision after his interview with billionaire and Trump ally Elon Musk. Rogan wrote in a post on X last night that Musk, quote, makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I would agree with him every step of the way. And for the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Rogan's support comes as the Trump campaign has, of course, pushed to win over young male voters this cycle, with the former president making numerous appearances on podcasts popular with that demographic, including the Joe Rogan Experience.
There's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life.
Is cocaine a stronger up? Yeah.
A lot of wrestlers want to do the UFC thing, but they can't take the shots. I played football too. I didn't particularly like it.
What position were you?
No, I didn't like it. I played tight end.
And I'll tell you about TikTok. Trump is going to keep TikTok going.
Hurry up. It gradually became part of a larger shift in his world outlook, with Joe getting to the point that he's celebrating the mega rich that he previously critiqued.
But when I look at billionaires and how I like billionaires to behave, there's two I really love. I love Elon because he's fucking crazy and he lives in a $50,000 house and he has people drive around everywhere. He doesn't own anything, doesn't own any houses, and he's one of the richest men on earth. And then Jeff Bezos, who's balling out of control, where they have to take a fucking bridge apart because he wants to get his giant yacht through it.
Once Trump got into power, Rogan and his cohorts were deemed so important that they were brought along to the inauguration to celebrate his second term. But since things have continued to unfold with the administration, Joe has proven that he isn't completely incapable of critical thought at this point, because after the president said that there were going to be major revelations the minute that he came into power in regards to disclosing documents and failed to deliver, Joe had questions as soon as the Trump administration began to backtrack on the issue.
The Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Kash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people are like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing I can... The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. He didn't know about the Michael Baden stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happens when you hang yourself. Even when you like leap from somewhere with a rope around your neck and it snaps your neck, you never have 3
and he's
broken
in a prison
bones.
cell. He's not launching himself off the first floor balcony.
How many autopsies have you read
like,
about
well,
when it comes to people
release that
fucking
film,
hanging
and the film has
like
a
that?
fucking minute missing from it?
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this?
Also, you got people, including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this shit, and this is a huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser, little red laser moving across your chest.
But where it started off subtly enough, the initial skepticism over whether or not the regime was hiding anything has eventually withered away. And as time has gone by, it's been replaced with sheer horror.
Like, we had this sort of vague understanding, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence that they're talking about children
in pretty obscene ways,
horrifying ways. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about that. He's like, I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense if they got caught. But it just seems like
the background music
Benz
like
was
fuck
incredulous.
off. I know.
That's pretty big.
How long has it been
I
playing?
just don't
Like
think
fucking.
we really knew until we saw those files come out.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying it now. My position on it is completely shifted. I thought there's probably some really sick people that have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, oh, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
Following the unveiling of 3 million files relating to Jeffrey Epstein, Joe was left struggling to wrap his head around the levels of depravity that the elites are still perpetrating.
This is the one that I hate the most. Yeah. Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Roger Avery, the fear of these, like, literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're a part of a team and we know that has always historically been a real thing, and it's been something that you look at in history, you go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting, and everybody wants to think, thank God that's not
Come on, what the fuck?
And while much of the content remained redacted, and was just a fraction of what they actually extracted from the terabytes of data authorities have in their possession, Joe insists that he's having a tough time looking at any of it, preferring to defer to others.
Until these files, and now I'm like, oh, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
I'm not watching this
I don't
stuff.
even want to. I don't even want. People send it to me, and I go, okay, because I'm, for the most part, off social media. But every now and then, someone will send me something that I have to look at. I'm like, oh my God, no. I try not to. I try to have experts come on. I try to read. You can't change it.
Yeah.
And it'll fuck with your head.
Yeah, it's
like
toxic.
You will really get.
It'll stick with and I know I've tried not to.
Perhaps more troubling, Joe isn't simply refusing to look at it. Instead, he's actively seeking the opinion of apologists like Mike Benz, who seemed eager to downplay how serious it really was and what it meant for the fabric of our society.
That's a very specific illicit desire to want underage people.
Well,
how do you even find out that someone's into that?
Well, I don't think that the majority or anything close to it of the women were technically, I think it was largely
young,
very young, barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
most of it was just
very, very young, but not like
20-year-old
not
girls,
like 13 type thing. And then, remember, because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like, in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals.
Similarly, political commentator Michael Malice seemed to try to minimize Joe's concerns by suggesting that it's okay to be checked out of the ongoing discourse around it, or to not view getting to the truth of this as a real priority.
If you are not as invested as some people, you are a kid toucher, you're covering for them, you want this to happen, you're complicit retroactively somehow.
Yeah.
And I can't make heads or tails of it. I had Luke Rukowski on my show, who's
Excuse
been
me.
a conspiracy, I'm not saying in a negative way, conspiracy guy for a very long time. He used to work with Alex. He broke it down.
Excuse me,
Then
thank
I had
you.
Michael Tracy on my show, and he said, look, a lot of this hysteria, I don't know who is right, who is wrong, but if I have any kind of skepticism, I am somehow wanting children to be abused. It's insane.
Well, it's like so much of it is cryptic. Like, we don't necessarily understand what they were talking about.
Right, and if you say,
like, what's beef jerky?
Here's the thing, it's obviously kids. It's not just that it might be kids, or probably, it's obvious. And if you're denying that jerky is obviously kids, you're denying that people are children. I'm not denying people are children. I'm just saying, what if it's heroin? What if it's weapon? I haven't read all those emails, but the idea that it's definitely literally infants, it seems like I want to see some receipts.
Despite their best efforts to take the weight off his shoulders over maybe siding with the elites, it's obvious that Joe, as both a father of two and a fellow human being who's capable of empathy, is struggling with what he's seeing.
So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009. So Epstein was saying that. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Jeez. I am in China. I'll be in the US second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people?
Well, the fuck
Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know, if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people aren't victims, you're not protecting the victim. So what are you doing?
Right.
And how come all this shit is not released?
While this is certainly progress and indicates that there is a way back for him, some people feel like he is still compromised, considering he's saying it looks bad for the administration, rather than conceding that it is bad. Consequently, some people believe that he's made his bed, and that there's no way to squirm him out of it. Joe Rogan doesn't get to pretend he didn't know any of this shit while he was busy endorsing Donald Trump. The UFC and affiliated influencers/promoters are linked up to organized crime, whether they admit or know about it or not. That includes rape trafficking networks. At the moment, a whole lot of people have been reckoning with their moral compasses and having difficulties with the man that they helped put in power. And while you can argue that this is probably the case for most individuals with a moral compass, there's an extra level of complexity and conflicted emotions for Rogan, considering how many people on the Epstein list that he sat across from. Over the course of the Joe Rogan experience as a lengthy time on air, there have been a whole lot of crossover between individuals who are embedded in Epstein's inbox and those who have been given 3 hours to promote their values and perspective to the public on his platform, alongside people like Adam Perry Lang, who worked as Epstein's personal chef for 4 years in the late 1990s. Recurring guest Dr. Peter Attia was frequently named in the files, having shared thousands of emails with Epstein. And make no mistake, these exchanges weren't just your average correspondence. On June 24, 2015, 7 years after Epstein's first arrest, Attia wrote, "You the biggest problem with becoming friends with you? The life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul." In February 2016, Attia sent an email saying, "Pussy is indeed low carb," Still awaiting results on gluten content though, and even once things started to go awry for Epstein, Peter remained loyal by his side. When 80 accusers came forward in 2018, Attia appeared to be expressing concern for what it meant for his patient and confidant, inquiring, "Legally, any change?" prompting Epstein to respond, "Same as usual, just tougher." Once all of this was divulged to the public, he put out a damage control statement. To be clear, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions with Epstein had nothing to do with his sexual abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, and never present at any sex parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public, and that is on me. I accept that reality and the humiliation that comes with it. While Rogan remains conspicuously silent on Attia, other people who've platformed him, such as Joe's comedian pal Andrew Schultz, who has recently renounced his entire ties to the Trump administration and his role in normalizing him, are roasting Attia for his cringe email exchanges.
Is probably not coming on the podcast and being a dick when Mark asks him what his stack is. The average person...
that was great. I just love the fact that he was shitting on you, but...
Oh my God, Mark was so happy when he read Peter Attia's name all over the files, and Peter was acting like the loosest motherfucker on the planet.
Yeah, I know.
He wouldn't even tell you what supplements he took, and he's fucking emailing Epstein, "Oh, I wish you had your life. You're such a naughty little boy." What was this personality that he was devoid of on this podcast? That he asked to come on.
I know.
Yeah, I asked him about supplements, and he was like, "I don't want to talk about supplements." And I was like, "Is carb free?" And he was like, "Dude, I'm glad you brought that up." Glad you asked.
Alongside FBI Director Kash Patel's name cropping up, Joe has also played host for Barry Wise, the prominent media figure who's married to Nellie Bowles, a journalist who was named in the Epstein files. And funnily enough, when the topic of Jeffrey came up during her last trip to the podcast studio,
I'm getting food, BRB.
pretty much parried it off.
How did they not let? I mean,
but it
how
was
did they not
completely
protect him?
no. I mean, no one knows who he really worked for, right?
No one knows.
No one knows that.
No,
but what
we
people
don't know.
knew, meaning,
Someone must.
But what I was going to say is, like, you know, I've talked to enough people that knew him, met him, went to parties at his house, and said, like, everyone knew this about him. It was like a Harvey Weinstein thing,
right?
You know, in the sense of the young women.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Or in the sense that everyone knew about Bill Cosby that came into contact with him. Like, there were things that were just agreed to never speak about. You know, it's like, it's just absolutely sick. I was up when the story broke about him hanging himself, I was obsessed for like a few days, but then I had to move on to other
course,
things. Like, the world is a big place.
That's what they're
Jews are
hoping
getting beaten
for.
in the streets. Yeah, but it's also like there actually are things that are more important to me than the story of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
And I hope that there's some investigative journalist digging into the truth of what happened there.
I wonder how much there is to dig. I mean, how much dirt is there that you could actually get a shovel into?
What are you talking about? Don't you think there's a ton?
I'm sure, but I think it's the girls who were the victims,
yes,
and then the men who were shutting their fucking mouths, right? Except for Prince Andrew, which was like
that was
everybody should go to jail just after that.
Oh my god!
Everybody he knows, everybody get in jail.
Well, the royals are falling apart, man.
Yeah.
Then there's Lawrence Krauss, the physicist rumored to be the person who offered to introduce Rogan and Epstein. In 2017, Epstein emailed Krauss to express his admiration for Joe. "I saw you did the Joe Rogan show. Can you introduce me? I think he's funny." Among the billionaires and big players that cross over between Epstein and Rogan is Palantir CEO Peter Thiel. On the JRE, the controversial mogul freely admitted to meeting Jeffrey several times, all of which occurred after his prior conviction in 2008.
It was
I want that shirt.
Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically didn't ask enough questions about it. I think there were sort of a lot of things where it was fraudulent. I do think Epstein knew a lot about taxes.
And while he isn't implicated in the worst of the worst, Thiel openly simplified that he wanted Epstein's knowledge on how to evade the IRS.
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Elsewhere, Rogan had Cheryl Hines on the show numerous times, with her husband RFJK Jr. apparently going on the famed Epstein private plane and venturing on fossil.
She looks like a fucking Titan from Attack on Titan. Like, that fucking smile is like, what the fuck?
Excursions with him and Ghislaine back in the day, but among the embarrassing unveilings that have occurred, they don't come much worse than Elon Musk. Ever since it all came to light, Musk seemed not only willing to open up about the client list, but had plenty of say about how it all played out.
Was that what's taken so long with this Epstein files?
Yeah, what's up with that?
What is up with that? It was like,
yeah,
it's like Lucy and the football with Charlie Brown, when she always pulls that football away. It's the same thing. It's like they keep telling us they're gonna release it day one. Oh, day
we have
one.
a serious case of no one's being arrestedophobia, you know.
Well, there's also right.
Like, what the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on? Also, there's this real fear that someone's destroying the evidence, and you keep hearing these stories, unsubstantiated stories, of FBI people.
Well, where is
shredding.
the evidence? I mean, the guy had like tons of videos and recordings.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all sorts of things.
Right.
Like, there's a mountain of evidence.
Right.
So where is that mountain?
Yeah, where is that mountain? And what would be the reason why they would agree? Like, there would have to be something in it for them to agree to not put it out.
In a move that differs from most of the elites, he even took part in pushing back on the conventional narrative that he killed himself in a jail cell.
You should have asked if Epstein killed himself.
Yeah, that's the Cash Patel
where's
thing
the
with
camera?
Cash Patel
Where's
and
the-
Dan
where's
Bongino,
the
and they were
camera?
trying to convince everybody of that. Like, okay.
The guards weren't there and the camera stopped working, and
the guards were asleep. The cameras weren't working. He had a giant steroided up bodybuilder guy that he was sharing a cell with that was a murderer who was a bad cop. Like, all of it's kind of nuts. Yeah. All of it's kind of nuts.
I didn't hear
that he would just kill himself rather than reveal all of his billionaire friends.
But now, these remarks have aged poorly, and even suggested evidence of an unfortunate double bluff. As now, it seems like he's more entangled in the whole thing than he let on. We'll be in the St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Musk asked Epstein on the 13th of December 2013. Any day, the 1st to the 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you, Epstein replies. Even on its own, this wouldn't exactly be a great look. But it turns out that Musk wasn't just considering a trip to the island for a relaxing weekend. He actively wanted to get embedded in the debauchery of it all. What day or night will be the wildest party on your island? He asked before following up with, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. This couldn't look any worse for Elon, especially because he took shots at others before associating with the disgraced financier turned trafficker. As he told Vanity Fair in 2019, that Epstein was obviously a creep, and claimed that Epstein tried to repeatedly get him to visit the island, but he declined. And now, it looks like he didn't just accept an offer to venture to Little St. James, but actively tried to infiltrate that scene. Later in the emails, it also emerged that his assistant Leslie Groff appeared to make plans for Epstein to have lunch at SpaceX in 2013, stating, Elon Musk appreciates the invitation to the ranch, but he has commitments. Lunch on Monday, February 25th at 1 p.m. at SpaceX is confirmed. Almost immediately, Musk has suggested that this is some elaborate hoax, but his own estranged daughter has thrown him under the bus. Taking to threads, Vivian Wilson seemed to corroborate the timeline. I'm just going to speak directly instead of being vague and cryptic, Wilson wrote in a January 31st post. I can confirm that we were in St. Barth at the time speculated in the emails, and therefore, I believe they are authentic. This has basically already been confirmed through his attempts to paint them as out of context. Denial is a river in Egypt, Wilson wrote in a separate post. I knew nothing about the emails previously, so I'm learning about everything at the same time as y'all. If there's any other information I learned that I can corroborate, I will do so. Much like Peter Attia, this is making a lot of Musk's previous defenders in the Rogan sphere to look at him in a whole new light.
The Elon emails, that Elon's reaching out to him like, hey, is there a party? And Jeffrey's like, oh, maybe. And he's like, I want the craziest party of all time. I want the wildest one.
Saddest shit I've ever seen.
And Epstein's like, oh yeah, man. Like he's trying to talk in code.
He curbed Elon. He was too hungry.
Is Elon the corniest billionaire?
Dude. I mean, they're all wildly corny. It is kind of.
Bezos is kind of lit.
He might be the corniest.
Bezos not in it at all?
Exactly. Bezos is on the Bendito tip.
He was on Bendito, dude. It's Bendito, Al.
I'm surprised Bezos is not on.
Bendito, get it right.
Is this president?
Bendito!
We're trying to figure out this web of pedophile elites. We can't even figure out this guy's name.
Bendito! Shout out my boy Bendito.
That's gonna be so funny.
This shit's hard. This shit's hard getting him.
So Bezos not involved at all?
I can't say that for sure.
Or his name isn't up in it?
I mean,
it seems
I haven't even heard anyone mention his name.
It seems like there's like an email for like dinners and shit like that. But I don't know if it's like he's implicated in the way that Elon and the rest of these dudes are. I don't know. The fact that Elon's trying to go to the parties and and Epstein's just like, hey man, we actually canceled the parties.
The end result of all these new revelations about Joe's beloved billionaire left listeners hoping that Rogan holds him to account on it all the next time that he's on the pod. Rogan will follow up on this, right? Elon himself in the files was not on my bingo list. Elon Musk, the wolf in sheep's clothing. Then of course, there's Trump, a man whom he sat across from for a podcast and didn't once mention Epstein despite their well-documented friendship and highly controversial ties. But of course, he wouldn't have brought it up then, at a time when the whole point was to provide Trump a platform to bolster his campaign. But with each new revelation that emerges, it seems like he was complicit in putting a man whose name is everywhere in the files in the White House. And at the moment, the evidence that he's deeper embedded than once thought is only stacking up against the president.
Why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage the press to go look at these allegations, and I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said essentially that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex trafficking law.
Despite the clear mental turmoil that this seems to have placed Joe in, people just aren't enabling him to backpedal and feel that he has to accept the role he's had in creating the world's current predicament. Rogan doesn't have a buyer's remorse. He and his podcast Bros openly endorsed Trump for months before the election and made fun of Harris. They helped put us in this position. Before he could realize what happened, Joe has found himself going from just a podcaster with an open mind to a political influencer who now feels that he may have overplayed his hand. Left to consider the ramifications of that Trump endorsement, it calls to mind the now infamous exchange he had with comedian and friend Duncan Trussell, who warned him that those with devious intentions may attempt to use his platform to spread their rhetoric and normalize their world.
The problem is, like, where you're kind of in a bit of a bind is that all this human attention has been placed upon you, and you have to wrestle with your identity because people have decided you're
not going to work out. I'm so
magnifying
fucked.
glasses, focusing this beam of attention into the world. And so within that is all this room for disaster. It's like, and what are they up to? And then you start thinking, see, this is what I think about if I were you. Then you start thinking like, man, I've got this podcast that lots of people listen to. Has it ever happened where maybe some really intelligent person has manipulated me in an attempt to get me to disseminate some kind of information out into the world?
Good luck manipulating me, Duncan Trussell. I'm an American.
You have such a crazy power that if you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are gonna infiltrate you.
Now, Joe has been venturing all the way back to consider the little moments that led to everything coming out in the first place.
A fight between two teenage girls at Royal Palm Beach High School. And here are the details of how the event triggered the investigation. Early 2005, two girls at Royal Palm Beach High School got into a fight during which one girl repeatedly called the other girl a prostitute or hooker. Following the fight, school administrations and parents investigated, searching one of the girls' purses and finding $300 in cash.
Nice.
The confession. The student initially claimed the money was from working at a fast food restaurant, but later revealed she had been paid for massages by a wealthy man, later identified as Jeffrey Epstein. This revelation led to a police investigation in March of 2005, when the stepmother of one of the girls reported the molestation to the Palm Beach police. Wow.
Wow, that's in 2005.
That was the first arrest.
And now listen to this. It says they identified the Royal Palm Beach High was identified as a focal point for recruitment, where, according to investigations, at least 15 students were lured into Epstein's Palm Beach home. Holy shit.
That's so crazy.
Now
That's in 2005.
Imagine if those girls didn't get in that fight. Imagine if that didn't happen.
Yeah,
It's dark.
it's dark.
Yeah, but if that guy was not into that, if he was not into high school girls,
Right.
like if
I
he
think I
was
need
just
to
into
try to
grown
buy
women
or find
who were sex
better
workers,
fucking spells.
and he ran the same operation,
this shit not working.
exactly the same way, it could probably go on to this day.
Yeah.
And if everybody kept their fucking mouth shut, and if all these guys, you know,
Oh, yeah, I mean, look at...
And in the wake of finding out that so many of his apparent allies were in cahoots with Jeffrey, there's a sense that Joe is fearing that they've only cut off the head of one snake and that there is more to come.
it's so tangled. You know, the whole thing is just, I think everybody who looks at it realizes this is a rabbit hole that just goes to the center of the earth. And there's so many people involved in that. Here's the big question that people ask. If there was a Jeffrey Epstein, and it seems like all these things he was involved in, is there a Jeffrey Epstein right now that we don't know about?
There's a million of them.
A million of them.
I mean, this is why I find this, you know, this is not the core of what I focus on, but I find it a really interesting field of study because it helps understand so many other U.S. government institutions and the relationship between government and private business. Jeffrey Epstein is part of a class of what are effectively professional fixers. And this is a kind of class of professional who sits not really within a particular government or private sector institution, but in the kind of sticky layer between them that connects them all.
Meanwhile, other guests are still venturing deeper into the rabbit hole, leaving Joe looking on in horror as he considers what he's hearing.
Luciferians cast a spell on the world. And,
for real?
Oh, absolutely. It's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming. And once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it and do a little skit like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, oh, here's a baby. I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over. And oh, the baby's going to be fine. And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it. And by laughing at it, we're complicit.
You think that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of a grand design to get us to be desensitized to the idea of demons eating babies?
Yeah, for sure.
Really?
For sure. And by the way, nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's happening.
But that has to take, there has to be a person or some group of people.
Yeah, about 8,500 people.
And after being duped in the way he was, it's hard to judge him for being very skeptical of everything around. Particularly when people like Kash Patel came onto his platform and had lied to his face.
We're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that shit back out there. It's not happening, because then he wins. Not doing it.
To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name. And you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there.
Now, he seems to be trying to reclaim the roots of the podcast where he'd welcomed any idea, rather than just feeding into the existing political pipeline.
And this is the thing about conspiracy theories. They've done a really good job of making it seem like you're a fool if you believe in conspiracy theories. And they did a really good job of that during the Kennedy assassination. That's when the term conspiracy theorist really became popular.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a thing that people talked about all the time before the Kennedy assassination. And then after that became this term that they would use for kooks.
Yeah,
You're a
label.
Conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Like they use that for me all the time.
I was about to say.
Yeah, all the time.
Are you like the king of
I am a conspiracy theorist, yes.
And perhaps maybe the days of people like Elon Musk being given a platform to spew their rhetoric to an increasingly skeptical Joe could be winding down.
Mamdani is a charismatic swindler. You gotta hand it to him. Like he can light up a stage, but he has just been a swindler his entire life.
What else has he done that makes him a swindler?
Well, I guess if you say if you say to any audience whatever that audience wants to hear, instead of having a consistent message, I would say that is a swindly thing to do.
That's common. That's like you, bro.
And yeah. Yeah. But he is charismatic.
However, there is still a long road back for him when it comes to gaining the respect of the wider audience again. Because while most of his ardent fans will ride with him no matter what, and he's still exceedingly wealthy, Joe is clearly at a low ebb on a personal front, where he's questioning his own worldview and his ability to discern who's genuine and who has ulterior motives. No matter what you've got in your bank account, that's a really tough spot to be in. When two rappers collide, the stakes can get high in a hurry.
Oh, I'm feeling good. You know I'm a lead. He brought his big brother with him, and his big brother ain't no competition for me.
Whether it's a matter of bruised egos, major financial consequences, or, in some cases, violence, the height of a feud between rappers and their crews can do long-lasting damage to lives and careers. But sometimes what comes after the beef is just as hard to witness, especially when the time comes for one of them to finally realize that they were on the wrong side of the exchange. Some show signs of denial.
You know why people so mad? Cause they thought it was over for me. They counted me out. Yo, you ratted, it's over for you. Y'all could never cooperate with the government and come back. Y'all could never do that. I'm a living legend at the age of 24 years old.
Bitterness or jealousy.
Y'all thought y'all could knock the boy off for real?
Some rappers even become so consumed by the loss to the point where it's all they can think of. It's your boy Luesta, and these are rappers who couldn't take the L. And when discussing this phenomenon, there's nowhere better to start than with the poster boy for this experience. To be able to take multiple L's and not accept any of them requires zero self-awareness and a lot, and I mean a lot, of stubbornness. This is something which a rapper who goes by the name of Benzino has in no short supply of, leading to him getting their career ended twice, 20 years apart, by the same rival, all because they couldn't accept that they were wrong in the first place. Once upon a time, Benzino wasn't the laughingstock that he's viewed as today. Instead, he was a promising MC from New Jersey who even had a marginal hit with Rock the Party back in 2002. But where things started to go wrong was when the man made it his entire life mission to take down Eminem, and instead managed to turn himself into the internet's favorite punchline. Back in the day, the Source magazine was one of the most influential media outlets in hip-hop. Courtesy of a lengthy spell as the biggest magazine dedicated to the culture, it became so prominent that getting a famed 5 mics rating on your album could make someone's career. Likewise, getting roasted by the publication couldn't really set you back. And lucky for Benzino, the connections he made through rap helped land a major gig, which was co-owning one of the most powerful magazine outlets in hip-hop, alongside his partner Dave Mays. His role? Well, it was shaping the content inside the magazine, but most importantly, he had a hand in deciding the album ratings that the Source handed out. But rather than being objective about these projects, it didn't take long before he started abusing that power. He gave his own albums glowing reviews, and flooded the magazine with promotions for his music, even giving himself the prestigious front cover without actually earning it. This is something that readers noticed instantly and caused the magazine to begin to lose that hard-fought credibility. With hindsight, fans even believed that he brought the publication to its knees. He ruined the Source. It became all promos promoting his weak-ass group. And that's not even the worst of it. Around this time, Eminem was essentially becoming the commercial king of hip-hop, being labeled the best rapper alive by some, and obtaining millions upon millions of dollars. Whether due to envy or other prejudices, Benzino wasn't happy with this. Therefore, he used his newfound power to display that. In a section of the Source magazine, Zeno blasted Slim Shady, declaring, "Certain media outlets look at him as the savior of hip-hop and the #1 in the genre, and do not recognize the guys out here that created it. Eminem is just a hood ornament for the machine. You think I could grab my crotch and put my ass in people's faces the way that he does? No way. But as long as the color of his skin and his eyes fit what America wants, it's alright." Benzino pretty much had a huge problem with Eminem and the way that he was being promoted to the masses, feeling as if the only reason M was popular and being celebrated so much was because he was white.
Hip-hop at that point, the powers that be are looking at it like, okay, well, it's a black audience, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's a smaller audience, because not everybody was listening to hip-hop. There's still a big black part that we want with hip-hop. Right. But they're looking at like, yo, all these white kids, and they outnumber us. Like 3-4 to 1, like, you know what I'm saying? There's 200 million, 36 million black people, 200 million white people, so automatically they're thinking numbers. We gotta get to these white people, that the ones who don't with this. Hip-hop was introduced through Eminem to white people, and I had a problem with that. Right.
Just like Zeno seemingly wanted, he had officially gotten Eminem's attention, and it was no surprise that M wasn't happy with him, or the new direction of the Source under his leadership.
As Angie, but we all know what's going on at the Source. Ray Benzino has Dave Mays shook, and you can't play two sides of the fence. You can't be a rapper. You can't be a rapper and own a magazine, own half of a magazine, because then what happens is you call rappers that you like, you call them and you want them to make a guest appearance on your album, and if they don't want to do it because you suck, then he's going to take you out that magazine. So you can't play both sides of the fence like that. You just can't do it.
M felt like Benzino was using the magazine to unfairly critique and suppress other artists that didn't want to do music with him. Meanwhile, Zeno felt like black people in hip-hop had to work way harder to get to the level M was reaching, and that this this must be addressed. He then went as far as releasing a diss track focused on Shady entitled Pull Your Skirt Up, where he says, "The 2003 Vanilla Ice, how you playing it? If you ask me, you ain't really nice, you overrated," along with a few other slightly scathing lines. To be honest, these were extremely weak bars to go at someone like Eminem with, because the ones that came back at him hurt 10 times worse. Soon, M responded by releasing 2 diss track lines going at Benzino in The Sauce and Nail in the Coffin. Almost instantly, these tracks solidified what everyone already suspected, which was that Benzino had no business tangling with Eminem.
The streets hustling, you sit behind a fucking desk,
fucking good song.
Butt kissing and begging motherfuckers for guest appearances, and you can't even get the clearances, cause real lyricists don't even respect you and take you serious. It's not that we don't like you, we hate you, period.
Eminem wasted no time talking straight to Benzino's soul on those tracks. And since Benzino couldn't accept his L, and deep down knew he couldn't out-rap Eminem, he did the only thing he could, which was turn the Source magazine into his personal weapon of use. Benzino fired back by giving Eminem's album The Eminem Show, which was already being hailed as a classic by some, just 4 out of 5 mics. In essence, he let his ego completely tank the magazine's credibility, something which has remained in tatters to this day. But this wasn't all that Zeno did. At this point, he was so obsessed that he actually had another trick up his sleeve. Hell-bent on bringing his enemy down, he went deep into the archives and found one of Eminem's darkest secrets. An old tape from the 1990s where Shady was caught making racially insensitive comments in a track entitled Foolish Pride.
Anyways, I was in Puerto Rico and I got the call from Dave. He was in the office saying that it was 3 white kids that came up there with the tapes. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, it was the Eminem's, like, they call it the racist rap hour tapes.
Benzino thought he had found his own nail in the coffin at this point. So he had the Source dedicate an entire press conference to unveil these newly unearthed tapes.
She turned out to be a fucking whack girl, because black girls ain't funny. All they want is your goddamn money.
And so many times I might get thrown, and here's a place where I like to roam. And all the girls that I like to bone have the big butts. No, they don't, cause I don't like that nigga shit. I just here to make a bigger hit.
Before, the magazine later came out with a picture of Benzino holding Eminem's severed head on it. Clearly, he thought this was his big moment. The incident where everyone would realize that he was right and turn on Eminem over his ill-conceived actions back in the day. And to his credit, this spawned so much speculation and controversy that Slim Shady was forced to issue his own statement to the public. The tape of me rapping 15 years ago as a teenager that was recently put out by The Source in no way represents who I was then or who I am today. Dave Mays and Benzino's attempts to use this old foolish recording to damage me, and in turn, the positivity that hip-hop promotes, is really nothing more than blatant self-promotion for a failing magazine and one man's lifeless music career. However, Benzino and The Source were in for a rude awakening when the public still took Eminem's side in the beef, resulting in not just the decline of The Source magazine as a whole, but an irreversible blow to Zeno's reputation. Because at this point, he looked like a bitter and jealous rapper who was just mad Eminem was getting the shine he felt like he rightly deserved. Zeno's stubbornness, impulsive nature, and bias were bad for business all around. And by 2005, he was fired from The Source. Just like that, he lost a rap beef, his job, and rap career, leaving Benzino a little more than just a walking L. So at this point, you would think that he maybe would finally chalk up his loss and move on. I mean, that's what any reasonable person would do, right? Well, if you thought that, then I'm afraid you're wrong. Because rather than processing these public blemishes in a healthy way, he's been letting those L's he took from M fester in his mind for 20 years.
Let's talk about Eminem, yo. That's why we here tonight. Fuck Eminem. And fuck everybody down with Eminem. My thing is this.
We don't even need quick times.
That nigga won't face me.
Right.
When we was in Puerto Rico, I was with my man Wes. We popping the motherfucking dashboard with the guns in the dashboard like we caught. Who was this DJ FM? Who was Eminem's DJ at the time?
Green Lantern?
Green Lantern caught him.
Or Alchemist?
The thing on, like, yeah, outside the DJ convention. Yeah, don't fuck around with me, man.
Every interview he does now has to rehash the situation over and over again. So much so to the point where on Doomsday Part 2, Eminem had to come back and kill him one last time with a quip about how he lacked not only musically, but physically. What's the opposite of Benzino? A giraffe. Go at his neck. How the fuck is that? How can I go at something he doesn't have? arms so short he can't even touch his hands. Sorry, I don't mean to upset you, Ben. When I talk about all the debt you in, I hear that you've been creeping on the low. In them cheap hotels that they catch you in. Jesus Christ, dog. On this song, Eminem took a couple shots at Zeno's daughter Coi Leray, who has constantly had a hard time growing her own music career. I mean, it was so bad that when Coi Leray first started making music, she couldn't even tell people that Benzino was her dad, out of fear of being caught in the crossfire of his dubious reputation.
I know that anything that has to do with Eminem, I don't have nothing to do with those times, so don't involve me in them. I'm my own person, you feel me? Don't do that.
It's kind of sad. You can tell that she tried her hardest to distance herself as far as she could from her own dad. Benzino's failure to accept that beefing with Eminem wasn't the fight he wanted has left his identity forever linked to the person he hates the most.
Like hip-hop is who we are. He can't come in and invade hip-hop in Rosenberg and make trillions of dollars. This nigga didn't even go to Nipsey's funeral, bro. If he's so fucking hip-hop, how come he ain't blocked 10 blocks in motherfucking Detroit and give it to the homeless black people? Man, fuck Eminem, bro.
I don't got nothing against Eminem. I got nothing against Eminem. Eminem can rap. But I care about us more. I don't want to go through, I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't want, for 22 years, every time I do an interview, they ask me about Eminem. The fuck you want me to do? Come on, man.
But the thing is, Benzino isn't done. He wasn't the only one getting absolutely obliterated around the time his beef with Eminem started. 50 Cent was also putting the belt to Ja Rule's ass as well. Because in the early 2000s, 50 Cent was known to beef with just about anybody. Besides his long-standing nemesis, 50 has beefed with Nas, The Game, Fat Joe, and Jay-Z. And through all of these beefs, he quickly became known as the pettiest rapper alive. But what happens when someone this vengeful finally takes an L that they couldn't accept? From around 2002 to 2005, 50 Cent was literally unstoppable. Following a rocky start in the music industry that saw him lose his first deal after the infamous shooting that almost claimed his life, 50's signing to Shady and Aftermath changed everything. Before it later went diamond, his landmark debut album Get Rich or Die Trying shifted 872,000 copies in its first week before its follow-up The Massacre sold 1.14 million copies in the same time frame, all while building his gangsta rap empire with G-Unit before investing in Vitamin Water, which later earned him upwards of $100 million. But the problem was that 50 still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to conquer the entire rap game to the point that no other superstars could coexist with him or dare to challenge him when it came to sales. In an attempt to get the industry to bend the knee, he called out artists like Kanye for being safe, essentially saying that's why they get the trophies/industry support that he doesn't.
The people who give out trophies pick him because he's safe. I'd sell 1.1 million records in 4 days, I didn't get one trophy for The Massacre.
50 felt that the people loved him more, but the industry loved Kanye more because he wasn't a gangster rapper. At the time, he was seen as a backpack rapper, sporting pink Ralph polos and billing himself as the Louis Vuitton Don. Basically, he catered to a whole other sound than the rugged rhymes that 50 and G-Unit had helped to make.
I'm not gonna lie, back in the day, I heard a lot more people playing Kanye than 50. Not gonna lie. But I fuck with 50 a million times more than Kanye.
Profitable once more. With that, 50 decided to make an example out of Kanye by betting his entire career that he would outsell Kanye's next album if they dropped on the same day.
You know, so I don't get trophies, I get checks. He gets the trophy. But it's gonna be difficult. How do you give him a trophy now when he comes out at the same time I come out? It's gonna be you're gonna clearly see the favoritism. He's gonna still get the trophies. And I'll be sitting there like, it's cool, because I get the check.
You compare both track records, you obviously outsold him in the past. But for some reason, a lot of people are saying, I think he has a shot. They're not saying that he's going to outsell.
Now, they would like to see, let me tell you something, listen. They'd like to see Kanye West give me a problem because I've worked myself into a space where I've become the favorite. Everybody roots for the underdog when he goes against the favorite, but put it like this, let's raise the stakes. If Kanye West sells more records than 50 Cent on September 11th, I'll no longer write music.
Looking back, it's strange that fans saw 50 as the cocky one and Kanye as the humble creative. So naturally, 50 became the guy everyone wanted to see lose. To them, it seemed like 50 cared more about the numbers and the riches that came with it, while Kanye cared more about the actual music. Yet in reality, Kanye realized that this head-to-head was beneficial for them both. And so they appeared together on 106 & Park to officially promote the competition.
This is definitely a big day in hip hop
It's a monumental day in hip hop. We gotta know, how are both of y'all feeling right now? It's 11th of September. How are both of y'all feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. You know I'm a lead. Of course I'm feeling good. He brought his big brother with him. And his big brother ain't no competition for me.
Two totally different styles in hip hop. Do you guys feel that all these different styles can coexist with each other?
He was saying, do you feel like all the styles can coexist? Of course. You know what I mean? Everybody's got a different preference. I feel like I'm at a point in my career that I'm Muhammad Ali right now. And what I mean is a lot of people watch, but they don't necessarily want to see me win because I won so big in front of them in a short period of time.
Although it seemed pretty lighthearted, these two big egos had a lot to lose. Whoever won the first week sales would be sending hip-hop into a new direction for years to come. So on September 18th, a week after they both put out their albums, the first week sales were announced. Although people didn't realize it at the time, this moment right here would change hip-hop drastically. 50 Cent with Curtis ended up selling 691,000 units, but Kanye's Graduation won the sales by 200K, selling 957,000 copies in its first week. At this very moment, Kanye represented a shift in hip-hop directly away from 50 and gangster rap. Finally, the weirdos had won. But instead of taking the loss gracefully, especially for a challenge he started, 50 brushed it off, claiming it was all good marketing and nothing he ever took seriously. He then went on to make more excuses about losing, like the fact that his album got leaked a few weeks before, his label mishandling it, and a whole lot more. Whatever's the case, it was clear that he wasn't going to be retiring. But in later interviews, when 50 was asked about Kanye, you can clearly tell that it bothered him.
Do you not like Kanye, 50?
I don't have a problem with him.
He seems to be somewhat of a punching bag.
No, he's
to
necessary.
You.
He's necessary. You need Kanye West and you need 50 Cent. It's the contrast between the yin and the yang.
Yeah, it's true.
But you look at him as your yang.
Huh?
Do you look at 50 as your the yang to your yin?
That's a good way. I like to think I'm special. For instance, I've been nominated for 13 Grammys and I have no trophy. Should have addressed the guy who made him feel like a punk. Well, he had to make it clear that no one's scared of 50 Cent because that person was obviously making him feel like maybe he's afraid or Kanye West is afraid of 50 Cent. It wasn't 50 Cent. When he has to say no one's afraid of 50 Cent, it's because the public is responding to his punk presentation. It's not 50 Cent. I don't have a problem with him.
I think he was responding to you saying that Kanye would be scared if you were on stage.
Kanye would not take a trophy from me. Neither Jay-Z.
Right.
Neither one of them.
What would you have?
No, we'd have had an altercation right there.
What would you have done if Lil Mama jumped on the stage while you was
Lil
performing?
Mama would not jump on the 50 Cent stage.
50 views him and Kanye as polar opposites. To him, a quote-unquote punk like Kanye was only winning because the industry was afraid of 50 Cent's aggressiveness. He absolutely refused to accept his L and acknowledged that music evolution, production, and cultural relevance were shifting away from his hardcore street rap to Kanye's more polished experimental sound. But what he didn't know was that this loss would actually affect him more than ever. After taking that unexpected L
I wonder
to
if it's
Kanye,
because
50
Kanye
struggled to ever really
stopped
gain
doing
back his
gangster
momentum.
rap.
After dropping Curtis in 2007, 50 waited 2 years like he normally does and emerged with Before I Self-Destruct, an album that received little love from fans, selling only 160K first week. This was a huge drop-off compared to his past albums and was a direct sign that fans were officially moving on. 50 Cent was the king of beefs and bravado. But his loss to Kanye on September 11, 2007 was the moment the culture pivoted away from him. He didn't lose just an album battle. He lost the image of being unstoppable. And just like Ja Rule before him, his refusal to acknowledge that shift made his decline even steeper. I mean, even to this day, 50 still takes jabs at Kanye whenever he can. For instance, when Kanye released a song confessing that he had a sexual encounter with his own cousin when he was 14, this was 50's reaction. Fuck today, man. The Knicks lost, the Pope died, and Kanye told us he sucked his cousin's dick for 8 years. I'm going to bed early tomorrow. Gotta be a better day. As 50's situation made all too clear, it's hard to accept an L when you're at the top of the world. And this is exactly what Drake is going through right now. Within the last year, the world saw Drake get torn limb for limb by Kendrick Lamar during their beef, which resulted in Drake's most decisive loss of his career. He not only got out-rapped by
so
Kendrick,
much better.
but
Holy
was
shit.
strategically outplayed, and most importantly, let Kendrick outdo him in what he does best, making a hit song. The beef was really bad for Drake. It got so bad that his final track was basically just him tapping out of the beef. And ever since, Drake hasn't been able to fully accept the L. Rather than continue the fight, he continued to do what Drake does best, subliminal disses. In a song after the beef called No Face, Drake raps, "How you get lit off the guy you hating on? Numbers untouchable.
Oh,
they
wait.
got the data wrong."
I know what I
Pretty
wanna
much
do.
saying that the numbers on Kendrick's hit song in the beef,
back.
Not Like Us,
Oh,
was
but then I gotta
unfairly
go through
inflated,
all
and that
those
Kendrick is
dogs
getting
and the
recognition
fucking
mostly because
assassin
he's
fucks.
hating on Drizzy. Then later
wanna
in
kill
another
the,
post-beef song called Gimme a Hug, Drake throws
the whatever fucking dragon that's like in the basement or whatever the fuck, with where all the rats and the frogs and shit be.
more subtle jabs when he says, "Funny how it's only bitch dudes that are waiting on the boy's obituary. Cause if I die, it's these guys that become the sole beneficiary. And what the fuck are they gonna do with it? Have the girls up at 29 on stage twerking with a dictionary?" Once again, he was basically saying that everyone was waiting for him to fall so they could take his spot and keep all the benefits to themselves. But that Kendrick's more thoughtful style wasn't built to replace him. While that line was funny and kind of resonated with some fans, all this sneak dissing ultimately did was make the L even louder. Drake is clearly hurt. During the beef, he felt like everyone turned against him, with him even calling it a 20v1, because Rick Ross, Kanye, The Weeknd, and A$AP Rocky all dissed him all at the same time. Even his own record label promoted the diss song from Kendrick, calling Drake a PDF file. Ultimately, that last one seemed to hurt him the most, because besides sneak disses, Drake's second biggest sore loser moment after the beef was him suing his own record label, Universal Music Group. The lawsuit alleged that they defamed him by releasing, promoting, and profiting from Kendrick Lamar's diss track Not Like Us, which Drake says falsely accuses him of pedophilia and cited real-world threats, including a shooting at his Toronto home and harassment towards him and his family. This was simply a horrible look culturally, because to most people, it looked like as if he lost to Kendrick in a beef and then sued him, once again making the L even more prominent. However, it wasn't just Drake that couldn't accept what Kendrick did to him. OVOD writers like Academics and Maul were just as delusional.
For you Kendrick Lamar fans and even Kendrick Lamar himself, congratulations on what y'all think y'all did during this battle.
The copium is real.
Make music that don't got to do with nothing with Drake, okay? Listen, I know the strategy all too well. Go look at the 48 Laws of Power. Go look at the 33 Strategies of War. You could go read any type of historical book. The best way to sometime unite the people is unite them against a common enemy. And the common enemy has been for Kendrick, the colonizer, the white guy who's stealing culture. Let's unite the gangs. Let's unite this. Perfect, cool. It worked. Y'all got it. Now it's over. You stop talking about what Drake is gonna do. Drake ain't going nowhere. He's already still the biggest rapper in the world. Let's now see Kendrick do what he should be doing outside of a battle, which is make entertaining music that captivates people without trying to unite everybody against a common enemy.
The OVO Avengers pretty much claimed that Kendrick only beefed with Drake in the first place to gain clout, and that Drake could never really lose the beef because he was gonna be the most streamed artist no matter what and have the best numbers regardless. But what they really proved was that Drake and everyone around him were the biggest sore losers, because it only gets worse. And the lead up to his first solo album after the beef, Drake is still rapping about the same old thing. People he used to be cool with crossed him. He'll never forgive any of the people who betrayed him. Rappers who used to like him supported Kendrick in the beef over him. Yada, yada, yada. At this stage, Drake seems tone deaf. I mean, he might have a point with some of these lines, but the thing is, people are so damn tired of hearing about it, particularly due to the perception that he played victim after actively asking K-Dot to drop. Yes, rappers like Rick Ross were quietly hiding animosity against you and dissed you from out of nowhere, but most people and even his own fans just want him to accept the L like he did with Pusha and move on from it. The entire concept of the song is, everyone hates me, I gave them everything, so why do they hate me? Which is so overplayed, knowing how many times he did this trope already. Due to his inability to move on, Drake losing as bad as he did to Kendrick left a permanent stain on his career, which no amount of subliminal captions or lines in a song can change. The only thing he can do is stop lying to himself, stop lying to the world, accept his L, and start fresh. But funnily enough, one of the main people who helped take down Drake has actually felt the exact same way before. Drake and Rick Ross have a lot more in common than they would like to admit. They both know exactly how it feels to have a huge stain on their career that they can never ever wipe away. And just like Aubrey, Rick Ross's blotch is one he's never been able to accept either. You see, back in 2008, Rick Ross was exposed for doing something in his life prior to being a rapper that would almost be career ending for him. During a lengthy feud with 50 Cent, Rose was exposed for being a correctional officer in 1995. And lucky for him, this didn't happen through a rap beef. It happened through a leaked photo surfacing online of Rick Ross in a prison guard outfit shaking a lady's hand. And at the time when this photo came out, all hell broke loose. So Rick Ross had to act quick. He had to be real smart with his response to this career-ending threat. Therefore, he insisted the prison guard story was a Photoshop job, a fabrication, saying, "My life is 100% real. These online hackers are putting a picture of my face when I was a teenager in high school on other people's bodies. If this shit was real, don't you think they would have been more specific, like with dates and everything?" Meanwhile, apparently some people were tired of hearing Rick Ross's lies, because shortly after that, an article was dropped on him by the Smoking Gun titled "Screw Rick Ross." This article showed real documents and proof that Rick Ross was a CO, eventually forcing him to stop lying about never being one.
The boss. Alrighty now, Rick.
Yeah.
We seen pictures. There's pictures of a graduation ceremony. The pictures
I'm just looking for
appear
goodies.
to be Rick Ross. Now, I'm reading in Double XL where, and I haven't got a chance to get to Double XL, but they said, okay, Rick Ross finally confesses or owns up to being addresses being a correctional officer. So our first chance to talk about this.
Right.
Rick Ross, where did the picture come from? Is that Rick Ross? Was Rick Ross a CO? Was that created or is that a real picture?
See, this is what we did, right? I got with BET and we doing a whole special on my life. We chronicling my life for a lot of people that just really want to know what the situation is. The boss done did it all to get money.
You know, me being a CO, you know, that being a job and, you know, just understanding the grind and the hustle and anything else I may have done. It's just a job. It's a hustle, baby.
However, each time he was asked about being a CO, he tried to spin it in a way by saying he was just trying to do his job to feed his family any way he could. But this only left fans saying that if that's the truth, then why did you lie about it from the beginning? They weren't buying any of it. Everyone picked Rick Ross apart, lie by lie. Ross still lies about the specifics of his job at the prison to this day, saying that he only worked for 4 months and didn't finish training because he was tardy.
You were a correctional officer at one point?
I was, yeah.
So going all the way back, when was that? How long ago?
Maybe when I was 20.
20 years old?
Yeah.
What kind of people were in there?
You know, I didn't get to make it to the prison because you got to go through training and all that, and I didn't last long.
Right.
I may have lasted 4 months.
Right.
Before they said, you know, I was a little tardy.
However, as more and more articles kept coming out, like the Smoking Gun one, people found out that Rick Ross was not just a prison guard, but a prison guard with a perfect attendance, completely disproving his claims of not really engaging with the program and making him take yet another L for not being able to accept his first one. So after the truth came out, Ross's street credibility was definitely diminished. People like 50 Cent mocked him relentlessly, calling him Officer Ricky and turning it into a meme.
Officer Ricky? Damn, Rick. Oh shit, Ricky's friends outside. You hit him? There they go. Oh man. Ricky's crew. He said he got a $2 million crew in New York City. He was talking about the NYPD.
I got a $2 million team of niggas in New York.
That's who you was talking about?
Damn
it. $2 million crew in New York City?
Wait, what?
The scandal created a cultural stain that Ross could never shake off.
Well,
But luckily for Officer Ricky, he's a great rapper, which means that he ended up being able to hide this stain behind amazing projects that he would drop later down the line, even if his animosity for 50 Cent is still apparent to this very day.
Charlemagne referred to 50 Cent as a diabolical genius. And me, you know, thinking the way I think of Charlemagne, he would know better than that. A diabolical genius doesn't file foreclosure, doesn't file bankruptcy, It's not a diabolical genius. A diabolical genius for my next generation of young bosses. They buying Delta. They buying the Miami Heat. They making big boy moves. Cracking jokes on somebody don't make you diabolical.
Since we didn't get to see it play out with Ricky, it makes you wonder, What happens to the other ones who aren't as lucky? What happens when that one stain on their reputation ends up being the only thing that they're known for?
You're mixed, right? Which parent is what?
My father's black, yeah.
And your mom is white?
Yep.
Okay. Now, from first impression though, you look white.
Of course.
You dealt with this your whole life. So, do most white people think you're white? And do black people think you're black, or is it kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, I think,
you see what I'm saying?
This is Logic, a rapper who let his whole existence turn into a meme simply because he wasn't comfortable in his own skin. While his first album, Under Pressure, made him a new star for Def Jam, Logic struggled to accept how he was viewed by the public. Ultimately, his issue was that when most people look at him, they see a white man. He's even been falsely labeled as a white rapper multiple times. But that's not how Logic sees himself at all, which is why he wanted to let the whole world know that he's actually biracial. Honestly, this is a very commendable and understandable thing for him to do. Until you realize that for some people, no amount of convincing, like even seeing his black dad, was gonna make them see Logic as a black man. So at that point, any regular person would just take the L and not try to prove themselves to random people over and over again. But the thing is, Logic is no regular person. He is one hard-headed man, so he tried to convince them any way he could. Over the course of his career, and particularly during the rollout of his Everybody project, Bobby tried to tell us that he was black in a multitude of different songs, with lines like, "I'm just as white as that Mona Lisa, I'm just as black as my cousin Keisha," from Black Spider-Man.
Fuck everybody hating on me right now. I'm black and proud. I'm black and proud. I'm just as white as that Mona Lisa. I'm just as black as my cousin Keisha. I'm biracial, so bye, Felicia.
And Papa was a black man. Mama was a racist. Growing up, she called me the N-word. Kids called me a cracker, from Mixed Feelings. Then on Afric Aryan, he raps,
"Tell white people I'm black, feel the need to retreat like I should be ashamed of my granddaddy Malik. But my beautiful black brothers and sisters wanna act like I'm adopted. Go back in time to when my nigga daddy impregnated my cracker mama and stopped it,
For some reason, everywhere he goes, they have to talk about his race, like he's the first biracial person on the planet.
You're half black, right?
Yeah.
Because I know there's been like a lot of like that statistic, that
fucking
fact has been a big part of that criticism of your career.
Yeah, like 7 years ago.
How do you feel about your own use of the N-word, and like, is that something that you use like at all? Like,
And
what,
is there
like
an extent? Are you allowed to give it out? Are you not allowed to give it out?
like a pass?
So there. I can't sit here and say what's right and not. I don't know. Like, I don't give a fuck. I grew up and yeah, of course I use the word. Are you joking? What are you talking about? I'm fucking black. Yes.
I mean, even when he's interviewing someone else, it comes up.
People have given me shit for saying nigga.
Whoa.
I know.
But you're half black.
Exactly.
You can
and
say
it's,
it.
I know, but it's like, respectfully.
Is it
like,
because you don't look it?
Of course.
Logic went through major lengths to try and prove to everyone that he was black over and over and over again, to no avail. And the more he pushed, the more the biracial part of his identity became a meme. Obviously, him trying to express to the world that he's a proud black man isn't a bad thing at all, but the way he went about doing it just felt cringe and forced.
If it was 1717, black daddy, white mama wouldn't change a thing. Light-skinned motherfucker certified as a house nigga. Well, I'll be goddamn, go figure. People either treat me like I'm some racist Aryan motherfucker, or racist-ass white people treat me like, you know, send your ass back to Africa. Like, these are things that people have said to me.
Logic's inability to accept that people would forever see him as a white man completely undermined his talent. He became known to casuals as the biracial guy instead of the dope rapper that he is. He never completely failed commercially since he sold millions and held a loyal fan base. But from a cultural standpoint, his identity became a distraction, a repetitive tagline that people turned into a meme. He's obviously talented, but to people that didn't know him fully, his name instantly made them think corny,
done with this
lame,
area.
and unconfident.
I'm over it.
Eventually leading him to
Thought it
temporarily
was gonna be fairly
retire
easy,
from hip-hop
but
when
I
the
suck.
hate got too much, along with a long list of other cringe things he says and does. Yet he actually seems pretty content with where he's at today, residing below the mainstream perch where he was at and doing his own thing on a lower level. However, while Logic found happiness where he's at now, it's always satisfying to watch the worst people in hip-hop try to reclaim what they never deserved in the first place.
You know why people so mad? Cause they thought it was over for me. They counted me out. Yo, you ratted, it's over for you. Y'all could never cooperate with the government and come back. Y'all could never do that. I'm a living legend at the age of 24 years old.
Ever since 2021, 6ix9ine refuses to accept that he fell off. And year after year, he continues taking L after L. But ultimately, most people feel he deserves every bit of the struggle that he's going through. At the end of 2020, after snitching and getting released from prison with millions of eyes on him, 6ix9ine released his highly anticipated Tattletales album, which ended up being his first major L. Tattletales sold only 53,000 units in his first week and debuted at number 4 on the Billboard 200 after then quickly falling off. With high-profile singles like Gooba and Trolls featuring Nicki Minaj and All Those Eyes on Him, this was far below expectation. Before this, the prison comeback definitely made some noise on social media, but when it came to the music, it didn't do much. From that point on, his ability to drop hits like he used to at his peak of his career just kept falling off. In 2022, 6ix9ine tried to cling onto what was left of his tough guy image by posting himself arguing with Meek Mill with security all around them. In an attempt to use this moment to get people to care about his music again, 6ix9ine dropped Zaza, another song where he's yelling at the top of his lungs, but the difference is that in this one, he mocked King Von's death and more relevantly included the video which we just saw of him in Meek Mill. He put this in thinking that it made him look gangsta for pressing Meek with all their security around, but it actually backfired on him. No one cared. And those who did could see right through this stunt. Since everyone didn't take the Meek Mill situation seriously, 6ix9ine decided to try and prove that even after snitching, he didn't need to have 24/7 security anymore. Therefore, in March of 2023, while at a random gym in Miami with no security, he wound up getting assaulted in an LA Fitness locker room.
3 people are arrested and booked after allegedly beating rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine at a Florida gym last week.
Jump 6ix9ine, bro. Yo, homie, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm a fan, bro. Yo, I'm a fan. I'm just saying, bro. I'm a fan, bro. I know, but y'all niggas chummy, nigga. I ain't That's crazy.
And instead of sympathy, the internet did exactly what he would do. They mocked him and turned him into an ever bigger joke.
And we're seeing this video that so many people were really struck by. These guys, 3 men who've now been arrested, father, son included. When you're looking at the video, is it tough to watch?
Definitely. For me, it was tough to watch because it was so unexpected. And how I say, it's cowardly. Like, when I look at it, I just see hate.
This moment obviously humbled 6ix9ine. But you can tell from what he said that he's not accepting this L. Even after getting his tough guy persona ripped from him, 6ix9ine still thinks that he could revive his career. But this time, he left the United States to try and do it all over again. Even though his streaming numbers are low, he's absent from any major festivals. And his name rarely trends outside of drama blogs, appearances with other famous streamers, and or going to jail once again. Overall, it's clear that Tekashi will never accept the defeat. Unfortunately, Lil Wayne has gone through a similar situation, though for the complete opposite reason. Instead of trying to make a loud comeback, his refusal to pivot or bow out gracefully has left him in the same spot 6ix9ine found himself in, stuck in a streak of L's. But the difference is 6ix9ine can never get his career back, while Lil Wayne is too attached to let his go. See, a lot of legends in the music game talk about how important it is to know when it's your time to retire before you mess up the legacy you spent years building. However, clearly no one has ever told Lil Wayne that before, because we've been watching him slowly decline year after year until the point where he is now. And it's starting to really affect his legacy. Following the announcement that the 2025 Super Bowl was going to be taking place in his hometown of New Orleans, Lil Wayne was campaigning for the halftime show slot. The problem was that his on-stage performances were not exactly accomplished at this stage of his career. Yeah, they were bad. So bad that even his own fans were saying things like, yeah, Wayne's the GOAT, but this is atrocious. So when it came out that the NFL were going to choose Kendrick Lamar as the performer instead, the fans understood why. Unfortunately, Lil Wayne did not whatsoever, portraying this incident as though something was stolen from him that was never his to begin with.
That moment,
can we even backstab these dudes? Like,
I want to be on stage for the Super Bowl one day in front of my mom. And I worked my ass off to get that fucking position, and it was ripped away from me.
But this motherfucking moment right here, they can't take that, man. They can't take that from me.
And after this initial incident where he voiced his disapproval, Wayne just kept digging the hole deeper every time he spoke.
First of all, I want to say forgive me. Forgive me for the delay. First of all, I had to get strength. I had to get strength enough to do this without breaking. I must say thank you to every voice, every opinion, all the care, all the love, and the support out there. Your words turned into arms, and it held me up when I try to fall back. That hurt a lot. You know what I'm talking about? It hurt a whole lot. I blame myself for not being mentally prepared for a letdown, for just automatically mentally putting myself in that position like somebody told me that was my position. So I blame myself for that. But I thought that was nothing, I thought that was nothing better
I'm doing so fucking bad.
That spot, and that stage, and that platform in my city. So it hurt. It hurt a whole lot.
Rather than take his side, most fans saw this as him simply being a sore loser. Kendrick Lamar is going to be the first rapper to headline the Super Bowl solo, and is a gigantic fan of Lil Wayne, who's done nothing but act like an entitled brat instead of congratulating Kendrick, who rightfully deserves it. In the wake of the situation, Weezy found himself on the wrong side of the culture for a change. But as long as he came correct on the Carter 6, then all would have been forgiven. Let's just say that didn't happen either.
While I do appreciate Wayne really trying to sum things up on this album and make a statement here on his impact and the legacy he's leaving, I just feel like this is a painfully inconclusive closer for a record that frankly is just so deeply unsatisfying and accomplished pretty much nothing outside of just solidifying the belief of a lot of people that Wayne just does not have it anymore, that he does not have it. But yeah, I feel like that's all he's achieved and confirmed with this album.
Not only did the critics hate the Carter 6, but the fans were on the same page too. Bro got passed up for the halftime show and said, let me lock in and show everyone that they made the right decision. Lil Wayne and his team have been on a mission to ruin his legacy. They finally succeeded with the Carter 6. This is not a Carter level album, the worst Carter album. I'm so disappointed. Wayne fans let down again. The Carter 6 falling flat showed that Wayne might have lost a few steps overall. His influence is still undeniable, but he's now starting to feel more like a memory than a movement. And even his judgment has taken a small hit too. And for a rapper as great as Wayne was, and still is under the right circumstances, this has been one hard truth to accept. However, he's not exempt. Wayne's gonna have to accept this L, or just be comfortable with taking many more, even possibly affecting his overall legacy. Because as you've seen through 7 different experiences, taking an L is already hard enough, but not being able to accept it only makes the L worse. So next time you take an L, no matter how bad it is, be like Drake in 2018 versus Pusha. And remember that even if you get bodied, you will still live to see another day. My name is Luesta. I want to thank y'all for watching today's video. I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace. When two rappers collide, hip-hop is a chess game where every single...
Well guys, it looks like everyone's favorite internet parasite, Jack...
Hip-hop is a chess game where every single move you make counts. Not only that, it comes complete with a global audience who are not only watching each decision and scrutinizing it, but actively wanting you to fall. In fact, they savor it. Among all the ways that a hip-hop star in the making can fall out of favor, there's none that are quite so impossible to come back from as being labeled corny. Genuinely, there's some people who have come back from some severely dark allegations, who have found it easier to re-enter the public's good graces than someone who's just been deemed to be a lame online.
Who's the most underrated rap artist in the industry?
Me?
Every year, it feels like another prosperous star falls into this trap, struggling to ever regain the traction they had, or in some cases, even escape with anything resembling a career. It's your boy Luesta, and this is when corniness kills careers.
Oh my god.
And at the moment, no one is enduring the pain of that experience quite like one MC from the Bay. Prior to the past few months, LaRussell was best known among hip-hop circles as a guy who'd really managed to excel in the overpopulated and financially treacherous world of the independents. Throughout his road to success, LaRussell carried an inherently positive message, drawing inspiration from the party-oriented hyphy scene more than he did the Bay Area's gangster rap scene. By unveiling music at a really prolific rate, the new leader of the Bay eventually went from spitting bars at a regional level to dropping joint projects with Hit Boy and having Lil Jon basically narrate one of his latest works. Along the way, majors such as Rock Nation came knocking, but he maintained that he was too attuned to what was going down to get ensnared by this.
Rock Nation, man, they just did some funny shit. They sent me an offer, and the first one was the terms, but then it had no money attached to it. It was just a $15,000 discretionary fund. You're gonna deliver these projects under these terms, 10% 360, $15K discretionary fund, that's yours. I went to the office, they like, what you think, what you gonna do? And I'm like, bruh, where's the money? Like, where the numbers? Right? He like, what you mean? And I'm like, bro, it's only $15K. And he's like, oh, no, this ain't it. He makes a call. He's like, yo, it ain't no numbers on the offer. They sent a new offer in like 30 seconds. The new offer was much larger, but by that time I was turned off. If I would have signed this $15K, would you have told me you made a mistake and then you made a $750,000 mistake? I don't want to do business with niggas who make mistakes that big. You gonna fuck my business up, right? But I just felt like that was hella slimy, smart. And it wasn't a great representation. And that's why I was like, I gotta holla at Hov, because I got, do you know your niggas moving like this?
However, the rise hasn't been without issue in recent months. For one thing, he sparked a little controversy previously, catching a lot of flack over some comments he made about the legendary Lil Wayne's lack of lyrical depth.
I had a moment in my journey where I had grew a disdain for Wayne just because I started listening to everything. Like, I started maturing as a human, and I'm like, damn, this nigga wasn't talking about nothing for a long time. And
I think that's what his argument was.
You know, like, as someone who like grew up in these communities and grew up with homies who I seen want to be bloods because they following Wayne and want to be gangster and want to shoot all the gun bar and shit. Like, I've seen the negative that he contributed to the community. And I had to look like, man, what are the songs where he really talked about something and gave? And out of 1,000 song catalog, you know, it's minute on this end.
It's like Georgia Bush.
And that do bother me. Tie My Hands.
That's what I was gonna say. Tie My Hands is the only one I can think of.
And that's the thing. It's like, if I hug you once, but I slap the shit out you 1,000 times, you know, your affinity for me is you're probably gonna remember me for this. And a lot of people don't, you know, as I mature, a lot of my old favorite artists, I'm now like, damn.
In spite of the little backlash that he stirred up among Wayne's audience, it became clear that his music and persona was inherently bankable. This reached a point where he was selling copies of an album under a Pay What You Want project for $1,000 a piece, leading to Jay-Z eventually sweetening the deal enough to get him on board at The Rock.
$1 million question. Why did you sign with Rock Nation?
I didn't do a deal that was proposed to me. I signed the deal I proposed.
Can we talk about the deal structure?
We went into it with deliverables. Usually artists only have deliverables, but we were like, no, y'all need to meet these metrics for it to make sense.
And I can't leave you out as well, too. We got to introduce you as well. This is T right here, the manager of LaRussell. With y'all specifically, the conversation is more about the ideology of what an independent artist is.
Bro, Rock Nation doesn't do anything unless we approve it. And I'm like, it's a beautiful thing. And then some days I'm like, bro, just go. Like, yes, it's okay. But they literally don't do anything unless we give it green light.
I think independent means
I'm not leaving this box until I kill it. I don't care.
To have a sustainable business and journey. Like, if Rock Nation left tomorrow, everything would still be here and remaining intact.
Rather than having any ill will over his initial reluctance to sign, Jay lavished praise on LaRussell and basically said he was the future of the genre.
Again, I really salute you, like, cause you for us represent that next wave of people who are gonna like show people the way. And that shit.
As for why he decided to do it, LaRussell claimed that he wanted a mentor, as he had now turned his local idols into peers and even rivals.
You know, I'm officially signed to Rock Nation.
Hey, wow.
Now what changes? What does that mean? It means I now have support beyond just my homies. in somebody who truly believes in what I'm doing, who's already done what I've done to show me the path. You know, I've gotten to a point of so much success independently where I'm from that I lost my guides. You know, I surpassed a lot of people who did what I've done. So we've been doing this with no blueprint, no map, no route. Like,
I don't even know this dude. Like, bro.
Even something that we.
Can we get to someone I actually know though? Like,
uncles, they people being in
Not at all.
Nigga stupid.
Yep.
Systems of
to why his
Welcome. Nah. We not doing that, my nigga. It's saying even. It's the even. You don't know what even. Even hurts me, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
By comparison to some people, Russell has only had to deal with this for a
still talking about this one person.
Some rappers,
God damn,
dude. Literally had to.
Nah, I'm skipping this shit. Fuck off.
Well, guys, it looks like everyone's favorite internet parasite, Jacqueline Doherty, is back to officially soil what little was left of his family name.
Okay, come.
Now, I told you guys the last time that he got himself permanently banned from all PGA events after he streamed himself not only trying to sneak into the tournaments.
What's up, brother? Yo, how we getting Kyrie wristband? I think mine fell off. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're a legend.
A few moments later.
Oh, what? We didn't know there's no re-entry.
But also promising money to anyone willing to disrupt the match by yelling out Jack on their backswing.
Jack! Oh, no. You kidding me? That's $100. I got you.
Now after this, the donkey of course chooses to play the victim over and over again.
Cool, yeah, but I didn't say anything. But I didn't do anything. Dude, I didn't even say anything and I'm getting kicked out. But I didn't even say anything. I didn't even do anything and they're kicking me out.
And then of course, in typical jackass fashion, he does talk to the director of the tournament, but of course he only does so after he was able to get back behind the guard of his security.
Mr. Steve, just so you know, nobody my age gives a fuck about golf, besides me.
Now after this, both pro golfers and the general public alike were calling Jack a joke of a person, and obviously he continues to lose what little public favor that he has left at a rapid pace. And other than that, this guy has still been clip farming, and even setting up these very extreme situations on his stream on an attempt to go viral.
Yo, Jack Doherty. Dude, what? Yo, what the? Yo!
And other than shilling online gambling to a bunch of impressionable idiots, the main thing to come out about this degenerate lately was actually the body cam footage from his arrest last November.
Probably funny.
Hey, bro, we trying to fucking
Okay, come.
And what we are about to see here is exactly why I believe that one day Jack will either lose his freedom or his life, because the guy always has to take things a little bit too far, all for the sake of his content. Now thanks to this channel, Code Blue Cam, we now have the full picture of what happened that night, and how pathetic the court jester looked in the process. And this all actually started at 3 in the morning on a cold November night last year. As you may remember, Jacqueline was trying to record gambling content in the middle of the street, and when the police told him to get the hell off the road and he refused to do so, you know, trying to get that one last bet in.
Alright, after I hit this hand. Bro, you're about to go to jail. Huh?
They would obviously confront him, they would arrest him, and they would find both pre-rolled joints and an e-pill on his body.
You wanna be funny? We tell you to get on the street, go on the street. Alright, I'm getting out the street. Who do you think you are, bro? I'm getting out the street. No, you're not.
I mean, really, guys, think about the sheer mental decay required to look an armed police officer in the eye at 3 in the morning nonetheless, and tell them that they have to wait for your kick chat to finish their wager before you can comply with the law. I mean, that takes a special type of idiot.
Guys, I just got out of jail. I'm a free man, baby. Let's go.
And a continuous theme you will see throughout this video is Jack being much more interested in capturing content and protecting his shitty jewelry than complying with the police.
Can I take that off and give it to someone? Wait, no, you can't take it off like that. Yo, can I take it off for you? Can I just take it off? No.
After all, we all know the guy is addicted to flexing material possessions and internet clout, so this was really no surprise.
Fucking.
And I did love this bit with
God damn, that fucking.
Like, is this a timeout?
That attack is so stupid. I'm not in the fucking range of it. How is it getting me? What?
No, he going to jail.
As if Jack is a toddler at the daycare who just got in trouble and was being sent to the dunce's corner. You know, it really only tells me that not only Jack, but really all of these opportunists that he has around him, including the people meant to have his back the most, you know, to keep him from going to the slammer, all really do not live in reality.
No. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go need him. I'm just saying I got him. Back up. Don't worry about it.
I mean, this bodyguard is more interested in promoting online casinos himself than making sure the fool is making the right decisions to not get his ass thrown in jail.
I walked into that one.
Oh my God.
Hey, well, fuck me.
What are you doing?
Window down.
Oh my God, bro, chill.
Heads or tails?
On what?
Just heads or tails.
And even then, guys, the police still did want to use the kid gloves on Jack, but he would quickly ruin that opportunity as well.
Dude, really, bro? You guys really gotta make that, dude? Like, I mean, this is a fucking game, man. Okay. Come on.
Either way, they start driving him down to the station. He asks them how long it will be until he can get out, and this is when they make what they call a pit stop, where Jack is clearly still not taking this entire thing seriously.
Yeah, how are you guys? How are you? Pretty good, man. Alright. Are you guys' body cams going? 100%. That's tough. That's tough. Alright. See how it is.
I mean, you can almost see it as the little monkey plays the thimbles in his tiny brain, that Jack is already plotting the ways that he could turn this into a piece of content for the online casino. You know, how he can take the 1 GTA star that he's already earned and somehow turn it into 5 for the sake of online impressions.
I'm knocking out tonight. Unfortunately not, bro. Oh, you scratched my up. Nah, I'm suing. Yeah, right. What do I do with this, you know? Take everything up. You guys can be like careful with it, you know?
And I feel like till this point, the cops are actually being very nice to him. You know, they're kind of joking around, and they even let him call his friends so that he can potentially pick up Jack's jewelry.
Can I call him? I'll do anything
I'm done.
to give him this so it doesn't have to be here. Like,
I forfeit.
I'm down for that. Let him. He got his phone, right?
Yeah, it's right here.
Make a phone. Let him make a phone call.
Thank you.
And you know they can take all your jewelry.
And here they are even calling him Boss Man Jack, and trying to give him some very common sense advice that he could have avoided this entire situation by simply not being a nuisance.
Listen, boss man, Jack.
Yes, sir.
When you give him the order, dog, you gotta do that. Like, you could have avoided all of this.
I know, I wish I could have. But like right when I was getting that order, I turned around and boom, my security guard was there.
So once again, another running theme is Jack trying to straight up make excuses for his own bad behavior, just like he did with the PGA situation.
One more question. What if they're about to hit and I yell, jackass? Is that bad?
Yeah, that's bad.
Is that jail time or no?
No, but it's not good because...
Why would you ask?
The police were literally giving him special treatment, letting him put his items in individual bags at his request, making phone calls he was not entitled to, and much like how he escalated things on the golf course, also with someone who was trying to be nice with him after he fucked up, by the way, he of course takes things too far by trying to record this interaction with the police and then straight up lying about it.
Hey, no video, it's phone calls. Yourself, right, can you,
Jack, what you do to Bruce?
Here's the problem, right? We met on a section for you to make a phone call. Yes? Yes. And I told you not to record, but you are recording. I don't know. So you know what's gonna happen now? All these is going with you to the UK. We're not giving this to anybody else. I can just delete the video. No, take your shoes off. Bro, what? Like, take your shoes off. Take your shoes off. But aren't you guys recording too? Take your shoes off. And my shoes are off.
And this is essentially when they stopped playing softball with the broccoli head, as they would turn him around, do a quick search on his body, you know, a little TSA style, telling him this ain't a fucking game, and essentially they stopped treating him like the niche internet celebrity that he is.
Hey, get in there. Trying to be funny. Bro, I'm trying to be funny, dog. Okay, come.
Want to play games?
Yeah, I was trying
I was trying to help him out. He's gonna go straight over.
We actually been very nice, making an exception for him.
And I won't lie to you guys, witnessing him behind bars.
Why did they all of a sudden switch up? I missed it. Fuck off for like 5 seconds, dude. Like, whatever.
He of course takes things too far by trying to record this interaction with the police and then straight up lying about it.
Ain't no video, it's phone call.
Oh.
Yourself, right, can you, here's a problem, right? We made an exception for you to make a phone call.
Round game.
God, why is he such a fucking retard?
And I won't lie to you guys, witnessing him behind bars is a sight that I love to see. And it is so abundantly obvious that the guy just does not know when.
Alright, but what was the moment everyone was waiting for? Because didn't this happen like fucking months ago or something?
Like even when he was getting preferential treatment, he still has to be a dipshit.
Yes, you did.
Like a year or some shit ago?
He explained it multiple times, man.
I mean, the guy would literally post videos of the incident at a later time. You know, the videos from his phone while bragging about the fact that the cops did not know that he was recording. And at one point, once he realizes that he's fucked, he just straight up begs them to make it stop.
No chance, my friend. I know I fucked up, shouldn't have filmed. I get it.
It's just funny because there is such a stark contrast between how sheepish he acts here compared to the way that he was acting in his content once he got released. You know, he was out here saying, oh, I ran that jail, I was stealing everyone's milk money.
What was that like in jail? Was I running that shit or what?
Hell yeah, we was running that shit.
We was running that shit. Let's go.
Now in this version of reality, his friend would actually show up and beg the police like, oh, can I take those items? To which they would essentially tell him to fuck off.
For him to go on his phone and delete it.
No,
You can't do that.
And since this all went down, I feel like Jack has really done nothing but try and continue to milk the situation, pretending to be doing community service at his local park.
Is that Jack Doherty? Bro, are you picking up trash? What are you doing, bro?
Bro, what does it look like? I'm picking up trash.
For what, bro?
I have to do 50 hours of community service. For all my haters are probably gonna be so happy that I'm putting on house arrest, but yeah, look at my crib though. Come on, I can stay here. The only way we can make money during house arrest is you're playing.
Okay, what was the moment though?
Overall, I do blame the online casino for continuing to bankroll this fool, because as far as the content goes, like numbers-wise, this man literally has almost no fans. Like, yeah, some of his videos do get impressions doing clout-chasing shit with his left nut.
I'm an island boy, and I'm trying to...
But who he's in her you may or Jack reason he and his father both had
I looked at him.
Perfect proposal. Someone claimed like and the money appearing in multiple videos.
Clickbait type shit. Alright.
Just a few years ago, Nick Fuentes was banned from virtually every major platform of the internet, with both the left and the right united in rejecting him all over his extremist views on race and gender.
Like, they know that black people are violent, you know? I will say, hey, black people are violent, and then they'll go, I bet you wouldn't say that in front of a black person. Why? Because they're a thug that'll hit me? Like,
go out there on my show and I say, I don't think women should be in the workforce. Frankly, I don't know if they should be voting.
At the time, it genuinely seemed like he was headed down the same road as Richard Spencer and Milo Yiannopoulos, as he continued to shout into the void for a small, cult-like following, before fading into irrelevancy like every other deplatformed far-right personality that came before him. But fast forward to 2026, and the story looks completely different. Because not only has Nick Fuentes survived, he's somehow managed to become one of the most influential figures in online spaces that push traditional right-wing political ideas. And despite still being banned from pretty much everywhere, he still regularly appears on some of the largest podcasts, pulling in millions of views and exposing his ideas to audience far beyond his original base. And surprisingly, this recent rise in his popularity isn't because he cleaned up his image or distanced himself from his past. If anything, he's gotten more radical and more openly hateful than ever before.
Jews are running
Why
society.
does he talk like
Women need
that
to shut
ever
the
before?
Up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part, and we would live in paradise. It's that simple. It's literally that simple.
While many people online understandably consider him to be a Nazi for these views, his audience continues to grow like any other mainstream political commentator, which is exactly what makes his popularity so concerning, and why Nick may be far more dangerous than most people realize. It's your boy Luesta, and this is how Nick Fuentes became so hated. But first, let's bring you up to speed on how this 26-year-old American man of Mexican and Italian descent became one of the most controversial figures on the internet in the first place. Nick Fuentes actually got his start in politics while he was still in high school, commenting on local political topics for his school's radio station. At the time, his views were pretty standard, with nothing too far outside of the mainstream echo chambers. But after graduating in 2016, things started to shift.
Hey, that's
he
when I
enrolled
graduated.
at Boston University to study international relations and politics. And around the same time period, he launched his daily live stream show, America First, where his ideas quickly grew far more extreme. It was here where we started to see Nick push narratives about the supposed failure of multiculturalism, the marginalization of white people in America, and the argument that the First Amendment simply wasn't written for Muslims or immigrants. Unsurprisingly, these views earned him a pretty negative reputation on campus, but things didn't fully spiral out of control until later that year when he attended the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, a white supremacist event that was attended by hundreds of neo-Nazis and Klan members. The rally made national headlines after a self-identified white supremacist drove his car into a crowd of counter-protesters, killing a 32-year-old woman and injuring 35 others. But when Nick took to Facebook to post about the event, he completely ignored the tragedy and instead called the rally incredible. For obvious reasons, this triggered a massive wave of backlash both online and on his university campus that ultimately forced him to drop out.
When you start receiving death threats to the extent that I have, it just becomes a liability to my brand, to my academic success and everything else when you do have to worry about people ganging up on you or whatever.
And even though he publicly claimed he didn't support Nazism or the attack itself, the damage was already done. And this moment marked the beginning of a downward spiral that would only get worse over time. But ironically, all that controversy also brought a flood of new attention to his live streams. And over the next few years, that exposure helped him build a loyal following that only made him more comfortable being open and completely unapologetic about his most extreme views. It didn't take long for Nick to move way past simply criticizing multiculturalism or immigration policy and into outright white nationalism, going as far as arguing that the term white supremacist is actually an anti-white slur, and that white people in America are somehow under an existential threat from non-white groups.
And so whites are in this predicament where if we don't team up, it's not just that we will be at a disadvantage, but we will be at the mercy of a large non-white coalition that is anti-white.
I mean,
and as he tries to justify
in
these
my life,
views by
ain't
framing
no
them as
one
defensive,
of other color
he
fucking
implies
with
that he's
any of my
simply
money or
trying to
my
protect
things.
white
Like what?
identity.
So it is in the best interest
I don't know what this
for whites
schizo's
to
talking about.
survive and to thrive that we develop a white racial consciousness so that we can protect our interests against a hostile majority with an axe to grind against us.
But the moment Nick starts to talk about non-white people, that argument completely falls apart, and the racism becomes impossible to ignore. And nowhere is that more
Thanks for
obvious
hitting
than
him,
his
big
views
guy.
towards black people.
You know, these blacks.
I might actually be
the
done with
population, half the
streaming in
crime,
this
you know,
game.
They
I'm
struggle with
fucking
the impulse
hell bored.
control. They're violent, and then they.
Game
I don't want to
sucks
live around
ass.
black people.
I already
I
beat
just
it,
don't.
so I don't know why I'm even playing it
It
again.
would be irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be.
He also believed that the black communities are destroying American cities.
It is literally a rot that is killing every American city. Go to downtown.
Well, I know what can debuff that, or yeah, whatever. Fucking look at other European countries where it's a majority of white people, and fucking like look at their cities. A good amount of them are pretty fucking shit.
Los Angeles.
Shit, look at a lot of fucking cities here that are white, mostly white. Pretty fucking shit, dog. God damn it.
Like Escape from LA. It's killing New York. It's killing Chicago. It's killing these cities.
On top of that, he's gone as far as defending Jim Crow-era racial segregation on his show, claiming that segregation was actually better for everyone involved.
It was better for them too.
Why
Number one,
does he
number
talk
two,
like
who
that
cares?
for everybody
Who cares?
involved?
You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture was worse. Who cares? Grow up, drink out of the fucking water fountain. It's just water, it's the same.
you know, and you know, even if it was bad, who cares? Who cares?
Wait,
It's
do I
better.
necessarily
It's better in
need a
general.
lock
We all
on?
agree it was better for them. It's better for us.
Okay.
It's better in general.
The thing is, such political views can very easily go from being edgy opinions and transform into something genuinely dangerous. Because when you frame an entire group of people as an existential threat, it doesn't take much for words to turn into justification for real-world violence. And Nick doesn't exactly shy away from that
maybe I do.
implication either.
Else it's
He
just not
openly
gonna shoot.
fantasizes about the so-called superior Aryan race to rise up and destroy its enemies.
You know what I want? Total Aryan victory.
Epic.
That's all I want. I didn't choose that. All I want is revenge against my enemies and a total Aryan victory.
Similarly, he believes that Islam is a barbarous ideology that wanted to come over and kill others, and that Muslims have a dark energy.
But Muslims have like a dark energy. Muslims have like they always look angry. I hate the way their language sounds. It's so harsh. They got their feet out. They're wearing sandals, and they take them off for their prayer. They worship a strange god. Their food is weird.
But this is just the tip of the iceberg of Nick's obnoxious point of views. He's a traditionalist Catholic who wants the United States to become a Christian nation, and when he talks about it, he's very explicit about what that actually means to him. For instance, during a broadcast of America First that went live in February of 2022, Nick said in his own words, "America, for what it's worth, was founded by white Christians. It was not founded by Jewish people. It was not founded by Judeo-Christians. It was founded by white Christians. And white Christians are in the majority. Christianity is the religion of this nation. If we're going to make America great again, we've got to talk about the anti-white thing that's going on. And if we want to restore America, we've got to make America a Christian nation again." At first glance, that might sound like just another extreme religious or nationalist opinion. But in reality, Nick genuinely believes that he and his followers are engaged in a kind of holy war, with a divine mission to destroy what he sees as the enemies of Christ.
We're in a holy war, and I will tell you this. Because we're willing to die in the holy war, we will make them die in the holy war.
Fucking schizo.
And they will
I bet
go down.
that
We
clapping
have
and shit
God
in the
on our
background,
side,
that's not
and
even real.
They will go down with their
It's edited.
satanic master. They have no future in America. The enemies of Christ have no future in this world.
And as you can probably guess, in his worldview, that enemy is Jewish people.
We need to recognize Judaism hates Christ. It has antipathy towards Europeans, and we need to decouple from them as a civilization.
In fact, he's so open about his anti-Semitism that he's developed a sickening obsession with Hitler and repeatedly praises him like a hero.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga. Heil.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time.
It'd be funny if this dude got kidnapped and then someone ripped out all his teeth.
Time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys?
Was an incredibly ambitious, aggressive risk taker. Given your qualifications, would you thereby say that Hitler is a good leader?
It's indisputable he is. Indisputably. You could even say he's evil. He made Germany great again.
If this isn't already problematic enough, he also denies the Holocaust and compares the victims of that tragedy with baked cookies.
It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right?
The thing is,
24
these
hours a
people
day,
don't
every day for 5
actually
years. How long would it
believe
take
the Holocaust
to make
didn't
6 million?
exist or
I don't know,
happen.
it certainly wouldn't be 5
They're just
years,
like
right?
really
The math
hardcore
doesn't
trolls
seem to add
slash
up there.
grifters.
The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies, and the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground. And so there's a lot of things, you know, in the cookie kitchen, they say that the ovens are wooden and they have windows on them and they're not totally secure. And the ovens that they use, they actually did sort of an ad hoc use of that particular kind of oven, even though they made a perfectly good design for ovens for a different purpose, for delousing. I mean, you know, for something else. So none of it really adds up. I don't know. It just kind of doesn't really make sense.
And when it comes to gender in women, he somehow manages to sink even lower. For starters, he believes that women shouldn't be able to vote, and claims that if he ever became president, he would take away that right from them.
I would just take away the right to vote for tons of people. Women, for sure.
He considers women inherently less intelligent and have lower IQs than men.
And so women exist basically, in my opinion, on a lower plane. I think that like the cognitive difference between men and women is not like they're dumber. I think that they're
Dude must not love his mother.
Like on a lower cognitive plane. You know, you would
Maybe
never
his
say that
mom
a dog
was
is
just
like
really
dumber than a
abusive,
person.
maybe.
You would say that like a dog just like could never.
Why are my fucking balls?
Like, dog doesn't
Thank
have
you.
the same
God
category
damn,
of
dude.
mind
What?
as a human being. The same thing with women. Women don't have the same category of mind as a man. And
during an appearance on the similarly chaotic Fresh and Fit podcast, he went as far as to say that women are basically baby machines, because that's what their brains are about. And his opinion about sexual assault is also downright criminal. As for him, rape isn't even a big deal.
The idea of rape is that the rapist is getting the sexual pleasure from it. You can, well, it's about power. Well, at the end of the day, it's a sexual act for sexual pleasure. So it literally doesn't even make any sense why you would rape somebody in a way that doesn't even it's not even about your dick, right? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? If you're just finger blasting somebody, like, I don't know if you were just trying to be mean or just downright malicious, maybe, like, you know, you. It's not like it's doing anything for you.
Because according to him, women actually want to be raped.
it's sort of like how a lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
If all of this still doesn't show you the evil and despicable human this guy is, back in November 2024, when Trump won the presidential election, Nick celebrated this by telling women that Republican men now owned their bodies.
The feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again. Okay, men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. We will keep you down forever. You will never control your own bodies. You will never be the president of the global empire. Never gonna happen, sweetie. Your body, our choice.
Shockingly, that still isn't his lowest low when it comes to this topic, as he believes that the appropriate age for a girl to get married is 16.
Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
Dude, his mom had to have
Probably
beat
when
the
I
fuck
turned
out of him
30 or
growing up or something,
Here's the
bro.
thing, I don't
Like,
wanna be
holy
like-
shit.
Let's say I get married to the 18-year-old now. 6-year age difference. When I turn 40, she's gonna be 34. Ew. What if I'm 30 and she's 16?
So he's half Mexican and half Italian, right? So was his mom Mexican and did she just beat the shit out of him or something? Like, is that why he's a super racist, sexist dude? Like, I don't think he should be doing political shit. I think bro should be going to fucking therapy, but, you know, whatever. You do you, dude.
14-year age difference. When I'm 50, she'll be 36. When I'm 40, she'll be 26. Then now we're talking here. Now we're cooking with gas.
And to top off his blatant misogyny, he complains about the
sound like borderline
still isn't
never, sweetie. Your
topic, as he believes that the appropriate age for a girl to get married is 16.
Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife. Probably when I turn 30 or something. Because here's the thing, I don't want to be like.
All right, yeah, dude needs to get fucking Kurt and fucking what was that dude's name?
Age difference. When I
Charlie
turn 40,
Kurt.
she's gonna be 34. Ew. Well, if I'm 30 and she's 16, 14-year age difference. When I'm 50, she'll be 36. When I'm 40. She'll be 26. Now
This dude literally has fucking fans.
And to top off his blatant misogyny,
Did
he
he
complains about the
say
fact
some
that
weird
abuse
shit about
against women
Epstein?
isn't common anymore, and that he
Like
wants to go
how
back to
he
when
was
women
cool
were
or some
burned
shit,
alive.
like.
And we can't do anything about it. You can't hit these people. You can't punch them. They don't arrest them. And basically, they're taking over the culture on social media. I said, what happened to the good old days 1,000 years ago when people like this, instead of arguing with them or saying, hey, listen, darling, everything's okay, they would dunk them in the river or burn them alive. I said, this is the kind of thing that we need to see more of, is burning them alive a little bit more.
So it's really no surprise that by the start of this decade, the overwhelming majority of the internet had turned against him. This dude is disgusting. Imagine believing that loser about, well, anything. And at the time, even mainstream conservative figures wanted nothing to do with him. That became clear in September 2019, when Ashley St. Clair, a brand ambassador for Turning Point USA, was hanging out with Nick among other white nationalists. As soon as the images of this meetup went viral, Charlie Kirk publicly cut ties with Ashley, and Turning Point USA put out a statement calling out white nationalism as an abhorrent and un-American ideology. This entire drama made it pretty obvious that Nick's version of conservative politics were seen as far too extreme for the broader right-wing movement. And for most people, this kind of rejection might have been a wake-up call.
You know what? I'll give it to
but
Charlie
Nick,
for that.
It had the opposite effect. Instead of reconsidering his position, he doubled down on his disgraceful behavior and began attacking Charlie Kirk and any other conservative figure who criticized him. He claimed that he didn't want him or his followers to exist.
You've got all these non-white people in the country who hate us. They're not against our policies, they're against us. They're against our existence. They say in the same breath that they want to kill all Nazis, and then at the same time say that all white people are Nazis.
So he decided to launch a counter-offensive campaign against mainstream conservatism in the US, which he named the Groyper War. He encouraged his alt-right audience to aggressively target TP USA. So over the next 2 months, Groypers heckled and disrupted dozens of Charlie Kirk's speaking events, including those that featured high-profile guests like Donald Trump Jr. Then, in December of 2019, Nick went on to confront Ben Shapiro publicly outside of a TP USA event, while Ben was walking with his family.
Heavy soul.
After these incidents, the way the online world felt about Nick at the time can basically be summed up by this one tweet. Nick Fuentes is a sniveling little incel with a thin grasp of politics, whose head is getting too big for his body, because he thinks having a following of a few irrelevant clout-chasing e-celebs is equal to having actual influence. But even though the Groyper War was marked by a very public break from mainstream conservative politics, throughout all this, Nick remained a loyal supporter of Donald Trump. To give you an idea, when Trump lost the 2020 presidential election, Nick quickly became one of the loudest voices pushing the Stop the Steal narrative. On January 4th, 2021, during a live stream that has now been deleted, he went as far as to promote violence against state legislatures who refused to overturn the election results. Republicans just screwed us every day for 2 months straight, and we have no recourse. Why? Because we have no leverage. What are we going to do to them? What can you and I do to a state legislature besides kill them? And 2 days later, when a mob of Trump supporters stormed the US Capitol on January 6th, Nick was actively encouraging and leading the charge.
We have just heard that they have stopped the vote of the Electoral College in Congress!
But this unwavering loyalty didn't last long, and soon after, Nick entered what might be his most pathetic era so far. By late 2022, Nick suddenly started shifting away from Trump and started supporting Kanye West's presidential campaign. And we all know the kind of ideology Ye had started promoting by then. Around the same time, even Nick went completely off the rails and became much more explicit about his unhinged vision for the country.
Like a society where women don't have the right to vote. And it looks like a society where boys and girls get married as teenagers and start having kids, and they don't use birth control, and they don't use contraceptives, and they have big families and a high birth rate. And it looks like women wearing veils at church. And it looks like women not being in the workforce. And it looks like mothers raising their kids. And it looks like pornography being banned. And homosexuality and transsexuality, as well as heterosexual sodomy, as well as fornication and adultery being shamed by the society, and maybe in some places, in some jurisdictions, regulated by the law.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the American Taliban. There's no way this guy is real. This right here is why I'm fearful for my life. People like this exist. It's gut-wrenching. But strangely enough, this is also when everything started to go right for him. In the span of just 3 short years since then, Nick Fuentes went from an extremist provocateur with a relatively small cult-like audience to one of the most dominant voices in the online political space. As of February 2026, he has over 1.2 million followers on X and more than 650,000 followers on Rumble, where he consistently pulls hundreds of thousands of views every single day. And if you've seen our recent video on Ben Shapiro, you already know just how dramatic this shift has been. Nick's influence in the broader right-wing internet spaces has grown to the point that he's beginning to overshadow some of the most popular figures of the far-right conservative movement in the last decade. But the most shocking part of his rise is the fact that it isn't coming only from the right.
AI or something?
Of the left-leaning online communities have also started agreeing with several of Nick's talking points.
Why the fuck does he
a big reason for this
do
unexpected
that
crossover
in
comes
days?
down to how aggressively Nick has turned on the Trump administration over the past few months. But the most popular figures of the far-right conservative movement in the last decade. But the most left, interestingly, a big reason for this unexpected crossover comes down to how aggressively Nick has turned on the Trump administration over the past few months.
This movement is over. And now the question is, what comes next? Trumpism is over. I hate to inform you, this administration is done. Stick a fork in it, it's fucking over. We played this game. It's deja vu. I was there for the first term, and I remember right up until 2020, I was saying, okay, we could still make a difference. I remember in like spring 2020, I was coping. Trust me when I tell you, it's over. We're out of time.
He's repeatedly criticized the Republican government for failing to deliver on its promises and accused it of selling voters a populist fantasy.
Cut $2 trillion from the deficit. We're going to deport millions of people. We're going to eliminate the Department of Education. We're going to build the wall. We're going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Right.
Remember? Everybody thought it was going to be Trump and Vivek and Elon and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. dancing to Staying Alive. Well, they shrank the government and, introduced the golden age and everything would be great. Remember this? I knew it then. And so I told people, look, you're not going to get mass deportations. You're not going to get America First immigration policy. You're going to get a war with Iran. They're not going to be able to end this war in Ukraine. Like, none of the things they're promising are actually going to come true.
Plus, when Trump refused to release the Epstein files back in July 2025, insisting that there was no client list and told people to move on, Nick immediately went after him, claiming that the liberals were right all along, and he openly called Trump a scam artist who betrayed his own voters. Now, many of these criticisms were common arguments coming from the left. So naturally, Nick ended up pulling support from 2 very different groups at the same time, which is disillusioned Republican voters who felt dissatisfied with Trump's administration and Democrats who had opposed him from the start. I had wondered how Nick has gotten so big and garnered so much support. This video is exactly why. Crystal clear and concise criticism of this administration and the frustration we feel. He's been killing it lately, and I've disagreed with a lot of what he's previously said, but credit where credit is due. Similarly, since the outbreak of the recent Israel-Palestine conflict in October 2023, Nick has been continuously critical of America's support for Israel. The thing is, he has been one of the biggest supporters of Trump's America First vision, which basically promotes the idea that the US should stop pouring money, weapons, and political resources into foreign conflicts and instead prioritize its own people. But Nick believes that Trump's financial and military aid to Israel directly contradicts that vision.
I also oppose the Republican Party corruption of the Jews in Israel that want us to fight their wars. You have to be both. That is America first. Right-wing Jews in Israel that live in Israel or live in America and Europe supporting Israel, they support the Republican Party and the right-wing parties in Europe because those parties are going to prevent Muslims and leftists from compromising their foreign aid, and they're going to bring us to war in the Middle East against Iran because the right wing is the party of jingoism and the military-industrial complex and the rest of it.
Apart from that, he also has spoken against how criticism of Jews is being actively suppressed by political institutions, media outlets, and tech platforms.
It's gross. This is America. And really, it's a patriotic issue. This is America. This is America, not Israel. You should be allowed to criticize Jews here. It's just so unpatriotic. We're living under tyranny. Don't you realize that? Everywhere you go, you dare not criticize this group out of fear of retribution and their gangster tactics. They're gangsters.
Also, when he recently appeared on Piers Morgan Uncensored, he argued that Israel operates on supremacist politics that are very similar to Nick's own ideology. That's why he believes it's hypocritical when people condemn him as an extremist, but at the same time give a free pass to a state that is allegedly motivated by the same sort of ideas.
They have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state, they can be proudly Jewish in their own land, whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants.
And once again, his statements perfectly reflect the left's criticism of Zionism and the IDF. Fuentes is a Nazi twerp, but he's correct in seeing himself reflected in Israel. Zionism comes from the same ideological base as Nazism, ethno-supremacy, and a desire to genocidally cleanse the world of lesser people. The IDF and the SS operate on the same logic. But despite all of this, it's important to point out that a lot of people of the left still flat out refuse to support Nick. Fuentes isn't necessary because he's not the only person capable of criticizing Israel's influence on Congress. Quite frankly, he's detrimental to the cause because he's some kid that streams ethnostate and Kanye West apologia on niche platforms. The left should not get in bed with racists and neo-Nazis. It's easy to be against the action of the Israeli government without dipping into anti-Semitism. We should focus on educating people on the difference between criticizing Israel and anti-Semitism. And teaming up with anti-Semites is not the way to do that. And this is exactly why Nick's rising popularity should deeply worry every US citizen, regardless of their political side. You see, backing any part of Nick's politics risks normalizing the rest of it. Once people start praising him for being right about one thing, it becomes much easier to overlook or excuse the open racism and misogyny. And for young, impressionable audiences who don't yet have strong political foundations, that kind of normalization can do serious damage. Even when it comes to Israel, his criticism isn't based on the atrocities committed against tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians. The only reason he's against America's association with Israel is his anti-Semitism. And it's obvious how little he cares about his America First slogan when you look at the support for the US strike in Venezuela on January 3rd, 2026.
I actually probably favor regime change in Venezuela, to be honest. I think that that is a perfectly legitimate strategic goal of the United States.
In exactly the same way, he has been speaking against Trump and his administration only because they aren't extremist and radical enough for him. He wants a Republican Party with zero immigrants, and he refuses to support J.D. Vance only because Vance is married to an Indian woman and has biracial children.
The Vance is like being foisted upon us. You must recognize this. The most foisted foist that has ever been foisted. It is the biggest imposition in the history of politics. He's fucking not real, guys. He's not real. He's fat. He's got a non-white wife. He's got non-white kids. He isn't a Christian. His family's not Christian. He's not fucking based at all. He's not really racist. He's not really anti-Semitic. He's a white knight simp for his wife.
The point is, Nick doesn't really care about the truth, or even have a logical political ideology. His entire career has been built on shock value, and saying the most outrageous thing possible to provoke attention and controversy, and he's doing exactly that even now. For years, he's been promoting the conspiracy theory that the government is secretly controlled by a small group of wealthy Jewish elites. By now, after the release of the Epstein files, when public attention is finally turning towards powerful abusers, Nick has suddenly become a fan of the pedophile billionaire sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein was probably so cool. Like, he was probably the coolest guy you know. You're telling me the coolest guy you know who knows everybody says, hey, we're gonna go on my private jet to my private island. We got hot girls. He doesn't tell you how old they are. How fucking lame would you be? Are they 18? Like, who's gonna be the nerd that asks that? You probably would just assume they are.
The same logic explains why he's now picking fights with other far-right figures like Candace Owens and Patrick Bet-David.
Even look at her face. Look at her stupid face. You can literally see it in her eyes that she is a stupid bitch. It's written all over her face. It's like
well,
these
I mean,
eyes
I can't
that are
disagree
very
with
knowing,
him there.
but also hollow. Eyes are the window to the soul. And you could see in her eyes the way that she's making this expression, that she's very confident, but also complete idiot. Honestly, Patrick Bet-David, you should know better. You're a grown man. You claim to be a patriot. You're a 47-year-old man. And you have this whole shtick, I'm an alpha male, I'm a businessman, I'm no nonsense, I'm not woke. You're buying into this crap?
Again, it's not because he disagrees with them in good faith, but because tearing down alliances causes disruption inside conservative spaces. And at the end of the day, that's Nick Fuentes' entire shtick. He survives by manufacturing outrage, feeding on division, and keeping himself relevant by spewing hate and chaos. My name is Luesta, I'm live from Lu Extras, spewing hate and chaos. My name
Is dude actually using AI? Why the fuck does he sound like that sometimes?
And keeping himself relevant by spewing hate and chaos. My name is Luesta, I'm live from Lu Extras, and I'm gonna see you on the next one. Peace.
We should talk about why a ton of people are freaking out about Jeff Bezos right now. Right? And a lot of it's stemming from the CNBC interview that he did that sparked a lot of backlash online. And we'll start with a bit that's probably gone the most viral.
I pay billions of dollars in taxes. And it's a perfect, again, if people want me to pay more billions, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, you know, that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens.
So that did not go over well with a ton of people, including fellow billionaire and California gubernatorial candidate Tom Steyer, who wrote, "This is bullshit. I promise you, tax billionaires invest in schools." And you had New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani saying, "I know a few teachers in Queens who would beg to differ." And generally you had others saying that the optics of a billionaire that's sitting at his rocket factory saying that him paying more in taxes, that it wouldn't help anyone, is absurd. Arguing, hey, you know, let's put that little theory to test. Try it out. See what happens. But also I'll say in fairness, his tax commentary came amid a larger conversation about wealth inequality and how to address it. Right, and actually, his main point was that if you really want to help low-income Americans, they should pay no taxes at all.
It's kind of a tale of two economies. So you have a bunch of people in this country who are doing really well, but you also have a bunch of people in this country who are struggling. Politicians are using the kind of age-old technique. So there's this tale of two economies, and they're using this age-old technique of, you know, picking a villain and pointing fingers. But the problem is that doesn't solve anything. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about, you know, making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes? Why is somebody at all? The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%.
Now, one of the things I'll say with that is that according to the Tax Foundation, if you look into it, the nurse with a $75,000 salary that's being talked about is not actually in the bottom group of earners. In 2023, the bottom half of taxpayers made around $54,000 or less. But there are politicians who agree with this kind of thinking. Earlier this year, for example, you had Senator Cory Booker proposing something called the Keep Your Pay Act, which calls for the first $75,000 of income to be tax-free in households filing joint returns. So, there is a conversation to be had, though at the same time, you have people saying the thing about him not paying millions more in taxes and don't tax people that are making under $75,000, that is seemingly disconnected or adverse to each other. But also, I'll say that was far from the only subject that Bezos sparked outrage on when it comes to his personal massive wealth. Right when it came to charitable donations, he said that he plans on giving away most of his wealth during his lifetime, but he also said,
if I do my job right, the value to society and civilization from my for-profit companies will be much, much larger than the good that I do with my charitable giving.
And there what you saw is that you quickly had people questioning the good of his for-profit companies because their efficiency comes at a cost. There have been reports on high rates of warehouse worker injuries at Amazon, workers saying they struggle just to afford food and rent. Some have been saying Jeff Bezos' companies exploit taxpayers to be successful, saying they receive enormous tax breaks and subsidies and force taxpayers to subsidize the poverty wages they pay their employees, driving their profitability.
Give me my
and
shit, bro.
Others say, sure, his company is going to improve the lives of a lot of people, but Bezos is so rich, why doesn't he just do both and up his charitable giving as well? Especially since on the Forbes billionaire list, his philanthropy score sits at a 2 out of 5. Also of note with all this is that when it comes to his own enterprises, he spoke about the mass layoffs that recently happened at the Washington Post. Or you with the interviewer noting that in the past, Bezos referred to the paper as a public trust, so why not subsidize the business to maintain that? And to that he said,
the Post needs
how
to
long
be,
does it take to shoot this fucking
a
thing?
profitable enterprise that stands on its own 2 feet. It needs to be. Yes.
I mean, that's the question. Some people say it should be a trust.
And let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because it's a
How much
measure
do I
of
need
its
to
relevance.
fucking
If people won't pay
up?
for our product, we're not doing. It's not a good enough product. I don't want it to be a charity. It doesn't need to be, and it shouldn't be.
But there you have people questioning how laying off hundreds of reporters is going to improve or make the product more relevant. And that, as you had others noting that at least some of the paper's big subscriber loss, it's actually because of Bezos' own personal actions. As we've talked about, they lost 10% of their subscribers after Bezos said that the paper should not make an endorsement in the 2024 election, and more dropped after he said that he'd reshaped the paper's editorial strategy, many believing that he made those moves to curry favor with Trump. Though I will say, he pushed back on claims that he is a pro-Trump businessman.
I'm on the side of America. And that is so important. And that's where business leaders should be. We get perceived as being partisan or whatever. I was helping Obama every chance I could. I was helping Biden every chance I could.
But then also with that, he gave Trump some praise.
Trump has lots of good ideas, and he's been right about a lot of things. You have to give him credit where credit is due. I mean, I'm comparing him to his first term. Yeah. And I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term.
And his choice there to specifically call Trump mature and disciplined, it took some people by surprise, and it kind of did absolutely nothing to help the fact that people see him as being in the president's pocket. People arguing, okay, just look at some of the posts on this man's Truth Social page and tell me that he is mature. But, with all that said, I then got to pass the question off to you of what are your thoughts here with Bezos? Do you agree with his takes or the take, or do you think that he's underplaying what he himself can do to better the country? Also, do you see him as a nonpartisan figure as he says that he is? Why or why not? Or really any opinions and reactions here? But the next up in some crazy news we should talk about today, there's a bitter custody battle between an influencer and a former boy band member that's now been escalated into federal murder for hire charges. So this is Gabriela Gonzalez. She's a 24-year-old content creator with roughly 500,000 followers on both her TikTok and Instagram pages. She posts lifestyle and travel content along with videos documenting her day-to-day life as the mom of a 7-year-old daughter, Lavender.
I became a single teen mother at, I would just say 17 because I was basically doing it by myself. 5 years ago, being alone was like the worst thing that could have happened to me. And now being alone is the best.
Right, and then Lavender's father is the other big player in this story, and that's Jack Avery. He's a former member of the boy band Why Don't We, which had some moderate success in the 2010s. And a big key thing with all this is that Gabriela and Jack, they're not together anymore. In fact, they've been locked in a bitter custody battle over Lavender for years now. Back in 2021, Gabriela reportedly started painting Jack as an unfit and dangerous parent in court. At the same time, her dad, Francisco Gonzalez, reportedly hired a PI to collect photos and videos of Jack, trying to find evidence of him smoking, drinking, or just anything that could be used against him in court. Right, and that appears to be when things started to snowball. snowball because from there,
I'll just start
Francisco
saying
allegedly
what
talked to
Guardian
Gabriella's new
Leviosa,
boyfriend,
then
Kai
they'll,
Cordry, to try to
indicate
recruit
the
someone to
length
threaten and
of when
harass
it's
Jack.
gonna
And because
shoot.
of Kai's position as a surf instructor in
The
Hawaii,
time.
they settled on a retired MMA fighter living in Maui. Though it doesn't actually look like the person got involved at any point. But it was Gabriella that kicked things to the next level because it was around this time that she began to openly talk about wanting Jack dead and hiring a hitman to do the job. She and Kai even allegedly went online to find an assassin on the dark web. In May of 2021, it looks like Kai made an account on a murder for hire site under the screen name Lizard King 69. The prosecutor saying that he identified Jack as a target, gave an address, and even said that Jack, quote, should be killed by whatever method was easiest. And Francisco reportedly gave Kai $14,000 that was transferred into crypto and used as front money for this whole scheme. First, $10,000 into the guise of payment for web services, and then another $4,000 later on. But these three masterminds, they very quickly caught the
I do
attention
not
of the feds. I mean,
consent.
by September of 2021, Kai was reportedly talking to an FBI agent who was posing as a hitman from the site where they posted Jack as the target. The agent reportedly spoke with Kai on the phone about Jack as the target, payment, and proof of death, with Kai allegedly saying that Gabriella wanted Jack dead and that her father would pay for it. And Francisco then allegedly confirmed his involvement by texting the agent a password established in a previous payment. And then about a year later, prosecutors say that Gabriella talked to Kai on a recorded call about those communications with the supposed hitman and how to respond to the threat of exposure. Now, through all this, Jack says that he was warned that someone was trying to kill him, saying that FBI agents had contacted him to give him a heads up. But it wasn't until just recently that Gabriella, her father, and Kai were finally arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, and solicitation to commit murder, which if they are convicted, that means them facing 25 years to life in state prison. You had the LA County District Attorney's Office releasing a statement saying, this was a lengthy investigation that was initiated by the FBI and officially turned over to our office. Most fathers raise their children to respect the law, but here, we have a dad who allegedly helped his daughter and her boyfriend break the law in the most sinister way imaginable. Right, and so as far as what happens from here, we have to wait to see. Gabriella's arraignment happened yesterday, but it ended without a plea, and her lawyer requested more time to review the evidence. Right, and she's scheduled to go back in tomorrow, but what we do know is that Jack has filed for a domestic violence restraining order from Gabriella and full legal and physical custody of their daughter. With his filing saying that the ongoing harassment and safety concerns caused him fear of death, chronic anxiety, depression, and PTSD. And adding, Gabriella attempted to kill me by hiring a hitman. Gabriella is not stable and not able to act in the best interest of our daughter. Which, yeah, that seems about right. That's kind of actually, if anything, putting it lightly. And it kind of gets thrown on top of the pile of just news stories that remind us that the influencers or the people that we see on our phones,
why did she want to fucking
we never really
whack
know what's
him?
going on. Opinions and reactions here. But the next up, in some crazy news we should talk about today, there's a bitter custody battle between an influencer and a former boy band member that's now been escalated into theft. Avery is a former member of the boy before they started painting Jack as an unfit and dangerous parent in court. At the same time, her dad, friends like Gabriella and Jack, are not together anymore. They've been locked in a bitter custody battle over lavender for years now. Back in 2021, Gabriella reportedly started painting Jack as an unfit and dangerous parent in court. At the same time, her dad, Francisco Gonzalez, reportedly hired a PI to collect photos and videos of Jack, trying to find evidence of him smoking, drinking, or just anything that could be used against him in court. Right, and that appears to be when things started to snowball, because from there, Francisco allegedly talked to Gabriella's new boyfriend, Kai Cordry, to try to recruit someone to threaten and harass Jack. And because of Kai's position as a surf instructor in Hawaii, they settled on a retired MMA fighter living in Maui. Though it doesn't actually look like the person got involved at any point. It was Gabriella that kicked things to the next level because it was around this time that she began to openly talk about wanting Jack dead and hiring a hitman to do the job. She and Kai even allegedly went online to find an assassin on the dark web. In May of 2021, it looks like Kai made an account on a murder for hire site under the screen name Lizard King 69. The prosecutor saying that he identified Jack as the target, gave an address, and even said that Jack, quote, should be killed by whatever method was easiest. And Francisco reportedly gave Kai $14,000 that was transferred into crypto going on behind the scenes. And then there's more we got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, let's be real. At this point, it's not the night out that gets you, it's the next morning when you have things to do. Having a good time is easy, but showing up the next day like a functioning human, that can be a real challenge. And that is also why I've been using today's sponsor, Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic. But this isn't one of those drink more water and manifest wellness type fixes. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. And how it works,
I wanted to try this shit so badly.
Byproduct in the gut. And it's a buildup of this byproduct, not just dehydration that's to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make pre-alcohol.
Come on, you elevator fuck.
Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. I use it anytime I've got plans the next day, which is pretty much all the time. Gym, work, like life just refusing to leave me alone. It's packed with reasons to get out there. Games, weddings, everything in between. Do not let the next morning slow you down. Just go to zbiotics.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco for 15% off your first order. Or hey, you can just scan that QR code and you'll feel your best tomorrow. But then, diving right back into the news, one of the things that we learned from the elections last night is that the Republican Party is the party of Donald Trump. Though he is playing with fire. And the big races that cemented both of those things was Thomas Massey losing in Kentucky, Brad Raffensperger just getting crushed in Georgia. But also, given the numbers, especially those in Kentucky, you have many wondering, what is this going to mean in a general election? Right? Especially if Trump remains as unpopular as he is right now. And to really get to that place,
I don't know if it's because I picked a different body build than I usually do.
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day
But
one.
for some reason, the camera seems like super far away.
I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat. It's not easy beating incumbents, but we have a great guy running against Massey. Massey's a terrible, I think the worst congressman the Republican Party's ever had.
In reality, Massey votes with the Republican Party most of the time. But Massey opposed Trump's tax and spending budget package last year, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, because he said it would drive up the federal deficit. He also, of course, famously led the charge to release the Epstein files, and he's opposed the U.S. and Israeli war against Iran. And with that, condemned American aid to Israel and criticized the influence of the pro-Israel lobby in American politics. So all of that kind of together made him Trump's #1 target, as well as the target of the very same pro-Israel lobby that he spoke out against. $19 million was spent to benefit Massey's Trump-backed opponent, a former Navy SEAL by the name of Ed Galrine, including nearly $9.4 million from AIPAC and other pro-Israel interest groups. But with that, Candace Owens, who had become a vocal supporter of Massey, actually has a different take on this whole thing, saying that whatever the result, the money spent on this election showed that Trump has lost control of MAGA, and adding, having to run to the Zionist mafia to spend a record-breaking amount on a congressional seat means he knows fully well the party no longer marches to his command. And Tucker Carlson not only pushed a similar narrative, he took his message straight to the Israeli media this week by telling the country's Channel 13 that Netanyahu, the media, and donors, they pushed Trump into a war against Iran.
Donors to Donald Trump, people in the media class here, were effectively working on behalf of the Israeli government. The Israeli prime minister pushed the U.S. president, who turned out to be far weaker than I understood, into a war that hurts the United States.
And with that, you've got people saying, while they think that Owens and Carlson, they are conspiracy theorists on a number of fronts, you have many arguing that Massey's raise, it shows that there is a real conversation to be had around how money is being spent on politics in the States. Especially because in this case, the money appears to have paid off. Galrine defeated Massey with around 55% of the vote. And so one of the things you ended up seeing was Massey kicking off his concession speech by saying,
I would have come out
what
sooner,
the fuck?
but I had to call my
Son of a
opponent and
bitch.
concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv.
Massey also appeared to criticize the total loyalty that Trump's demanded from the Republican Party.
If you always vote with the president, if the legislative branch always votes with the president, we do have a king. If the legislative branch always votes whichever way the wind is blowing,
get that baby out of here,
then we have mob rule. But
Why you
if the
bringing
legislative branch and the representatives and the senators that serve with it always follow the Constitution, we have a republic.
And then as far as other reactions, you had a lot of people kind of linking Massey's defeat to the Epstein files getting released. Senator Chris Murphy posting, so there you have it. If you lead a campaign against powerful pedophiles, you get drummed out of the Republican Party. As well as Marjorie Taylor Greene writing, releasing the Epstein files was our demise, but it was worth every single bit because now everyone knows the truth. But at the same time, you also had other reactions like that. Randy Fine, who wrote, this is Donald Trump's Republican Party. The rest of us get the privilege of living it. And while Massey, he's definitely not the first person that Trump's taken aim at for being unloyal in
Y'all
his
suck.
eyes. He definitely will not be the last getting the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Right, with that in mind, you just gotta look to John Cornyn of Texas. And he'll be defending his seat in the primary this next Tuesday against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. And a huge thing with that one is that Paxton was actually and the specifics of his support was very interesting. With Trump writing, Ken is a strong supporter of terminating the filibuster and very importantly, the Save America Act. Well, then also adding John Cornyn is a good
Look,
man.
I know you're a homing thing, but can you home on the thing that I'm fucking locking on to, brother?
Stands out for two reasons. One, while Cornyn and Paxton were kind of neck and neck for a while, Paxton's kind of jumped ahead, and so he seems like he's more of the sure thing. So you have some claiming that Trump's jumping on now so he can take credit. But then also, too, this endorsement stands out because unlike with Massey and Cassidy, Cornyn's never really seriously broken ranks within the party. In fact, just last week, he proposed this bill that would name a Texas highway in honor of the president. So maybe I should then also add a third thing, and that's that Democrats, they are happy because Paxton, they see as maybe the easier opponent to beat in a general election. But that then brings us to the final state. It's my own Georgia. Right,
no,
Georgia,
come on, Locke.
Like Politico now reporting that
fucking
the MAGA takeover of the Georgia GOP is nearly complete. With the Georgia Republican Party chair, Josh McCoon, telling the outlet, it's key to success in a Republican primary in Georgia today to either have the president's endorsement or be able to make the case to voters that there's certainly a Trump-aligned candidate. And in regards to the Senate...
Can you not with that goddamn attack? Fuck.
have a Democratic primary challenger.
I want
On the Republican
cheese.
side, it's now down to a Trump-backed candidate by the name of Mike Collins and a guy by the name of Derek Dooley, who, I will say, despite the lack of an endorsement from Trump, has sort of styled himself as a pro-Trump candidate, including a Georgia First slogan. And while that race is going to be very enlightening to watch, one of the biggest ones is obviously the governor's race, right? Especially when you take in all the context and the history, right? Brian Kemp, who is among several state officials who rejected Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, he's leaving office because he hit his term limit. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who famously refused Trump's demand that he find enough votes to help him win, leading to Trump to brand him an enemy of the people, some making death threats against him and his family. In some ways, he seemed, at least early on, the obvious choice to replace Kemp. But what we saw, even just from original polling, is that his principled stance, it cost him. And that is even though he resisted openly criticizing Trump during his campaign. And in the end, he didn't even finish top 2. Instead, what we're seeing is that there's going to be a runoff between Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who's backed by Trump, and billionaire Rick Jackson, who isn't backed by Trump, but also whose campaign has clearly marketed him as a Trump-aligned candidate. And whoever ends up winning between those two are going to face former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who secured the Democratic nomination, as the party's going to try to win the office for the first time in 24 years. Also, on the note of an effort to break a decades-long streak, the state failed yesterday. Because as we've talked about in previous shows, with the Georgia Supreme Court, a sitting justice has reportedly never lost re-election in the state, at least in more than a century. And because recent decisions by the U.S. Supreme Court, they've left the states with more leeway in matters like reproductive and voting rights, the Georgia Supreme Court, it was kind of under a watchful eye. A lot of money and attention went into trying to make history. Or with former President Barack Obama, the state Democratic Party, and pro-abortion rights groups backing Miracle Rankin and Jen Jordan. But as far as what ended up happening is that they both lost, though by greatly different means. Bethel narrowly defeated Rankin with around 51% of the vote, and Warren won against Jordan with almost 60% of the vote. And I'm actually going to end today's show with a little opinion section on this, because I think it is an important thing. There's something to learn here and remember. But for right now, it brings us back to the question of how a Trump-backed candidate is going to fare against Democrats in the general election, right? Especially in more competitive races. Because the New York Times, he had a poll this week, found that Trump's approval rating among Republicans, it's still at 82%, but overall, his approval rating's down to 37%. Nearly 2 in 3 voters disapprove both of his handling of the economy and the war in Iran. So there is a very real possibility that, being a full-throated MAGA diehard, it's exactly what you need to win the Republican nomination, but exactly what you do not want in a close race come November. Especially if people who are aligned with Massey, who are obviously, even in Kentucky, not the majority of Republican voters. Are there enough usually reliable Republican voters that all of a sudden have soured on the president and people who align themselves with him? Right? While an 82% approval rating among Republicans is fantastic, if you have made that other 18% really want you to go fuck yourself, and you as far as the independents, you've really soured them, are they generally screwing themselves? Could be, might be, but also a big thing to remember
the
is
Republican Party is imploding.
Situations change, opinions change, and I mean, a number of these things are going to run off, so even those races haven't fully been finished. But hey, with that in mind, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Is Trump accidentally setting up Republicans for a failure come November, at least in competitive races, or is that hopium and copium? And then there's more we got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, my problems have never been ideas. My problem
He's using my tactics against me.
Random thought, or something staying like it deserves equal priority, which is then also why I'm thankful for today's sponsor, Brain.fm. Right? It's not just lo-fi beats with better brand. Brain.fm is audio engineered by neuroscientists to help put your brain into the state that you want. Focus, relaxation, sleep, creativity, all of that. It uses patented neural phase locking technology. Basically, audio designed to stop your brain from wandering like an unleashed toddler in a target. It adapts to you personally. Just adjust the neural effect level depending on how chaotic your brain feels. Which I will say is something I appreciate, because some days my brain it needs a gentle push, and others professional intervention. And they've got modes for deep work, creativity, relaxation, sleep, power naps, even an ADHD specific mode that feels a little too targeted. And unlike your regular playlists that fight for your attention, Brain.fm fades into the background.
Can you fucking shoot?
And it's also the only music app backed by the National Science Foundation grant studying how sound affects focus. So if your brain feels like 38 browser tabs and one mysterious noise that you can't identify, go to brain.fm/DeFranco or just scan that QR code on the screen to get 30 days free. That's brain.fm/DeFranco.
If I ever
try
try any build besides like just straight tank, I just can't play this fucking game.
With Trump saving his and his family's asses and a deal with the IRS that protects them from further investigations or prosecutions related to any current tax inquiries. Right, and this is actually in addition to the anti-weaponization fund settlement that we talked about yesterday, which the DOJ said that the Trump family wouldn't get a payout from. But now he reports saying that cutting these investigations short, it saves them over $100 million. And so, of course, people have questions. We're looking at the deal itself. It's actually illegal for the president and most other executive officials to make decisions around IRS audits, but that law doesn't hit the attorney general. It's the same attorney general that used to be his personal attorney, and apparently that's how they worked this around. Because sure enough, enough, Todd Blanche is the one who signed the official document. But also, even with that, you have experts saying that the IRS would need to act to make the release of claims effective, which could raise additional questions about whether there has been unlawful political interference in the audit process, calling this a breathtaking abuse of the tax and legal system. With also Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying it's a get-out-of-jail-free card for the president, adding, he sued the government he runs, had his own DOJ settle the case, and pocketed the prize. Special IRS protection for the Trump family. That is self-dealing with a government seal. But then we also have to talk about how Republican Bill Cassidy just sided with Senate Democrats on legislation to force Trump out of the war with Iran, with Cassidy flipping after losing the Louisiana primary to the MAGA-backed candidate Julia Letlow. And yeah, isn't it funny how when they lose power or they decide they're not going to run again, all of a sudden they become a different person? But yeah, you know, Cassidy wasn't able to get back in Trump's good graces since he voted against him in his impeachment trial over the J6 riots. Trump also added a little insult to injury, posting that Cassidy's disloyalty to the man who got him elected is now a part of legend, and it's nice to see that his political career is over. So with that, you had Cassidy going back to Washington, saying that he was proud of his work to uphold the Constitution and that he would carefully consider how he would vote on Trump's priorities moving forward. And so I guess Trump's war with Iran, it didn't make the cut now, with him saying on social media, while I support the administration's efforts to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, the White House and Pentagon have left Congress in the dark on Operation Epic Fury, saying until the administration provides clarity, no congressional authorization or extension can be justified. Now with all this, Democrats, they've been trying to push the war powers resolution for months, but they couldn't get the votes that they needed to make it happen until now. Right, and with that, there were 3 Republicans that were absent on Tuesday who could come back and turn things around with their votes if they maintain their stance on the war. But still, you have reports saying that this is a sign of just how uneasy Republicans are becoming with the war. And you've got Chuck Schumer claiming Republicans are starting to crack and momentum is building to check Trump. And while I won't be holding my breath to see how that plays out, outside of Congress, the country in general is feeling the effects of this war, especially at the gas station. You've got reports saying that gas prices have hit $4 a gallon in all 50 states, with 7 states even paying at least $5 a gallon. There's a very real cost there. It's costing Americans millions of dollars a day. It's putting a strain on small businesses and it's driving up inflation. And you have
so if it shoots his fucking hammer, well, obviously it's not him, it's hitting.
But then for the final thing today, I kind of want to just end on a little bit of an op-ed section, just me
I'm
talking
fucked,
to
mate.
you, opinions,
I'm just
all
fucked.
that. Because last night as I was driving back home, there were some elections that were wins, some that were losses, some that I was just shocked by. Really, one of the biggest takeaways was that reminder of not everyone is as invested and knowledgeable about what's happening.
I should just play Elden Ring,
no
dude.
way it did. You've got people out there
probably have a lot more
trying
fun
to survive. They've got 2 jobs to pay bills or their health care. They've got kids, and you know, a Tuesday in May, they're not thinking page 3 of the election about the Georgia Supreme Court races, who, by the way, do not have a D or an R next to their name, even though the Georgia Supreme Court is being controlled by Republicans 8-1 or 9-0. And a lot of it made me puzzled about a thing that really people have thought about for years and years, and that is how to break through to kind of low information voters, especially on something that is not top of mind. Because when you actually look at the data, it is insane. Right? So both Georgia Supreme Court incumbents, they won. Bethel beat Miracle Rankin 51-49, about a 2-point raise, roughly 43,000 votes out of nearly 2 million that were cast. But Warren beat Jen Jordan 59-41. It was an almost 19-point race, about 360,000 votes apart. Right? So 2 wins with the Republican-appointed incumbents. The streak is intact, and I just can't stop looking at all the numbers. Rankin and Jordan, they campaigned.
I'm gonna try the
together,
Kappa Demon again.
Every interview when we had them on the show together, when they were endorsed by Obama and Kamala Harris, they were endorsed together. The signs people have in their yards, it has both of their names on. They were a package deal. That was the whole strategy. For the Dem electorate, they gave Rankin almost 947,000 votes and gave Jordan 781,000, which is a roughly 165,000 vote gap between the 2 candidates who ran the exact same campaign together. Before anyone's like, oh, well, you know, maybe they like this person more over this issue, they were essentially the same person, just with different names on the ballot. All while, by the way, more Democrats in Georgia went out to vote than Republicans. John Ossoff, the Democratic incumbent who is literally running against nobody, he pulled in around 100 to 150,000 more votes than the entire Republican Senate field combined. And so if you get a lot of people that are voting down ballot, you expect Democratic wins left and right. But that brings us to the Georgia Supreme Court race technically being considered nonpartisan, so you don't get a D or an R next to the name. So this is anecdotal, but based off of people that I was talking to, a lot of people just didn't know who they were voting for. They knew, hey, I got to do this in the governor's race. Hey, you know, I know Ossoff, I know maybe a person here or there, but when it came to Miracle and Jen versus Bethel and Warren, one, there were a lot of people that thought that everyone on their ballot was a Democrat because Georgia has an open primary. So when you go to the polls, you ask for, oh, I want a Democratic ballot or a Republican ballot. Then also, too, you had a number of people going, well, it wasn't a partisan race. So I kind of just tried to use context clues to go, who's the Democrat here? A lot more people assumed a name like Miracle would be that of a Democratic candidate. Whereas Jen Jordan, that already sounds maybe neutral enough, but also her name on the ballot was Jennifer Our Jordan. Right, and then actually with that, you know, as I was explaining that to someone last night as we were seeing the results come in, they were like, well, you know, that's kind of on the voter. If you're casting your ballot and you're unsure of something, just Google it. Here's the thing. In Georgia, you cannot use your phone inside of the voting booth. It's illegal under state law. It's a misdemeanor. You know, fair game. I wasn't aware of that the first time that I voted about, what was it, a year and a half or whenever ago. I was casting my ballot. Someone got yelled at. I was like, holy shit. And so this time around when I went to vote, you know, I had paper. You can have paper. That's fine. But you can't use your phone. So ultimately, I end up just kind of I feel frustrated. I don't feel angry. A lot of people have been expressing anger. I'm not angry at the voters. And I really don't think that the answer is to shame voters who guessed wrong. The answer, I think, is just making sure that by the time that a voter walks into the booth, they already know which name matches their values. And a big part of what I'm feeling is kind of more frustration with the DNC, or at least the makeup of what it is right now, right? Because this feels like more of a campaign problem, a party infrastructure problem. Some will also argue, you know, that it's a ballot design problem or a state law problem, but that's kind of a step two thing. It all comes down to information. I say all this not acting like I have the answer that magically reaches regular people who are just busy with their lives' ears. But what I do know is that until the information gap closes, like this is the result you're gonna see in the further down the ballot races. And it's part of the reason why you're seeing Kemp and others trying to make more races nonpartisan. So while I personally see the results of these Georgia
If I killed
Supreme
him,
Court races
would I not
as
be able to
maybe not necessarily generational fumble. I've seen some people saying that maybe
or
more
whatever,
of
travel,
a decades-ish fumble. You can see that the Dems and or the people that are not Trump aligned in Georgia, they are fired up. They just need to be directed better. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Wednesday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news. Thank you for watching. And also, if you're not 100% filled in, you want more to consume and maybe actually be a little bit cathartic, I got a brand new episode of Crashing Out that just came out right now, today. If you're on YouTube, you can tap or click right here, go straight to that video, or I even got links in the description everywhere I post these videos. So no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. This fund is going to pay Jan
You don't
6
even know what I
riots.
look like.
That is Law and Order leaving this country.
There's something that feels weirder about the last 3 weeks.
What is MAGA?
Does Bro have
versus
cameras
Liz Cody?
in
There's no
my?
in between.
I feel like you are doing this because you know I like a middle ground gray area.
Drake, MAGA or lib coded?
Sometimes questions are questions, and then sometimes questions are weapons.
I don't know if you guys noticed this whole episode, I've been kind of smiling more. It's because I saw monster trucks.
Someone's got to tell my gas stations that the war is done.
Look, I love a good halal cart chicken bowl. I just love this one better. This is the halal cart chicken bowl that you don't have to wait in line for, and you control the power of the flavor.
Awesome.
Meaning you can do whatever you want with this. You can add stuff to it, you can take it away, you can just make one element of it, not the other element. But this is the blueprint to making a halal cart chicken bowl that is so good, it might have you rethinking ever going to another place again to pick up your own. So, that being said, let's make this, shall we?
No.
We're gonna start by marinating our meat, then we'll make our rice and sauces, prep our accoutrement, cook the meat, assemble, and serve. We have a beautiful chicken bowl that you can't have without chicken, obviously. So, we're gonna start with 2 pounds of chicken breast. Just kidding! What is this? Preschool? We're all adults here, okay? We use chicken thighs. Oh, I don't like dark meat. Shut up. All right, if you wanna use chicken breast, you can. 2 pounds. But the point is, chicken thighs are far better. They're juicier, they're extremely hard to overcook, but also there's so much more flavor and just fatty deliciousness that go way better with this bowl. If that hasn't convinced you, then fine, use your breast. So, if you're gonna cut this chicken, honestly, just bite-sized pieces, however big your mouth is, right? So it could be 1/2-inch pieces, could be 1-inch pieces. We're all gonna
I
go
hope
a
I
little
fucking
closer to
already
maybe
take my
like
meds, 'cause
3/4
I don't
of an
remember
inch,
if I
1/2
did or
just something
didn't,
kind of
but-
small, so that it's just easy to pick up with a fork and toss in your mouth.
All I know is if I
Then
forget
once you
to, I'm
repeat
fucked.
that
If I
with all
already did
of your
and
chicken
I
thigh.
overdose, I'm
So,
fucked.
once that's done, we're gonna add 1 tablespoon plus 1 teaspoon of kosher salt, 1/2 teaspoon of
What time is it? 10:20. I don't remember if I took my meds. I don't think I fucking did. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. YOLO. I'm just gonna take my blood thinner. I'm not gonna take my other heart med. If I miss one of this, it ain't bad at all. But if I fucking take 2, if I would accidentally do it, then yeah, I'm fucked. I need to find my other fucking med jar thing. I'm doing that right now. Fuck it. I used to have 2 of these. I don't know what the fuck happened to the other one, but you know what? Whatever. Who cares? I don't.
Turmeric, 2 teaspoons of ground cumin, 1 teaspoon of ground coriander, half a teaspoon of fresh ground black peppercorn, 2 teaspoons of smoked paprika, half a teaspoon of cayenne. I know there's a lot, trust me here. 1 teaspoon of dried oregano, 3 tablespoons of lemon juice, and optionally, if you want, a 1/4 cup of a nice quality harissa. Then you're just gonna get in there with a glove or your bare hands, doesn't really matter, just wash your hands. I want you to massage that and almost like knead it like a nice dough until everything's thoroughly coated. Make sure to get underneath, fold over, get underneath, fold over, squeeze it all together. It's super important that you get this sort of marinade evenly spread over every single piece of chicken, because when it's marinating, anything that's not covered in the marinade will not marinate, at least not well. I mean, look at this, it's like a beautiful, rich red. Smells amazing. It looks spicy, but I promise you it is not too spicy at all. You can always omit the cayenne if you're really worried about it. You could even omit the harissa if you're really worried about it. Now, just don't be a baby, come on. Cover that with plastic wrap. And you can cook this right away if you want, if you don't have time. But if you think ahead, set this in the fridge to marinate at least overnight, up to 2 days though. If you're gonna make rice, the first thing you need to do is make the rice, which really means to wash the rice. So we have 2 cups of a nice basmati rice. I've got my rice cooker here. I'm just gonna put it directly into the bowl, but I'm not gonna cook it yet. I'm gonna take it over to the sink. You're gonna run some water in there, fill it up like 2 times the amount of volume water. It doesn't matter. I just cover it with water, and then I want you to agitate the rice. Get it nice and cloudy and milky, and at this point, you'll carefully tip it out like this. Go nice and slow. You might be like, oh my God, the rice is gonna fall out. Because of the friction of the rice up against the wall and the surface tension of the water will actually pour out before the rice dumps out. A few grains might pop out, but it's fine. And then you're gonna repeat that 2 to 3 times or until the water runs clear. So on the last one, dump the water out 1 final time. All right, so now I'm gonna spread the rice so it's 1 even flat layer. No lumps that are higher than the other. I don't want a mountainous terrain in here. I want 1 flat plain. And then to this rice, we're going to add a combination of 1 teaspoon of turmeric, half a teaspoon of cumin, a 1/4 teaspoon of onion powder, half a teaspoon of garlic powder, half a teaspoon of MSG, and 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt. Then you're gonna add equal parts chicken stock, not water, chicken stock. It's absolutely critical for the flavor, okay? You can even give it a little stir to make sure that everything's nicely incorporated. Nothing's getting left out. Place that in to your rice cooker, and then turn that bad boy on. Let's make our sauces. There are 2 main sauces here that are extremely important. The white sauce, which is absolutely non-negotiable. But the sauce that everybody's afraid of, that I think is the key to perfecting this bowl, is the red sauce, the hot sauce. But oftentimes it's a little too spicy. We've mellowed ours out while maximizing the flavors. So we're gonna start with small saucepan, 1 cup of water, and 10 chili de árbol, dried, of course. You're gonna crank the heat on high and then just bring that to a boil. You're gonna boil that just until they're totally softened. It'll happen fast, like 3 to 4 minutes. Now,
I'm getting food, fucking, however.
You can come over to your blender here, and you're gonna add half a cup of harissa, which frankly, like, harissa's not that spicy. It depends on which one you buy. There are many that are really sweet and smoky and not spicy at all, and there are some that are really, really spicy. So just make sure you find a brand that doesn't kill your taste buds. But this one, the spice level of this harissa, I'd give it like a 2 out of 10. 3 out of 10. What? It's not too hot at all. Oh, maybe a 3.5. 1 teaspoon of smoked paprika. 2 teaspoons of sugar. It's gonna sweeten it up, but it's also gonna mellow it out. 3 tablespoons of white distilled vinegar. Some acidity will also help mellow out the heat. And then 2 cloves of garlic. You can also up that to 4 if you want. And a generous pinch of salt. Now we're gonna wait for our chili to arbol. All right, you'll know these are done boiling when they're just soft enough to tear easily. So if they don't tear easily, let them keep going until that happens. Now, once they're done, you're gonna pour all of that, the chili, all the water into your blender, and you're gonna blend that on high speed until as smooth as possible. All right, once that's done being blended, I would not recommend breathing that in. Now, if you want it extra smooth, you could run this through a fine mesh sieve. You don't have to, but it will make the sauce look a little cleaner and less lumpy, if that's something you care about. But there is an
every time I die, I have a cheese.
Actual seeds. So you put that through the fine mesh strainer, and you just kind of push it through with the back end of a spoon until all of that's passed through. I mean, look, that works pretty good. You got all this sauce down here, and then all that's left, that's all the seeds, the dried bits that didn't quite blend fully. And now that's out of your sauce, and you're left with a beautiful, clean, smooth sauce. Dude, look how different that straining made this sauce look. Now, this is your opportunity to taste it, and just make sure the salt levels are good. So if you want a little more salt, add it now, because this is your last chance. All right, now the white sauce. A lot of people wonder what the white sauce is made out of, and a lot of people think it's a yogurt sauce or something. Not really, no, it's pretty much just straight mayo. Look at the back of the packet. What is it, like 20 grams of fat for a packet? Most people are doing 2 of those, 40 grams of fat. You'll become a big dog if you start eating that too many times. That said, the first ingredient, 3/4 of a cup of mayo. And this is where I got a little interesting here. I wanted sort of a creamy dairy element with a little bit of sourness, but not as sour as yogurt. So I went for sour cream, half a cup of sour cream. I also was thinking, like, what do people have in their pantry? And my brain is like, oh, I really want to put creme fraiche, but not everyone has creme fraiche. But more people will probably have sour cream, or at least easier access to it. Half a teaspoon of sugar, just to curb a little bit of that acidity, also bring a little bit of sweetness out of it. Half a teaspoon of MSG, generous pinch of salt, 1.5 tablespoons of lemon juice.
MSG, you mean MS-13?
So that's bringing a citrusiness, and it's bringing just straight plain acidity. 1 clove of grated garlic, and then just a little bit of fresh cracked black pepper. Give that a whisk until thoroughly combined. Now, if we did this correctly, this should look like white sauce. Wow, that actually looks exactly like it. Give it a little taste. I mean, that's kind of it. Season with a little more salt if it needs it, a little bit more pepper, and that is a beautiful white sauce. That's it. Super easy. Okay, next, the tomatoes. We're doing something a little bit different. You can just dice these and throw them in the bowl, and you can just skip this part of the video. But I want to do something a little more special, okay? And it requires very little extra effort. You're already taking the effort to slice them. Take an extra minute or less to do this next part. So first,
maybe I'm dying on purpose so I have an excuse to eat cheese.
Now, there's a few ways you can dice a tomato like this. One way I actually like that is a little sacrilegious is I want to cut out that sort of like core with all the seeds. I just don't need all that. You can keep it if you want, but I personally like to scrape out all that jelly.
Wanna know what rhymes with core?
That's gross, bro. It's just not the texture I want in this dish.
Door.
Just repeat that.
More.
Along
lower.
The outside of it, kind of like you're unrolling a pepper, and just kind of carve out that little core. And then any sort of jelly bits, you just kind of push out. Okay, now we can dice. So we just flatten those bad boys out, and then now we can get a proper dice on these tomatoes. So you're gonna cut them into 1/2-inch batons, then 1/2 inch the other way. All right, put those into a bowl. Now, like I said, you could call it a day here, just put them on your fucking bowl. That's fine. But if you want to take an extra step while you finish assembling the rest of your bowl, it would be really nice if you season them with just a touch of salt and a little extra virgin olive oil to dress. Just give them a little toss. That's it. You don't need to do much. All this does is add a little bit of richness, add a little bit of seasoning to it. I always say season your tomatoes. These are now going to cure. They're going to marinate in their own salty juices. Okay, cooking our chicken, you can do this in a pan. You can do this on a grill. If you're gonna do it on a grill, I would
stop.
Fall through the grates. You could also do it on a flat top. Flat top works great for this kind of chicken. Big pan, whatever. Do it in batches.
Actually, no. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute.
A little bit of vegetable oil to coat. And you're gonna layer your chicken on, ideally in one.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
You want to try to
hold
avoid,
up. Wait a minute.
You know, just the chicken swimming
hold
in
up.
its
Wait a
own
minute.
juices. Otherwise, you won't get any real good color on it. All right, you can see how this is all in one even layer. Try not to mound them too much on top of each other, otherwise you won't get any good color. Now, you're gonna let that sear for about 2-3 minutes, then we'll check it. After about 1 to 2 minutes, you want some nice Maillard, maybe a little bit of char. A little bit of char is fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's fine. No, it's fine. Now you're gonna give it a flip, reduce the heat to medium,
sauce.
and then just let that finish cooking on the other side.
God, that looks so fucking
turn them
good.
and toss them until they're fully cooked through at least a minimum temperature of 165 Fahrenheit. The beauty of thighs is you can let this continue to cook and they'll just get more tender, so it's really hard to overcook these. All right, once your chicken is fully cooked, place that on a landing tray and repeat with the rest of your chicken. Now, once all your chicken is totally cooked, you're gonna grate 1 clove of garlic over the chicken. This is optional. I would highly recommend it. And then you're just going to toss that together. All this is gonna do is just add a ridiculous garlicky fragrance to this that won't even taste like overwhelming garlic. It'll just add to the overall experience. I'm telling you, it's like mixing with the chicken fat and the spices and everything. It smells insane. It smells insane. Once your rice is done, pop that bad boy open.
Maybe it should go to an asylum.
Look at that, dude. So first of all,
can I rest? Can I rest? Why can't I rest? Why can't I fucking rest?
Absolutely beautiful. It smells fragrant of cumin and garlic, and there's just an unctuousness to it I can't even describe. Now, while you're fluffing this, I do want you to add 2 tablespoons of cold unsalted butter, cut into little cubes so it melts a little more easily. So as you're fluffing it, what will happen is that butter's gonna melt and enrobe this rice. So it's gonna do 2 things. It's gonna prevent the rice from sticking, but it's also gonna taste really good. Just gently fold that to avoid breaking the rice too much. Now we're ready to serve. To serve, lay down a generous layer of your golden rice, followed by a nice pile of your chicken, shredded lettuce, a spoonful of your seasoned tomatoes. You can also add a little more rice if you want. Now you could serve your sauces on the side, but I much prefer to drizzle with each of your sauces. First the white sauce and then the red sauce. Always go a little lighter on the red sauce because the more red you add, the spicier it'll get. Now just serve that with a few pieces of pita on the side if you like, and enjoy. Look at this. Upon first glance, you might go, well, this just looks like a standard halal cart meal. And in many ways it is. I mean, that was the goal here, right? Except the goal is to make it so supremely delicious that you want to make it at home. But the other benefit is obviously you can make the individual elements. You could just make the rice. Anyway, I'll stop talking. Let's see how good it actually is. Get a little bit of everything. Guys, I know that we don't really do but better anymore. And this wasn't intended to be about better, but this is better than just about any halal cart
Does it taste like food?
It is so deeply,
I bet it tastes like food.
flavorful. The chicken has a little bit of heat. It's so
I bet
rich
it
and
do
delicious.
indeed taste like
I
food.
like halal guys, right?
What do
But
I
they
wait?
specify
I thought I
MSG,
had
big mistake.
whatever.
Second of all, I think that their chicken is a little bit subdued.
Or do I get it from
really
the?
relies on the sauce.
Do I
This
get it
chicken
from the Kappa
stands
Demon?
alone,
Stop! I fucking
creamy,
hate this
rich
game.
sauce, the spicy vinegary sauce. It comes together as just this like massive explosion of flavor. You're not missing a single beat. Seasoned perfectly. The rice is flavorful. The rice is an amazing texture. It's not overcooked like a lot of other places because the rice is sitting there all day. It's actually got some chew to it. And then the tomatoes are like bursting. I mean, these are just regular store-bought
Just
tomatoes.
give me
These
a
taste
second.
like some of the best
Just
tomatoes
give
I've
me
ever
a
had just
fucking.
because they were seasoned a little bit. And then obviously the freshness from the lettuce. And all that is to say, you have the pita too.
Bro,
You want pita.
come on.
Honestly, this is so good.
Just get up the steps, you stupid fucking worthless cock.
Like, this is amazing on its own. So pita is optional.
Jesus,
Pita.
I'm throwing cheese around.
Pita. Oh, pita. Probably gonna cut that, I hope. Kind of outdid ourselves on this one, guys. Recipes in the link in the description. It's free for everybody. You can print it out, go get it, it's fine. I love you, subscribe. Bye.
Joke's on him, I'm already subbed. Jump down here, come on.
In 1989, a man with a blurred face said on television that the United States government had 9 alien spacecraft in its possession. Then, inexplicably, this man asked the station to remove the blur because his life was already over, essentially. This man is Bob Lazar, and if you've kept up with any of the alien UFO disclosure stuff over the last long time, since 1989, you've definitely heard his name. But just because you may know his name, I would bet that you don't know the full story. For example, by the time Bob had said this on television with his face blurred.
Well, there's several,
Jesus
actually
Christ.
9 flying saucers, flying discs, that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
His first wife had been dead for 3 years, and she was a convicted murderer 15 years older than him. She died of carbon monoxide poisoning in their garage 2 days before Bob bigamously married his second wife. There was no autopsy. Bob Lazar's college degree came from a school that the federal government was prosecuting as a diploma mill the year that he graduated. He'd also filed for bankruptcy, and the next year he would plead guilty to felony pandering for running a prostitution operation out of a Las Vegas apartment complex. So logically, by every standard of credibility, you should ignore the pimp fireworks salesman. The problem with ignoring him is that what he said in 1989, in 35 years, none of his claims have been fully disproved, and some of it has gotten less easy to dismiss, not more. Things have come true over time, sort of an Alex Jones situation. But enough of that. This video is about Bob Lazar. It is a video about a man that you should not believe, and about why there is a cult of people who do anyways, including, in a lot of ways, me. I believe a lot of what he says. I'm going to go down on it. Okay, guys, I'm going to go right down on it and give that shit a sucking. I'm going to go right down on it and suck that shit sideways. Is that a weird way to intro a video?
Damn, Oompa like me for real.
This starts in Las Vegas, the year of our Lord, 1989. In the spring, a man walked into a Vegas television station and told the news director that he had a story to tell. The station was KLAS, the CBS affiliate. The news director sent him to George Knapp, KLAS's chief investigative reporter who'd spent the previous decade covering organized crime in Nevada, which is very dangerous because it's kind of what Nevada was known for at the time. Knapp, in fact, had won many regional Emmys for his casino reporting and had never covered a UFO story in his life. You could say that he was a legit journalist. You could say he was very credible. The man had been introduced to Knapp through John Lear, the son of the inventor of the Learjet and a former CIA contract with a long-standing public interest in UFOs. Lear was a known figure in UFO subculture and not, on his own terms, a credible source. But he was connected, and he was the kind of person who would not have brought a stranger to a working reporter without a good reason. So the blurred man told Knapp that he'd worked at a hangar called S4 in the desert southwest of Groom Lake on what he described as 9 recovered alien spacecraft. S4 sits inside the Nevada test site about 15 miles south of Area 51 on the shore of a dry lake bed called Papoose Lake. It's a really fun name to say. Try it. Say it with me. 3, 2, 1. You sound like an idiot. Oh. Knapp's first instinct was that he was being told a fantasy. He spent the next 6 weeks listening to the man and...
Wait, oh God, he's coming after me. The fuck, bro?
KLAS aired its first interview with Bob Lazar. But at the time, he gave the name Dennis because his face was blurred and he was trying to maintain anonymity.
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
The reason that he had agreed to do the interview at all, he later explained on Billy Goodman's radio show on KVEG, was that he believed his life was in danger.
I made a routine request for my birth certificate, which I needed for just for ID purposes, and I was told that it doesn't exist. I wasn't even born at that hospital. And I kind of got the idea that soon someone was going to disappear.
He wanted a witness in case he disappeared. The blurred Dennis interview ran on a Monday, and after that point, the phones at KLAS did not stop ringing for the next 6 months. Some calls were tips, most were people who'd said they'd seen something at the test site too, and by November, the station had decided to do something that under no other circumstances would they have done it. On November 10th, 1989, with the permission of Bob Lazar, KLAS removed the blur from his face and put his real name on the screen. Lazar later said the unmasking was his idea because he believed the visibility was its own protection. Whoever might have come for him in May, he reasoned, would be less likely to come for him in November after his face was on broadcast television. He'd become a martyr. Bob's not suicidal. Bob's not suicidal. If this was the internet era, that's what people would have been saying. Bob's not suicidal, dude. Bob's not suicidal. You know what I'm going to start saying? I'm suicidal as shit. If I ever kill myself, I'm going to make it look like I was murdered. I'm going to write a note. I'm going to sign it Hillary Clinton. The man on KVEG that night had a story that physicists in 1989 said was completely impossible. And Knapp's first thought when meeting Bob was that he was a fantasist. His second thought was that everything that Bob Lazar described to him had geographic specificity that no fantasist would risk. What is a fantasist? I'm not exactly sure. Comment down below if you know. I think that's just someone who makes shit up. The first time Bob Lazar said he went to S4 was December of 1988. What's S4? Well, S is a letter, 4 is a number. He said that he was driven from McCarran International Airport to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is on the Nellis Range, about an hour northwest of Las Vegas.
So I'd go out there, I'd drive out to EG&G Special Projects,
fucking little
which was
shit.
right in McCarran Airport at that time.
From Indian Springs, he said they put him on a bus with the windows blacked out. The bus drove south, deeper into the test site toward a place not on any public map.
The bus has the windows blocked out of it.
Lazar described the route to Knapp in detail, from McCarran to Indian Springs by
Why am I
car,
down here?
then from Indian Springs to the test site by bus, then the bus to S4 by a specific road that he traced on a map in Knapp's office. The route, well, obviously, was not on any public document. Knapp checked it, and the road did exist.
Was I
it
going the
appeared
right
on a
way?
topographic map of the Nevada test site that, at the time, was not widely distributed. The bus drove south towards Papoose Lake, which is the dry alkali flat about 15 miles south of Groom Lake. Groom Lake is what civilians call Area 51. Civilians like you guys. I call it Groom Lake because I'm awesome and I know about aliens. And I also know that Papoose is the lake bed that nobody talks about. Lazar said the bus stopped at the base of a low hill on the western edge of Papoose Lake, and there were hangars built into the side of the hill, 9 of them in a row, with each having a sloped front that matched the angle of the hill it was cut into.
The S4 installation is built into the mountain, and the hangar doors are built on an angle commensurate with the slope of the mountain.
The hangars, he said, had been designed to be invisible from above. A satellite passing over Papoose Lake would just see a hillside.
If you get really close, you can actually see the tracks.
Yeah, well, yeah, we drove right along that. Yeah, that's unquestionably where we were.
Inside one of those hangars, he said, was the craft. When the door opened, the craft was already in front of him. Lazar said his job at S4 was reverse engineering, aka taking alien shit and making it human shit. And Lazar's team's task was to figure out how a craft built by something other than humans could produce the propulsion
I completely forget this
and I'm gonna need you to produce me some produce. He said he was given binders to read on what the prior teams had concluded, and he said the prior teams had not gotten very far. It looked like a disc, or 2 discs actually, one larger on top and a smaller one set on it like a hat. The whole surface was, in his words, all smooth like it had been a wax casting. No seams, no rivets, no surface, no features at all. Sort of like my scrotum.
You said something about you looked into one and it was all smooth like it had been a wax casting or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It sat on 3 small landing pads that were barely raised off the floor, and the craft had an opening on the underside about 4 feet tall. And there was a single chair in the center, small enough that an adult would have to fold themselves into it. There were no controls on any surface, no screens, no buttons, nothing he recognized as a display. To be clear, he never claimed to have flown the craft. He claimed the craft responded to his presence in some way that he wasn't allowed to describe in detail, or wasn't able to describe in detail. That is the part of the story he's been the most consistent about for 35 years, and least willing to expand upon. The other 8 craft in the row of hangars, he said he was not allowed
fake,
here.
and
was that the only one you looked into, or was the other one? Was there another one you looked into?
No, it was the only one I looked into. The other ones I just saw from a distance, so you know, I don't know any detail.
An important detail is he said the 9 craft were also completely different in appearance, but he wasn't shown enough of them to say exactly what the differences were. The one that Bob was shown, he called the sports model, and in his telling, was not from this planet.
And the one you looked into, was that the sport model?
Yes, exactly.
And that's the only one you saw fly as well?
Right.
Oh,
okay.
Now we get into the part of the story that most physicists in 1989 said was bullshit nonsense. And a lot of physicists now, to be honest, too. But this is also the part where some physicists at the time maybe were wrong a little bit. And Bob Lazar was right, which is really crazy. What Bob Lazar said was that the sport model ran on antimatter. The reactor at the center of the craft, he said, used a small amount of a specific element to generate 2 effects simultaneously. One was antimatter annihilation, which produced the craft's electrical power, and the other was a gravitational field that surrounded the craft and propagated outward. Lazar was specific about how the gravity worked. He said, "It's not a gravity generator, it's a gravity amplifier." He described the reactor itself as the power source, saying, "The antimatter reactor provides the power for the craft and the basic low-amplitude gravitational wave." What he meant, I think, in his telling was that the craft didn't make gravity. It took something that already existed at the atomic level and just cranked it up. He said the gravity wave existed inside heavier elements and normally stayed inside the atom. The element, apparently, that produced this effect, he said, was atomic number 115. In Lazar's later telling, element 115's strong nuclear force did not behave the way that it did in lighter elements. In lighter atoms, the strong force binds protons and neutrons together inside the nucleus and is just contained there. In 115, he said the field extended past the atom, so the reactor's job was to focus that field, amplify it, and direct it as a gravitational wave. He said that he held a piece of the element and described the piece as a small wedge, heavier than it should have been for its size and warm to the touch. He did not claim, however, the United States had synthesized it, meaning the 115 was found inside the craft, not made by Lazar or anyone that worked with Lazar. It's alien stuff. He said that the S4 program ran on roughly 223 grams of element 115 per craft. He said the total stockpile of element 115 was around 500 pounds. In 1989, when Bob Lazar said this, element 115 did not exist on the periodic table, okay? Very important. The heaviest element that had ever been synthesized at that point was element 106, seaborgium, named after Glenn Seaborg, the chemist who discovered plutonium. Also, huge nerd. Most of the transuranic elements known then had half-lives measured in minutes or less. The idea of an element 9 numbers heavier, let alone one stable enough to sit in your hand and just have 500 pounds of, was, in the consensus of physicists now and then, pretty fringe. And the specific gravity wave mechanism that Lazar described had no theoretical basis in any published physics journal. There was no atomic gravity wave, no strong force generator, no antimatter reactor that could be carried inside a craft 30 feet wide. Physicists who heard Lazar's account in 1989 called it bullshit. They called it impossible. They called it impossible in 1990. They were still calling it impossible in 2000, but in 2003, something kind of changed. Not in Lazar, his story was the same, but in the world that he was describing, something sort of changed. And what is that? Well, we'll get to it. Because everything I've told you so far is what Bob Lazar said in 1989. Now, I have to tell you who Bob Lazar was when he said it, so you get the full idea of where this guy is coming from and why there's such a argument, such a controversial figure this man is. Is he a liar? I don't know. In the 1989 KLAS interviews, Bob Lazar said he had 2 master's degrees.
I have 2 master's degrees. One's in physics, one's in electronics.
He said his bachelor's degree was from Pacifica University, class of 1978, and his master's degrees were from Caltech and MIT. Stanton Friedman was the first guy to fact-check him, kind of a buzzkill. Friedman, you see, was a nuclear physicist who had spent 30 years investigating UFO claims. He'd written a definitive book on Roswell, and he'd walked into the National Archives himself to pull declassified UFO documents. By 1990, he was the most credentialed UFO researcher.
Fuck, I forget how to get to the one dragon thing I'm trying to get to.
If the credentials supported it.
Please don't touch me.
He could not get Lazar's credentials to support
I don't think
anything.
It's this way.
He started with Pacifica, and what he found was that the school Bob Lazar said he'd received his physics degree from was, in the year Lazar said he'd received the subject of an
bonfire.
active
Then I'm
going to
upgrade it and then
US
get some health
case
back.
number 780271M-01 in the Central District of California. The charge was mail fraud. The basis was that Pacifica University was selling unaccredited degrees to people who had not done the
Why is everyone
academic
always
work.
naked?
Basically, the kind of degree that I want, that I'm going to have eventually, one of these days when I finally study enough. Lazar's defense for this was Gene Huff, his closest friend, who explained later that he had taken an English and history course at Pacifica because Lazar needed those credits to assemble a degree, having done the science work elsewhere. The defense itself confirmed that Pacifica was being used as a credential laundering pathway. So that's not good. Friedman went to MIT next, and the MIT registrar had no record of anyone named Robert or Bob or Big Dick or Dennis Lazar having ever enrolled, attended, or graduated from the school. There was no thesis on file, no commencement listing, and Friedman wrote after these findings, no such thesis exists at MIT, and he is not on a commencement list, meaning Bob Lazar's thesis did not exist. Bob Lazar never went to MIT. According to MIT, Caltech was the same story.
No, I'm going the wrong way.
When this was pointed out to Lazar, his answer was that his work at S4 was so classified that the government had retroactively erased everything else about him from the public record. Friedman's response in his published investigation was, the notion that the government wiped his civilian records clean is absurd. Professor Lazar named at Caltech, Bill Duxler, turned out to have actually taught at Pierce Junior College. Pierce confirmed Lazar took electronics courses there, but not Caltech. And Friedman put it this way. He said, quite obviously, if one can go to MIT, one does not go to Pierce. Not to shit on Pierce, but apparently it's not quite as good as MIT. Friedman also pulled Lazar's high school transcript and found him ranked 261 out of 369.
Why?
He was in the bottom third. Now, all that being said, there is one document in the story that does not behave the way that debunkers say that it does. The Los Alamos National Lab wrote it in 1993. To understand the Los Alamos document, you have to start way back in 1982. On June 27, 1982, the Los Alamos Monitor, the local newspaper of the town where the Los Alamos National Laboratory sits, published a profile of a young engineer who had built a jet-powered Honda. A stainless steel and titanium jet engine on a Honda body burning liquid propane capable of over 200 miles an hour at a dry lake bed near Los Angeles. The byline was Terry England, and the headline was, LA man joins the jet set at 200 miles an hour. And in the body of this article, England identified the young engineer by his name and his employer. He called him a physicist at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility. In a 2021 interview, Terry England said that he had taken Lazar's self-described physicist job title at face value and had not fact-checked it. But that phrase was in print in a local newspaper in 1982, 7 years before Bob Lazar went on television and 6 years before he said he started at S4. So it is at minimum evidence that in 1982, Bob Lazar was in some way connected by some form or another to Los Alamos National Laboratory. And a 1982 internal Los Alamos phone directory also lists him by name, Lazar Robert, with the designation K/M next to it. K/M stood for Control, a contractor that supplied technical staff to Los Alamos. But then in 1989, when Stanton Friedman called Los Alamos to verify Lazar's employment claim, Los Alamos said they had no record of him. But by 1989, the Bob Lazar UFO story was also national. So there's conflicting documentation and evidence. They say they have no record of him, but there is record.
Can you switch to the fucking sword, cunt?
In a phone book. So that's kind of interesting. And George Knapp had a question in regard to that of his own. If Los Alamos was saying there was no record, how did the Los Alamos Monitor describe Lazar as a physicist at the Mason Physics Facility in 1982 with apparent institutional access? So after that question, Knapp wrote to Los Alamos to inquire further. In August of 1993, he got a letter back. The letter was from Diane Benegas, public information specialist at Los Alamos National Laboratory, and she wrote,
"We have no personnel records on. Our personnel people tell me we only archive records of Los Alamos employees. That is, those of us who are employed by the University of California."
So, Los Alamos did not say Bob Lazar never worked there. They said he was not their employee to keep records on. He was, as the phone directory suggested, a contractor.
Wait, is that it?
The Tech 3 positions at Los Alamos in 1982, Benegas wrote, required no 4-year degree, just a 2-year technical certificate or equivalent experience. But they did require a Q clearance, the Department of Energy's top secret clearance for nuclear weapons access. What that means is that in some form or another, the simple debunk collapses under one of the lab's own letters. What it does not mean is that Lazar was a physicist at Los Alamos, though. He was more likely a contractor with clearance, which is its own kind of credible and its own kind of insufficient. Kirkmeyer's records of Bob Lazar have never been produced either. So, there's not a lot of information out there. There's not many people in those institutions rushing to Bob Lazar's aid, which honestly makes sense. Now, I mentioned the Q clearance. Lazar has also said separately that he has held 2 clearances. A Q clearance at Los Alamos, which is real and required for the contractor position that he had, but there was no public record of it ever being issued, and for his work at S4, which is a higher clearance he called Majestic, which sounds so cool that it is crazy. No such clearance level exists in any unclassified Department of Energy or Department of Defense documentation. The word Majestic in US UFO history appears in one place, a set of documents called the MJ-12 that the FBI determined to be a hoax. You know what else the FBI determined to be a Democratic hoax? The Epstein files. And they also killed Martin Luther King. So I don't know if the FBI is a source of credibility at this point. And also, Stanton Friedman, who called Bob Lazar a fraud, defended the MJ-12 documents as authentic for the rest of his life. It's very confusing, to be honest with you, and the more research you do, the less clear it becomes. You kind of just have to pick a side, really. For once, I'm gonna be honest with you. I put a lot of effort into staying on top of my health. I work out, I eat pretty well, and every single day I take a massive
good
stack
transaction.
of supplements. Here's one now. The one thing I've always put off historically is going to the doctor. I just keep saying, I'll do it next week, and then next week becomes 10, 15 years or so. But ZocDoc made it so I couldn't keep dodging it. It's a free app and website that helps you find
I liked it when Papa Meat
in-network doctors so you can find someone that you love. Over 150,000 providers across all 50 states, 200 plus specialties. You search for what you need, read verified reviews from real people, see who's available right now, and book instantly. You can do in-person or telehealth video visit, whatever works for you. Most appointments happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and sometimes even same day. Stop putting off those appointments. Go to zocdoc.com/Oomville to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com or zocdoc.com/Oompaville. This video is sponsored by ZocDoc.
ZocDoc.
There's another fact about Bob Lazar that almost nobody talks about, including the people who have been calling him a fraud for 35 years. It's not about UFOs. It is about a woman named Carol. Carol Lazar, Bob Lazar's first wife's maiden name was Nadine Asher. She was Carol Nadine Asher, born in California in the mid-1940s. And in 1975, Carol Asher was charged with second-degree murder in the state of California. She pleaded guilty and served prison time. The court records of the case have not been fully released to the public as of this video being made, to be clear. But what independent researchers have documented is that she was released by late 1977, and that after her release, she took a job at Fairchild Industries, which is a California aerospace manufacturer, as a test technician. Bob also worked at Fairchild, and that is where they met. She was 15 years older than he was, and on July 27th, 1980, in Woodland Hills, California, they got married. She was 3 years past a prison sentence for second-degree murder, and he was 21 years old. By the way, second-degree murder is killing with malice. Basically, you meant to do it, but you didn't think about it for very long. It was not premeditated. First-degree murder is when you plan it out and you kill somebody. So, you know, just for a little clarification there. This little guy has something to say. I am not able to understand the amount of drama that has plagued this man's existence. Bob Lazar, that is. Always with the racism. Hey, I'm not racist! Bro's a straight anti-Semite, too. He starts yapping. I read about mitzvah and, like, lending and all this crazy stuff. It's weird. For 6 years, they were married. Bob Lazar moved through the early 1980s as the Los Alamos Monitor described him. He built the jet car in 1982. The encounter he says he had with Edward Teller, the physicist who fathered the U.S. hydrogen bomb, happened in June of the same year. By the middle of 1982, Bob Lazar's name was on the Los Alamos phone directory as a Kirkmeyer contractor. He was, by every account, a young man building experimental projects on credit and on his own enthusiasm, a pattern that 4 years later would end him in bankruptcy court. Anyways, back to the marriage. Bob Lazar's account of the marriage in later interviews is that Carol was unhappy and that she was ill. There are no contemporaneous public accounts that document either claim, to be fair, but what is in the public record is that by the start of 1986, Bob had started seeing Tracy Ann Merck. And then, on April 19th, 1986, Bob did something. He married Tracy Merck at the We've Only Just Begun wedding chapel in Las Vegas, who was on that date still legally married with his first wife, Carol. That's bigamy. I don't think you can do that unless you're Joseph Smith. 2 days later, on April 26, 1986, Carol Lazar was found dead in the garage of the home that she shared with Bob at 1933 and Greta Street, Las Vegas. And the cause of the death was carbon monoxide poisoning. She had run her car in the closed garage and died from the fumes. The case was referred to the Clark County coroner and given file number 001423-86. No autopsy was ever performed. It was pretty cut and dry. The coroner did note that rigor mortis had already begun to dissipate by the time her body was found. That means that she had been deceased for hours before she was found. Bob Lazar's account of his wife's death in interviews then and since is that Carol was dying of pancreatic cancer and she had taken her own life. But no medical record of a pancreatic cancer diagnosis has ever surfaced, so, but that's also, you know, private and all that shit. By the way, I'm obviously not implying that Bob Lazar killed his wife or that she was murdered or anything. It is just tragic, dramatic weight to this man's life that can give you either a sense to trust or distrust him. I don't know anybody who's had more crazy shit happen. 3 months after Carol's death on July 21st, 1986, Bob Lazar filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in Las Vegas Federal Bankruptcy Court with case number BK8601623, just in case you want to look it up. The reason cited on the filing for bankruptcy was death of spouse. In the end of October 1986, Bob and Tracy were married a second time, but this time it was legally. So his first wife is now dead, and the bigamous wedding was now a real wedding, and the bankruptcy had erased everything pretty much from before. And that would be one of the craziest things in this entire man's life if her husband hadn't, in the next 4 years, done all this other insane, crazy shit. So, back to 1989. Bob goes on television to tell the world about S4. In 1990, the year after, he's arrested for pandering. The charge was that Bob Lazar had recruited a prostitute named Tony Bullock and was running her business out of an apartment complex on Tamarisk Street in Las Vegas called Newport Cove. He maintained the computer records, kept the license plate numbers of clients, photographed clients in a waiting room, and took at least 50% of the fees. That is all according to law enforcement. 50%? That's crazy, man. On June 18th, 1990, Bob Lazar pleaded guilty to felony pandering before Judge Jack Lehman of the 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada. On August 20th, 1990, he was sentenced to a 3-year suspended sentence with probation and 150 hours of community service, a ban from brothels, and 1 year of mandatory psychotherapy. And just in case you didn't know, brothels are legal in Nevada. So, nice. The Las Vegas Review-Journal, in its reporting on the case the next day, referred to Bob Lazar as UFO Witness Lazar, which is pretty interesting. It's important to note the Deputy District Attorney John Lukens told the Review-Journal that there were no drugs, nor was there any indication of force or coercion. So he had a pretty above-board sex prostitution ring that he ran out of an apartment complex and took 50% of the fees. I mean, it seems pretty crazy. Initially, one of Bob's defenses was that he was trying to help Tony, the prostitute, the first prostitute, modernize her business by giving it computer systems and stuff like that. But then in the actual case records and everything, it seemed like he kind of started it a little bit. You know, he's kind of like the main guy. That's why they split 50% of the fees. A lot of Bob's supporters heavily imply that all of these things have been massively embellished and exaggerated to discredit him. A lot of people also say that this has nothing to do with aliens or UFOs, so who gives? And honestly, I get it, all right? Yeah, it does, you know what? The charge was originally aiding and abetting a prostitution ring, but then was reduced to felony pandering, which is like different from pimping. It's you use coercion to create a prostitute to. It's not through force. Never mind. But it is kind of through force because it's coercive. It's not good either way. It's bad. It's pretty bad. But like people say, it doesn't have a lot to do with UFOs or science or extraterrestrials or anything like that. So Bob later started a chemicals company, the next logical step after a prostitution ring, called United Nuclear Scientific Equipment and Supplies.
I need to go to bed actually early tonight, so I'm not like super fucking tired, so I can actually play games decently.
2003, federal investigators raided United Nuclear's offices and pulled its chemical sales records. In 2006, the company was charged under the Federal Hazardous Substances Act with 3 counts of introducing banned substances into interstate commerce. And in 2007, United Nuclear pleaded guilty. The corporation paid a $7,500 fine and was placed on 3 years of probation. As a part of the plea, the government agreed not to bring personal charges against Bob Lazar or his third wife, Joy White. That's a lot of run-ins with the government. They really seem interested in this guy, to be honest with you. Then, on December 22nd, 2015, a 31-year-old woman named Janelle Sturtzel died of thallium poisoning in Houghton, Michigan. The Michigan State Police and the FBI traced the thallium back to United Nuclear's online store. And in 2017, agents arrived at United Nuclear's offices in Michigan. Bob Lazar cooperated, giving investigators voluntary access to the company's computers. He was not a suspect, and the search warrant the agents had brought was not served. In subsequent interviews, Bob Lazar has at times implied that the 2017 visit was government pressure related to what he saw at S4. The Bob Lazar story is at minimum a story about what people will believe when nobody's flipping over the package to read the ingredients. Speaking of which, are our sour gummies. 37% less sugar than Sour Patch Kids, 0 number dyes, and real fruit purees. concentrated juices. The other guys use numbered dyes like Red 40. You might as well be putting thallium in that shit. Just kidding. That's a horrible joke to make, but I don't really care that much. They also don't have fruit in theirs. Go to sour.gg, don't buy corporate slop, support the little guys, and use code OOMPA to get 10% off, by the way. We've released almost 100 different flavors and have dozens on our site right now. So thank you to me for sponsoring this video. Remember the fellow we talked about earlier in the video, a fellow by the name of Stanton Friedman, who didn't really like Bob Lazar and said that he was a fraud? He died in May of 2019. Before that, for nearly 50 years, he was the most relentless investigator of UFO claims working in the United States of America. He had a master's in nuclear physics from the University of Chicago, and he'd worked on classified nuclear aircraft propulsion programs for General Electric, Aerojet General, and Westinghouse in the 1950s and the 60s.
Nice, dude.
This guy was at ground zero.
This dude
He spent the rest of his life walking into archives and registrars' offices and field-checking claims. He believed the 1947 Roswell incident was completely real, and he believed the United States government had recovered alien craft. But he could not find a way to believe Bob Lazar. He published his investigation in International UFO Reporter. The article was titled, "The Bob Lazar Fraud," and that title and the position it stated, he had never walked back. Friedman's load-bearing sentence on Lazar, the one quoted in every subsequent investigation of the man, was, "Scientists leave trails. Lazar is not a scientist." So what does that mean to the layman? Well, luckily Stanton elaborated. He has no published papers, no co-authors, no thesis committee, no qualifying exams. There's not many lone wolf scientists. Friedman investigated Lazar in person. He visited MIT. He visited Caltech. He pulled Lazar's old high school transcripts at Westbury, Long Island. He drove to Pierce Junior College in Los Angeles, confirmed the only post-secondary attendance Lazar's paper trail could substantiate. He actually put in the work, and his conclusion was that Bob Lazar was a complete fraud. Now, Stanton isn't just this guy who hates UFOs, though. He thinks Roswell was legit. I wish this guy would be able to see what they got now. Oh, by the way, also, this UFO disclosure thing that's been going on recently, honestly, release the Epstein files. Finish with that first. But it's pretty exciting. I want to see more. So far, everything we've seen is the same shit we've been seeing for the last couple years. There's been absolutely nothing new, even remotely interesting. It all just looks like the same old bullshit or weather balloons. And show me some aliens, dude. Show me some stuff. I want to see the real shit, man. Nothing would make me believe Bob Lazar more than if it was just real. And by the way, I do believe Bob Lazar, by the way, just so you guys are wondering. There's like a big part of my I want to believe Bob Lazar. It's kind of like Bigfoot for me. There's not a lot of evidence, but like the stories are interesting and they've stayed the same. So I kind of, there's like it said, you can put a level of trust in it, but you can't bet your life on it, you know? Or maybe you can. A lot of people can. A lot of people are going to be really mad at me that I made this video, unfortunately, but I'm one of you guys. I'm one of you idiots. I'm a fellow idiot, all right? I promise to you. But in order to be a real idiot, you also have to acknowledge the facts. And then still decide in the face of the facts and the knowledge and the information that you are going to continue being an idiot. Like a me. Anyways, back to Stanton Friedman. There's one detail that matters more than any of the rest. In 1984, Friedman, William Moore, and Jamie Shandera helped surface a set of documents called the Majestic 12 Papers, or MJ-12. The documents purported to be Truman-era briefings on a classified U.S. government program that recovered crashed alien aircraft. The FBI examined the documents and labeled them completely bogus. Philip Klass, a skeptic and aviation journalist, demonstrated that the Harry Truman signature on the document had been photocopied from an unrelated 1947 memo. Stanton Friedman defended the MJ-12 documents as authentic for the next 35 years. He died on that hill, literally. He published a book on them and defended them at conferences. He never recanted. And that is the man who called Bob Lazar a fraud. The most credentialed UFO researcher in the country believed the documents the FBI called a hoax, but rejected the live human witness who described S4. And a lot of what Bob Lazar has said about S4 is also coming true, or at least aspects of it. One of the biggest points to Bob not being a fraud and being an honest man, and one of the things that I really attach to be honest, is the consistency of his storytelling. Over the last 35 years, Bob has told his story. For the first time, he told it on KLAS in May of 1989. He's told it again and again in public, roughly every year since. He told the story on Larry King Now in 2019. He told it in Jeremy Corbell's 2018 Netflix documentary called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. He told it on Joe Rogan in June of 2019, which is the most viewed episode of Joe Rogan's podcast of all time. It has over 60 million views. And he told it again on Joe Rogan last month, in which they announced a new show that I watched. And honestly, the dude did a lot of really cool art and stuff. He did it all in Blender, and it was really fun to watch, and it was a great piece of media. And they released some new stuff in that.
I wonder how much money he'd be making off of all this.
Regardless, in every retelling, the load-bearing details are the same. S4 was a hangar in the desert southwest of Groom Lake, built into the side of a hill on Papoose Lake. And with the most recent documentary that they released, they went into more detail as to that being an actual verified fact. There's a video of this guy flying, Google flying, and you can see the thing. I don't know if I'm allowed to use literal footage from the documentary in this video without getting sued because it's so recent, but I tried to find the evidence online and I couldn't. Bob has also consistently said the craft that he was allowed to enter was called the Sport Model. It ran on Element 115. The reactor at its center amplified a gravitational field that already existed inside the atom. He held a piece of the element. He met Edward Teller in 1982. His S4 work began in December of 1988 and ended on April 7th, 1989. He was debriefed at Indian Springs. Names of the programs that he describes: Project Galileo, Project Sigma. They do not change. The interior dimensions of the Sport Model do not change. The position of the chair, the shape of the doorway, the kid size, scale, the interior, the wax cast, surface texture, none of it changes. Fabricated stories, in my experience, from what I know, they tend to drift. Maybe Bob's just a better fabricator because his story doesn't really drift. Obviously, it's possible for someone to lie in the exact same way for 35 years. For sure. It's happened a lot, probably. I mean, look at just the government. It's pretty consistent there. The consistency itself does not prove that Lazar was an S4. A career-long con artist could have discipline and could maintain the same story for 35 years. The consistency, though, does prove that whatever Lazar believes happened to him, he is not just making it up as he goes along. He made it all up once and has been telling and retelling that same story with the same details to dozens of interviewers across 4 decades. 21-year-old narrator who said this in 1989 and the 65-year-old man who says it on Joe Rogan in 2026, they're just saying the same shit. And that's not nothing. It's also not proof. Obviously. It is an indissolvable fact about Bob Lazar. Oh, and also Element 115, by the way. Remember how that didn't exist at the time of Bob announcing it? In 1989, what Bob Lazar said about Element 115 was, in the consensus of physicists, complete and total nonsense. But in August of 2003, a team at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research at Dubna, Russia, working with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California, synthesized atomic number 115 for the first time. The result was confirmed independently a decade later by the GSI Helmholtz Center in Darmstadt, Germany, and Lund University in Sweden in 2013. Element 115 exists, and it now has a name. Element 115 is called Moscovium, chemical symbol MC, named for the Moscow Oblast where the JINR sits. Now, where it differs from what Bob Lazar said is that the isotopes that have been synthesized so far have half-lives of milliseconds. The longest-lived isotope, Moscovium 290, has a half-life of about 650 milliseconds. These half-lives are far shorter than what Bob Lazar described. What Bob Lazar described was an isotope of 115 that was stable enough to hold in his hand across a desk for hours and not kill him or blow up or explode, but rather be used in ancient alien technology. No documented isotope of Moscovium synthesized to date has had that kind of stability. However, there's a published theoretical model called the Island of Stability, which predicts that certain heavier isotopes of certain transuranic elements, including 115, should be substantially more stable than the isotopes that have been synthesized so far. Specifically, isotope 291 of Moscovium, which has not been synthesized, is theoretically predicted to have a half-life on the order of seconds, which is longer than milliseconds, if you didn't know. That is still not stable in your hands for hours, but it is a category of stability that back in 1989, the physicists who heard Lazar, they called that impossible. The category is no longer impossible. It is in the open peer-reviewed literature, and it is obviously debated, but it's out there. So that obviously does not vindicate Bob Lazar. But also, 115 was never synthesized then, and now it has been, and it's getting closer and closer. The macroscopic quantity claim he made is still scientifically unsupported. And I would know, because I'm a scientist. Now, how about what the United States Senate did in 2023? Also doesn't vindicate Bob Lazar, but it is more interesting than the situation of the government in the 1990s and 80s specifically. On December 16th, 2017, the New York Times ran a front page story by Helen Cooper, Ralph Blumenthal, and Leslie Keane. The story was titled Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program. The program was called AATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. It had existed since 2008, and the Times confirmed that the United States Department of Defense had been running a classified program to study unidentified aerial phenomena for 9 years that the public had not known about. On April 27, 2020, the Department of Defense officially released 3 videos shot from a U.S. Navy aircraft, FLIR 1, Gimbal, and Go Fast, showing unidentified objects performing maneuvers that the Department of Defense had not been able to explain. In July of 2022, the department established AARO, or AARO, or the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to consolidate the government's UAP investigations. On July 26, 2023, a former Air Force intelligence officer named David Grush testified under oath before a House Oversight Committee, and he said, "I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program to which I was denied access." End quote. Hey Bob, that sounds pretty familiar. In March of 2024, AARO published its Historical Record Report Volume 1.
Hurry up, game.
The report's
Game,
headline finding was that
game,
AARO had
hurry
located
up.
no empirical evidence of
Hurry up,
off-world
game.
spacecraft or recovered extraterrestrial remains. So the government says, we investigated and we didn't find anything. But in 2023, the U.S. Senate took up an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act, which is the annual military funding bill, and the amendment was Senate Amendment 797. The lead co-sponsor was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The amendment was modeled on the JFK Assassinations Records Collection Act, and its original provision authorized federal eminent domain over recovered UAP technologies and biological evidence held by private contractors. The Senate Majority Leader of the United States co-authored a bill whose plain legislative text presumed that recovered non-human craft and biological evidence existed and were held by private contractors. This is crazy, because this is what the conspiracy crazy people have been saying since Truman. All right, guys, ever heard of Bourne Secret? How about the Department of Energy? How about Skunk Works? Anyways, this eminent domain provision was killed in conference, and a reduced version of the amendment passed. Both halves of that sentence matter, though. Once again, doesn't vindicate Bob Lazar even remotely, okay?
Bob Lazar.
But it is really interesting. And what has changed is not what we know about S4. What has changed is what it costs us as a culture to consider the question of whether or not it's even possible that we're reverse engineering craft that is not from this Earth or planet or wherever the it's from. In 1989, the question of whether the US government had recovered alien craft was the province of TV whistleblowers and ufologists. Insane crackpots. The craziest of the crazy people from history. American history, the classics. You believe that fucking the government shot Kennedy and they killed MLK and that there's aliens? Literally every single one of those conspiracies that has been a conspiracy for the last 80 years, they're all true now. They're just all true. So is it really that crazy to believe Bob Lazar? Is it really that crazy when we're witnessing in real time a massive cover-up that dwarfs Watergate in regard to the Epstein files? The president's wife doesn't even believe that there's no co-conspirators. It's not that crazy to question these things, and it's not that crazy to believe that this guy worked at these places and was reverse engineering aircrafts, because crazier shit has been covered up that's just plain and obvious in the open. The cult of Bob Lazar in 1989 is not the cult of Bob Lazar in 2026. The cult of Bob Lazar in 2026 is a lot more rational and is a lot more supported by empirical evidence and disclosure and transparency, which is pretty crazy. The story has stayed the exact same in spite of everything. And the world around that story has
why can't I
in a sense,
fucking rest?
gotten a little
why?
bit more
Like why?
on
why?
the side
Why
of it
is
being
this
true.
bonfire
That
always
is
fucking
what
broken?
allows me to even posit the possibility. I want it to be real. I really do. I also don't want them to cover anything else up. I want them to release all the JFK files. I want them to release all the MLK files. I want them to release all the Epstein files. And yeah, I think they're all evil, pretty much. To be clear, I am naturally fairly biased. I have a signed drawing of the sport model on the wall in my office. It was drawn and signed by Bob Lazar. I bought it from his website like in 2018 or 2019 or something along those lines. So when making this video, in spite of my natural inherent bias, I tried to be unbiased and cover as much as I possibly could and try to make as much sense as I possibly can. I don't know if Bob Lazar is lying, but I do for sure know that the government's lying about a lot of stuff. So I guess you can just kind of pick what truth you want to subscribe to. Anyways, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, press the like button, join the Gump Club for uncensored footage, and also I'm in the Gump server pretty frequently, so see you guys soon.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, settle down, because today we'll be engrossing ourselves in the amazing world of NASCAR. America is home to some of the biggest sports on the planet, but some have a cultural surrounding it that stands out far, far from others. NASCAR isn't just your normal motorsport. It hosts some of the most devoted fans out there. Fans wait year-round for big racing events and parties like it's their last day on Earth before an anticipation for a big race. And when it's time for the race, the party spills into the stands, which can lead into absolute chaos. There's
damn, she looked like she having. Is that a guy or girl? That's a girl, right? What does this thing say? Whatever, I don't know. I need to watch me some NASCAR.
There's truly nothing like it, and that's why we'd like to take today to dive.
Wait, hold up.
Chaos. There's truly.
The reaction right now. Oh my God, he took another left turn. God damn. Did you see that fucking turn? Brother. Should I start using pyros?
Yeah, I have my... Oh, yeah. I think you have an... I'll be pleased to help you. Unless you find the magic's unsavory.
I find it... Yes?
Oh, really?
No, wait.
I'm on the fringe. I only wish that...
Wow, okay. You know what? Fuck you. I'm sorry, baby. I love you.
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you. Oh, and if by chance, I'll be pleased to assist you by...
Yes?
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that, they'll be of some use. Here, first take this.
I like this, dude. Thank you, babe.
A flame from the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer. Well, let's get started right now.
I don't know. So, like, do pyros come from the swamp? Because that just don't seem right. Because, the swamp's all wet and shit. Like, oh, okay. Fireball. 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 Combustion. Fire orb.
Goodbye, then. Be safe, friend. Okay. Don't you dare go alone.
Okay, I love you. He's so gentle. I want him. Wait, wrong thing. Anyways.
Nothing like it, and that's why we'd like to take today to dive deep into the massive chaos. There's truly...
That dude is being a scholar about the game, about the race. He's like, how can I join this shit?
Nothing like it, and that's why we'd like to take today to dive deep into the massively popular sport and see what it's all about, right? I will say that NASCAR, to me, it's a big Southern thing. From the South, you might have had somebody who has indulged in NASCAR in some sort of way. I've indulged NASCAR the same way that I've indulged, like, WWE. I don't watch it, but I love the documentaries. Any documentaries on NASCAR or WWE, oh, I gobble it up. For some reason, they always just have the best stories.
Yeah. Have you seen the ones with the ghost fires?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird concept of getting so engrossed in something where somebody is just driving in a lap the whole time versus other racing like F1 or other kind of motorsports where the tracks are a little more intricate or something. There still is something very fascinating about this sport and the people that are
like
in it
what?
And the fans. I don't know why.
You can tell
it's totally engrossing
Papa Meat
culture.
is a
I think
fan.
also I started getting into it also was just Talladega Nights. After I watched Talladega Nights, I think I watched like 3 Dale Earnhardt documentaries. So thanks, Will Ferrell. Now, NASCAR has always been about partying, even dating back to its origins. And it all started back in the 1920s when the prohibition was at an all-time high and people needed alcohol fast. Alcoholics were depraved people. They needed their medicine. And people began modifying cars to deliver alcohol to evade police. And after prohibition ended, many of these same drivers realized that they still enjoyed the high-speed thrills, which led to them hosting informal races. And what started out on gravel back roads soon moved to official dirt tracks, and people began to grow more and more interested in these races. And initially, only a few hundred people attended. But over time, the crowds grew to thousands, with some events attracting as many as 20,000 spectators by the 1930s, which has to rival, if not even surpass, like baseball. Baseball stadiums were relatively, I mean, compared to today, were relatively small, but like that was, I feel like that was the big event, sports event. So having people actually turn on to this shit, which also, to be fair, it's like, I mean, the 1930s, the cars are still pretty new back then, you know? They could go that fast? They could outrun a train?
40 miles an hour?
Exactly. Oh my God, he just took that corner at 36 miles an hour clocking. It wasn't until after World War II ended that a group of stock car enthusiasts gathered in Daytona, Florida to officially found the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing.
NASCAR.
NASCAR, baby. And to this day, they are still finding remnants of the sport's past. In 2024, a massive cove with secret tunnels was found underneath the concrete seating inside North Wilkesboro Speedway. The cave was discovered after a section of seating was removed due to massive cracks, but inside, nothing was found. However, this discovery confirms an old rumor that the racetrack had moonshine operations running on the Speedway grounds. Is what we're trying to, are we trying to convince people that the NASCAR people should drink and drive while racing? I feel like that's what we're alluding at. We're like, oh, alcohol's pretty cool and you drive fast?
That's how you add a game element to it. They're carrying barrels
If
of
every,
alcohol.
how many laps until you have to do a shot? Oh yeah, so you're carrying a big thing of moonshine, right? But every 10 laps, let's say, you have to take a swig. Oh God. Oh God. Today, nearly 100 million people tune in per season to watch NASCAR. And there's no sign of this trend slowing down anytime soon, as the number of viewers continue to grow each year, which is kind of crazy. I feel like every time I hear NASCAR, it's only people complaining, but I feel like I'm not asking the right people. Editor, fuck it. Give me some testimonials of why people like NASCAR.
Was born into it. Part of the family.
Let's just say I sort of picks up movie released in
Cars.
2006.
Good movie though.
Car go vroom, rep, pep, pep, and it makes me go hell yeah.
Wonderful positive community we have here on Reddit.
And big titties.
Yes.
There it is. I feel like there's no such thing as a niche anymore, too. So the whole thing of like, yeah, NASCAR keeps growing every year. I think also all this different content that people make and everything, I think it's getting people into the, like, I feel like if YouTube and TikTok didn't exist, I wonder if the sport would be growing at the rate that it's still growing.
Oh, probably not.
You know?
Social media helps so much with people finding interest.
Yeah, like you, one day you're like, I never once in my life thought about that, and then all of a sudden, you like just hyper fixate it.
Well, I bet you that Drewski skit got people interested, even though he's making fun of it.
Oh, I think so. Even in those skits, I feel like people are like, I want to go check that out. It's the same shit with like Channel 5 or anything where it's like, yeah, these people they seem crazy or whatever, but I think that it makes people want to
I would go there just for the alcohol and the people.
I want to go for the women. So that when they
NASCAR ladies,
yeah, bird watching.
Yeah, bird watching my ass. Put those away. That's what I'd say. Every NASCAR woman's titties are that of a Gorgon.
Yeah.
I just get turned to stone immediately. What's that of the? Wearing a Dick Trickle shirt. Yeah. Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? No, I do. If you head over to GamerSubs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. Mwah. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to GamerSubs and use promo code
Okay, that didn't do shit. Thanks, game. Thank you, game.
You're gonna get a little
stupid ass
fucking
fucking game.
Back to the video. NASCAR has yet to separate itself from its alcohol-fueled origins, cementing it as a major part of the culture even today. Take the Talladega Super Speedway, for example, a track located in Alabama that hosts some of the biggest races in NASCAR history. If you're not into NASCAR, you've at least heard of Daytona 500, and you probably heard of Talladega. Those are two big ones. And this brings in hordes of NASCAR fanatics and breaking out all sorts of records. Talladega Boulevard, which is located in the infield of the track, has been home to some of the most balls-to-the-wall partying around. It essentially becomes a full weekend of non-stop drinking and debauchery, leading up to the main event, complete with all sorts of activities like barbecue sauce wrestling, in which the winners have been awarded as much as $1,000.
Sticky.
Well, I tell you, sticky doesn't even begin to describe the things I'm thinking. Also, the Dirty Dega eating contest, where fans are challenged to eat a tray of dirt cakes at top speeds for a chance to be crowned Dega's dirtiest champion. What the fuck does that mean? What are dirt cakes?
I don't know. What is a dirt cake?
I like to think that's just a woman's ass. We're going full speed. It's just this is Dega's dirtiest champion right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, their ass is like in the passenger seats. You're driving, going like this. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm never dodging again.
There's also mud bogging, where people get in their trucks and race each other through giant mud pits.
I'm never dodging
that seems
again.
more in line with the redneck kind of thing that I was thinking. A lot of trucks still show up. I thought that people would have a lot of cars, like stock cars and shit. You drive to the race.
Oh yeah.
It's not practical in any way, but still.
There's some people, they want to show off. They're beat up.
Yeah. Oh, if I could just get on that track, I'd show them how it's done.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
Oh yeah.
If I pull up and Dale,
I'll pull up.
Yeah, exactly. All I'm looking for is Tony Stewart just to give me a chance. Yeah. By the end of the event, weird objects are left behind, from clothes to used furniture, cable satellites, sex dolls, and piles
Easy
of
as that.
right?
I just
Some
do
people
it.
claim that they've witnessed people consume
try,
as many as
baby.
43 beers in one day at these events, proven by the tally marks drawn on their backs throughout the night, which is a good barometer. How do we know they're not fibbing their own baseball card though?
Why would you? Who's drawn? First of all, they can't draw it on their own back, so they need a witness.
Well, somebody else. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if they're fabricating it. Dude, you drink this many. But for the love of game, I'd like to think that they're being genuine.
I think so.
There's like there's like a knight's code.
I've said if you get caught cheating, there's gonna be
hell to pay. Oh yeah. People's stories from Talladega weekend can get pretty intense. One man attended the event with his wife, who would show her breast to other people in exchange for beer that would be dropped in a wheelbarrow he carried around with him. By the end, he claimed he had enough beer to last an entire year. There's no way the tits could have been that good. I was sitting there. Nah, I'm okay. Just like any community of devoted sports fans, people have a whole array of strange rituals and superstitions that they believe have a serious impact on the result of the race. Some people stay away from peanuts, believing that they are unlucky. Part of this superstition is due to peanut shells supposedly being found in cockpits or grills of cars after life-ending collisions. And some anonymous rumors claim that rival drivers intentionally sprinkle them around cars in order to sabotage them. Who would have thought NASCAR was into, like, voodoo?
Yeah, a little peanut voodoo.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad race for you, man. The color green is also seen as bad luck because a driver back in the 1920s died in a crash while driving a green car.
Over 100 years ago.
Over 100 years ago, but you know what? Never again. Actually, that's true. I don't think I've ever seen a green car. Editor, show up some green NASCAR cars. How many of those people won? How many of those people died? What if there's more deaths than wins? You should have listened to me, brother. Is this voodoo priest thing do anything for you? What would a voodoo priest who hangs around NASCAR be?
Like
Doctor.
Dr. Bud. Like Bud Light.
Let me think. Doctor Taladetha.
Dr. Hot Dog.
Dr. Hot Dog. Editor cut all that. Racer George McKenzie died in 1936 during the Indianapolis 500 after being launched 30 feet through the air when his car had overturned because he had just shaved his long beard beforehand for his wedding ceremony. It became bad luck to shave before a race. God damn.
I like how one thing, like something.
You should have shaved your beard.
I love how it's just like one thing happened and then someone gets in a wreck. They're like, never again. Never.
Hey, to be fair, if I'm racing at high speeds like that, I'd probably be a little superstitious too.
Yeah.
I guess I can wait till after the race. At another NASCAR event, champion Joe Weatherly died in a crash after being given two $50 bills by his friend that he kept on his person during the race. From then on, $50 bills were considered bad luck. I've actually heard that. Something where
dude,
guys
what
will like,
up,
take
bro?
the cash out of their wallets and shit for the race. Which also, I was like, why are you wearing a wallet during the race?
Just in case you die, they can identify you.
I thought you were gonna make a joke of like, well, what if the cops pull you over? It's not just the fans that make the culture so interesting, it's the drivers too, baby. The reason we come to these races is for the loud engines. Alright? NASCAR is often viewed as a very masculine sport, as it's focused around cars and drinking. Yeah! Don't touch me, bitch! Most drivers match the aesthetic, but everyone has some skeletons in their closet. Chase Elliott is often regarded as one of the best-looking drivers in the game. Gets me hard just looking at him. He has a very loyal and devoted fan base called Chase Sexuals that idolize him. However, behind closed doors, rumors swirl that Chase is in fact a furry, and is ashamed to go public about it. Chase? Admit it! In 2012, the driver posted a hand-drawn picture of a wolf with the caption, "Wolf Bambi?" What the fuck does that mean? Oh, I guess it's just because the wolf looks like Bambi. Yeah. That motherfucker is definitely on DeviantArt. I want to see him be like, all right, and upload, all right, time for the big race. And then run the, you know what I mean? Fans immediately assumed that he was a furry and began to pester him about his alleged secret identity. For years, this rumor has haunted him. And in 2024, he finally confronted the media about it, but only made things worse with his response. When talking to the Associated Press about his career in social media, he stated, and I quote,
I like the private life. Outside of racing, what I like to do, I like to do in private.
No,
Wolf Bambi?
No,
this response only made things worse, and now the rumor is all but true to many fans. Why would you not just fucking own it?
Yeah, just say, I like furry shit.
Yeah, I like furry shit. I also make way more money than you and get tons of pussy. Wolf Bambi. Or just be like, I don't f with furry shit. Sorry, I like drawing deers, dude. Or I like drawing wolves that are cute as f.
Do NASCAR drivers wear diapers?
I would. I don't know how they do. I'm claustrophobic as you get trapped in that car. Fuck that. Also, I can already tell. I know that. I mean, I know myself. I'd be having a pretzel or a hot dog before the race. I would.
All bloated. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, getting sleepy on the track. Try and crash, whatever, or just shit yourself.
Yeah.
Oh. Have to try to take off your helmet. NASCAR drivers have been known for some pretty insane things, but one driver gained a lot of attention for alleging his ex-girlfriend was a trained assassin. What? In 2015, Kurt Busch took his girlfriend Patricia Driscoll to court seeking a no-contact order. During the trial, each party alleged that the other had committed assault. But to back up his claims, Kurt claimed that his ex-girlfriend was an assassin.
Jesus
sent around the world on missions to kill high-profile targets. He said that on multiple occasions, Patricia had shown him pictures of mutilated bodies and gunshot wounds from her missions. Sounds like that bitch is just on Live Leak. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you did that? What? No. This is a Russian guy getting in a car wreck. What are you talking about? Don't hurt me. In one specific instance, while in El Paso, Texas, Patricia left the hotel wearing full camo and boots, and later returned in only a trench coat. First off, I just want to say, God damn, the gift that keeps on giving. Some fucking snaggletooth bitch in camo, and then also all she comes back in, oh, hi. And only a trench coat? That means you think there was nothing under it. What did you do? That'd be so funny. Your girl's trying to seduce you? What do you think of that right there? What did you do?
Who did you kill?
Who did you hurt?
You gonna hurt me?
I don't know why, but I feel like he's like in his whitey tight. He's laying in like a hotel bed with like a big bowl of ice cream on his belly. Just Ice Age playing full blast. Way too loud. Who did you hurt? Underneath her coat was a nightgown covered in blood and other unknown matter.
She's on her period.
I was gonna say, it sounded like she's queefing on her period or something like that. His girlfriend would call these claims insane and deny everything. Yeah, she's like, I was on my period and I was trying to turn him on. He was watching Ice Age and he wouldn't get hard. Despite this claim, the courts believed that Busch had been violent towards Patricia, and NASCAR temporarily suspended him until prosecutors declined to press charges, and he was reinstated a few months later. Listen, buddy, a couple NASCAR guys beating their wives or their girlfriends, it comes with the territory, but you gotta keep it clean. That's the NASCAR Association. When she comes over and she has her gutty work spilling out of her pussy with period blood. Don't hit her, all right? All right, now here's your keys to your stock car again. When she onto her new trench coat while she's on her period, try not to hit her in the face too bad, all right? Yeah, I was gonna say cut off that. Lots of drivers have had legal issues throughout their careers, and most of the time, they are for absolutely ridiculous reasons. Jim Van Diver was a respected driver during the late 60s and 70s, achieving success on the racetrack. In 1973, he was experiencing legal troubles with his wife over custody of their child and was scheduled to appear in court. The hearing fell on the same day as the Southern 500, one of NASCAR's crown jewel races, and Van Diver chose to race rather than attend court. Based. Keeper. When he didn't show up, the judge charged him with contempt and put a warrant out for his arrest. And during the race, Van Diver's car began to break down, and instead of returning to the pit to fix it, he quickly drove off to the track and hitchhiked home to avoid being arrested. All right, get me out of here.
Yeah, oh shit.
I think he was in cowboy boots, like running across the track. I want to go home. NASCAR drivers are under a lot of stress from high intensity of the race. In a race dubbed the poop race, one driver had shit literally scared out of him. While racing in the Sirius at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, Tony Stewart had a case of the bubble guts, ladies and gentlemen.
Tony Stewart, I've heard of him.
Here comes Tony Stewart in the orange Home Depot car.
Uh-oh, there's just shit all over the windows of the car. He's just inside. During the race, he partially lost power to his vehicle, which is believed to have worsened his stomach issues. And on lap 20, Tony would shit himself and relay this to his crew. And for 70 or more laps, he sat there in his own shit, swirling around his pants in the cab.
Dude.
I'm gonna win this. Can I just pull in? Tony, that's a negative. You have to finish it.
His ass was probably so
the whole thing, too, is that you usually have binoculars and you follow
like,
the track like in a full circle. But the whole time, you just keep hearing, like...
It's going around his hair.
Oh, boy.
But he's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking over the track. It stinks in here! I need to come in!
Bitch, stop.
But surprisingly, he would win the race and pull into the pocket. Wait, what? Surprisingly, he would win the race and pull into the packed victory lane to briefly celebrate. As soon as he pulled up, everyone in his crew distanced themselves from the car and tried to keep press away from Tony, telling them he pulled a gutsy effort to win the race. God, f off. I wonder if he is the only recorded person having won a race with shit in their pants.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. There's got to be more.
No, there's got to be way more.
There's got to be a lot more accidents, man.
Yeah, come on, dude. I just did it because I thought it was fun. I like the smell.
Did he go up to the podium and the girl like gives him the?
I imagine he got out of the car and, like I said, I think he did the same kind of cowboy boot running across.
Get me out of here.
And then he did the celebrations after. If not, I'm gonna be very disappointed if there wasn't visible shit on the outside of his pants. Him holding up the cup. Whee! Shit. Shit's taking all over it. People spraying him with champagne. They're like,
yeah.
Oh, smelling the champagne bottle. What is that, Tony? Don't worry about it. Just drenched in sweat. Others in the area could be sniffing the air, trying to identify the odd smell wafting from the car. Tony would claim his prize and walk away to his trailer, but it was soon discovered that he had shit himself and a wave of shame followed him. The race was quickly dubbed the Poop Race, and people began to refer to him as Poo Poo Pants Tony. They're like, I don't give a what you call me. This fucking Poo Poo Pants just won the race, bitch.
That's what I would say. It'd be different if he lost.
Oh, yeah. If he got if he got last place, no one would know.
Yeah.
So you only know because I won the race.
Exactly.
I would actually hold it with some pride. I'd just start shitting myself every time. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's your gimmick.
You can't beat the baby. Start shaming the other racers. Come on. But that's not even the worst thing to happen to Tony Stewart. 10 years later, he was competing in a sprint car race and bumped into another driver's car, causing him to spin out. The driver of the car, Kevin Ward Jr., was enraged and got out of the car, running down the track as the rest of the drivers slowed down to hug the inside of the track to avoid the wreck. As Tony turned the corner, he briefly sped up and clipped Kevin, killing him instantly. And after the race, he faced charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide, but the judge dropped the charges altogether. Tony was still allowed to race after this and continued NASCAR until 2016.
I think I've seen that video.
Whoa.
What?
Poo Poo Pants Tony.
I like it. We're like, hi, yeah, he pooped his pants, he won a race, and it's just like, yeah, by the way, 10 years later, he just fucking ran a guy over. That has to be intentional.
You think so?
I think so.
Why'd the other guy get out of the car?
I think he was pissed, and he was like running up the side of the track or something, and they turned the corner, and he just clipped him. And it killed him. I wonder if there's a clip of it. Can we show it? Editor, put up a clip of it. With a sport as chaotic as this, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crimes that take place in and off the track. When you put a bunch of passionate and dangerously drunk fans in the same place, it's only a matter of time before someone gets arrested. In the middle of a race that took place at the Richmond International Raceway, a shirtless man named James Dennis decided to climb the fence, blocking audience members from the track. That's a no-no. Once he accomplished his goal, he sat up there as security scrambled to get him down, fearing he might drunkenly fall off onto the track and be flattened by one of the fucking NASCARs, dude. He was eventually convinced to come down before being immediately grabbed and arrested. Later, he was charged with disorderly conduct and public intoxication. I'm surprised he was able to get that far up. It's a fucking tall fence. You think he was straddling it? Anybody but Gordon! Fuck you, Jeff! That'd actually be so sick. Give him hell, brother. Give him hell.
I bet people were throwing him beers.
Yeah, take that. I think him and his buddy were like doing that kind of thing. This is something that happens all too often, with videos all over the internet showcasing security guards ripping drunk fans down from fences, acting like children. Some fans get so deeply attached to the sport that they'll find and assault racers they despise. Kyle Busch, for example, is no stranger to this. One 26-year-old NASCAR fan found him signing autographs after a race and decided to get in his face and strike him across the chest. They started to shove each other around as the crowd around them taunted Kyle and cheered on the fan. Yeah, come on! I was like, what the f is going on? Like I struck him in the chest. And there's a paralyzer right to his chest. Stop his heart. Dude, how when the fan came up to you and they did the fucking 5-finger exploding heart technique?
Now take 5 steps.
Kyle Busch is you learned the 5-point exploding heart technique? Just does the entire ending of Kill Bill Volume 2. For many fans, driving in a NASCAR race is a dream come true. And at the 1986 Talladega race, one man fulfilled his dream. Just as the race was getting come true. And at the 1986 Talladega race, one man fulfilled his dream. Just as the race was getting ready to start, the driver of the pace car had gotten out and left the keys inside the vehicle while it was still on the track. While the vehicle was unattended, 20-year-old Darren Crowder sprinted from the infield and climbed inside. Before anyone could stop him, he was already racing around the 2.5-mile track at over 100 miles an hour and completed one lap before authorities even realized what was happening. It was being broadcast live as confused commenters watched police chase him until a blockade of trucks stopped him, and officers pulled him from the vehicle. Following his arrest, he was held on a $10,000 bond and faced charges of resisting arrest, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, attempted assault, and grand theft auto, baby. GTA. Though no sentence was ever reported, his toxicology report was released and showed that he wasn't even drunk, which spawned tons of rumors in the NASCAR community. One rumor claimed that he was in jail. He attacked an inmate with a boot, which led him to being transferred to a mental hospital. Another stated that he never even had a ticket to the event and was actually test driving a motorcycle before making a detour into the stadium and stealing a car. A third theory said that his wife had cancer and he had a mental breakdown due to the stress.
Which one do you think?
I think he saw an open door to a car on a big speedway and he's like, I'm gonna go fast, and he got in it and drove.
Hold my beer.
Exactly. And he's just like, I mean, I'll get in trouble, but not that much trouble. Over in Tennessee, one woman became so sick of her husband's obsession with NASCAR that she plotted to murder him. You go, girl. 23-year-old Stephanie Hammond was a troubled woman that made the decision to devote her life to God. She would supposedly speak to him and be instructed on how to better her life.
Everyone gets instructions from God.
I talk to him all the time.
Right before I go to bed, he whispers things.
He's talking to me now.
Kill yourself.
God? Are you sure?
Do it.
Do it, pussy.
For example, God supposedly told her not to smoke marijuana, something she loved doing, unless she was using it to unwind in the evening. Yeah. Hey, you should not puff as much unless you're totally trying to vibe out during the evening. Okay, God. Because her husband Steven loved NASCAR, Stephanie started to resent him. She claimed that he worshipped the NASCAR race at Bristol. Steven worshipping something other than God seemed to send her mind into chaos. God soon instructed her to drive her car directly into the church across the street.
What?
Is she
Steven
fucking
found her lying on the
schizophrenic?
floor of the altar where she claimed that the devil was inside of her before lunging at him and driving a large kitchen knife into his chest.
Oh, please say he died. I think they already established he died. Dude, fucking has to be schizophrenia. It just has to be. Like, it just has to be, bro. This is going to be the first time I ever open up that door. I can, right? 10 humanity. Shut the fuck up. 10 humanity, and then I can, right? Wait. If If I just wasted 10 humanity, I'm gonna fucking uninstall this game. Giving 10 humanity to sexy spider lady. Oh, 30 humanity? Bro, how much do I... 6, so 16. Does... Do these count? 16, 17, 18, 19. Fuck. Bro. I thought it was 10. I could have swore... Whatever. Wrong button. I'm tired, boss.
He pulled the knife out and ran back to his apartment before calling the police and rushing to the hospital. Stephanie was arrested soon after.
Whoa. I wasn't where'd you get the knife?
We do not have enough. I want to know so much more about that. Editor, give a quick blurb about what happened. Also, it's like the...
I forgot I wanted to buy more pyromancy shit. She probably had untreated schizophrenia, that's why I said, which got worse from smoking a bunch of weed, hence why God told her to stop smoking. When I smoke it, I start seeing things others don't. Evan Hilbert, woman claims devil told her to stab NASCAR worship husband, CBS Sports.
Bitch is talking to God, but she's also like, thy will be done, and then she's hanging out in the altar.
Smoking a doobie?
Yeah, I'm trying to unwind, but the devil's got a hold of me. NASCAR is obviously a dangerous sport, with cars sometimes exceeding 200 miles per hour. The risks from crashes are extremely high. Tragically, this is followed by many deaths. Though NASCAR fans have seen deaths at the hand of flying debris and even lightning strikes during races, no death made more of an impact than the death of Dale Earnhardt, aka one of America's greatest soldiers. I don't think literally, but he's... one of the coolest men ever. Dale was one of the best racers in NASCAR history, winning 76 races over 21 years, including 7 Cup championships. He was nicknamed the Intimidator because of his hyper-aggressive driving style, which scared other drivers as he sped by his sleek, pitch-black number 3 car. God, it's badass. During the 2001 Daytona 500, Dale was hit from behind by a car he was blocking, causing him to lose control and slam into the concrete debris at over 200 miles an hour. The move also allowed his son and best friend to advance, taking first and second place. Many say that NASCAR died with Dale, and following his death, he was cemented as an American icon. The term raise hell, praise Dale is synonymous with NASCAR and ingrained in the redneck culture of America. Outside the Daytona track is a 9-foot, 1,200-pound bronze statue of Dale, where people leave all sorts of tributes and offerings. It's fucking awesome. Also, I will say, what's fucked up about that is at the time, I believe there was like a new neck brace. I think everyone wears it now, but it was new at the time, and all the old heads were like, I'm not gonna fucking wear that. That's some pussy shit. I think if he would have wore that, he would have survived.
Oh my god.
Like he declined to wear it that day. Fact check, but I'm almost positive that's
Jesus
from the reports I've seen. But you know what, man? He's a hero.
He is a hero. He died a hero. He's kind of like Jesus.
I'd almost think that he's better than Jesus. He's the Intimidator. Also, having your nickname be the Intimidator, holy shit. How cool is that? Also, I will say, I don't know what they were smoking in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, all that shit, whatever. NASCAR merch, good shit.
I don't think I've seen NASCAR.
Oh, it's good. It's good stuff. At least it used to be. I don't know how it is anymore, but man, nice like paintings of the cars and stuff, paintings of the oh, great. Really good design. In North Carolina, there is a 47,000 square foot NASCAR museum that is nearly entirely dedicated to housing just Dale Earnhardt memorabilia. Everything related to Dale skyrocketed in value and people began to hoard their memorabilia. His death not only changed the culture, but also the NASCAR market. And a few years ago, a Dale Earnhardt card sold for $75,000. Another man had an Earnhardt jacket appraised at over $20,000. And one person even received a massive collection of memorabilia from their father as an inheritance. If you go to any racetrack, it's not uncommon to see multiple people with Earnhardt tattoos. It's the Virgin Mary candle.
Yeah.
You know, it's an idea, it's a concept, it's a philosophy. That's what Dale represented. Rip to the GOAT! NASCAR carries a bizarre and outrageous history with it, as well as being home to some of the wildest and most passionate fans in the world. There's something fascinating about the chaos of it all, whether it's drivers getting into fist fights post-race or fans going absolutely wild on the boulevard. It's intoxicating. There's something that's so undeniable about it. Even when you try to put it down as like, oh, you just go in circles. When you're there, it's an amazing phenomenon. And I will say, even if you don't watch the races, you should check out any NASCAR documentary. They're fucking awesome. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about. WWE has great party stories and weird, like they travel so much. NASCAR is like equally as crazy.
Hey, yo,
and
was
also,
that
like, interpersonal
fucking,
relationships between the
what's his name? Trevor? Was that Trevor Phillips? Get away from me. Get away, get away, get away. Get away. Is that goddamn Trevor Phillips? Trevor Phillips. Who the fuck is that? Is that Hulk Hogan? He looks familiar. Don't know who he is, though. I think that's Andre the Giant.
Drivers and the kind of chaos that surrounds that, and also like the rise, like the amount of racing you have to do to get to NASCAR. It's very fascinating. So pretty fucking wild, man. We got to do a video just on Talladega. I feel like there's more to Talladega that I feel like we just scratched the surface, dude. But hey, until next time, guys, drive safe, and we'll see you in the next one.
No.
Bye-bye.
Don't tell me what to do.
Here is an insight that if it was properly taught to us, if there were classes in it at secondary school, could save us years, could help the economy, could make a major improvement to humankind. Instead, we keep the knowledge secret, so that in every generation, millions of people have to work their way through the painful mystery by themselves. It's as reckless as if we hid the secret of agriculture and made each new generation work out how to raise wheat by themselves. Surely the point of civilization is to share knowledge and ensure that our successors can benefit from the pain and the hard-won insight of those who came before. It works when it comes to the
I see.
What the fuck happened?
Oh, hello. You've been a stranger. Why? What? Tell me about it. Why, yes, of course. Thank you for sharing. I'm still an able pyromancer. I'm in your debt once again.
I don't think I got anything. What? Okay, well, whatever, dude. Cool. Fire orb. Fireball. What's better, fire orb or fireball? It doesn't even. What's the damage? 800. Only 800. Yeah, fuck that. That's probably shit. Combustion. That's shit, dude. Iron flesh. Nice. Flash. Sweat. What does that mean? I'm just gonna get fucking fire orb or whatever. Combustion. The fuck's the difference, brah?
Goodbye then. Come back if you find anything new.
No.
Secrets of pottery or physics, why would we not do the same with love? So the insight.
Maybe I should have leveled up my
If you're a little unlucky, you are liable to come across someone in your love life who will be sweet and charming and tell you with great sincerity that they want a relationship. They will be extremely affectionate and focused on you at first. They'll find nicknames and be tender towards small insecurities that others have missed. Naturally, in short order, you'll fall very in love with them. You'll start to imagine marriage in the very long term. You'll tell friends you found the one. And then, over time, it could be 6 months or 6 years, probably not too much longer than that, something very hard to see will start to happen. Crises will emerge. They'll want to spend more time with their friends. They'll be busy at work. They'll discover a fascinating hobby. They'll grow irritable. They won't want to have sex anymore. Naturally, in such conditions, you'll reach for dialogue and imagine that this is just a momentary challenge. Let's talk about what's going on. How can we restore kindness and sweetness? You will try very hard. But the person who's been so lovely for so long won't properly engage. They may get irritable. They may deny that anything's up. They may come close again for a while, and then the negative patterns will resume. There is something that they're not telling us, something that sounds so weird as to defy the ordinary workings of our minds. They are, let's put it this way, afraid of love. They don't want a relationship that actually works, in the sense of deepens. They thought they did, but the reality is appalling. However, they don't quite grasp this about themselves. Everything is happening at an instinctive level. They don't understand why they want to cause an argument, but they do. They don't know why they're staying out again without calling us, but they are. They couldn't say why they're irritable, but they are. They have a particular psychology. It's been called usefully in some quarters avoidant. Way back as children, something happened to them. Such people are made and not born. They picked up an appalling suspicion. Other people are unsafe. Therefore, I need to be on my own. No one can own me. I need always to have an escape route. I don't want to be tied down. There's always a letdown that's going to come. And maybe, even further in the recesses of their mind, I'm a little shit. I'm ugly. No one must get to the inner sanctum. Of course, none of this is said. It isn't even really known. What should be more widely taught is the danger of such people. They truly can make us lose decades and our minds. It doesn't make ordinary sense. Ordinary sense says two people who like each other move ever closer and make a life of it. But the annals of depth psychology say one person who likes another may panic so that they move very subtly away without ever admitting that this is what they're doing and without even quite knowing it of themselves.
Based.
What would a class on all this at secondary school advise? That if we ever meet such a person, and a quarter of the population does match this description, one must be very careful indeed not to get caught up in a web. One must give everyone a few chances to step forward and love us, and then if they don't, we must never ever stay around to do a PhD in why. 4 chances and then we're off. If we find ourselves after years in a hot and cold situation, we don't need to find out any more. Love should be, essentially, quite simple. And as soon as it gets complicated, it's a sign not of depth or romance or beauty, but of something far simpler and starker. That we are liable to have landed on a lover who is terrified of love. And therefore, that we must, in very short order, to save ourselves, leave.
Hell yeah.
You know, into Star Wars and you're a Jedi fan, you hear this voice non-stop. It's very, very iconic. So to
see... already watched this yesterday. What the frick? I didn't... Wait, whoa, hold up. What the fuck's going on?
Don't be fat, don't be ugly, don't be poor.
I'm sure you know, like, it's like the plastic surgery capital. Do you think an overweight foreigner coming to visit Korea would have a negative experience?
Sadly, I've heard that a lot.
South Korea, the world's beauty capital, where being fat isn't just frowned upon, you're openly shamed.
Shop owners will clearly say to you like, oh, yeah, there's no clothes for you.
In a country where appearance can feel like currency, the pressure to be thin is everywhere. On billboards, subway floors, and storefront windows, a constant reminder to change and be better. Creating a standard so intense it's driving a surge in weight loss drugs, extreme dieting, and potentially something much worse.
Okay, so I have to get to 75 kilograms?
I'm here to find out just how bad it really is.
Welcome to South Korea, everybody.
Dude.
Before we get started with the day, I want to see what level of freak show the locals are going to see me as. So behind me, there's a fat test that are in all the parks in Korea. They really just said, let's gamify emotional damage. So whatever I get here is going to dictate how I feel about myself today and probably how I eat. So according to Google Translate, this first one here, it says, you're an alien, ... I mean, I'd rather be called an alien than a fat ass. So I guess if I can't fit through this, I'm not considered human. That was very close. This next one.
I'm going the wrong fucking way, goddammit.
You shouldn't be like this, which kind of sounds like a threat. Oh my God, I'm scraping it.
Wow,
we didn't pass that with flying colors. Level 3, you have a slim heart. Passive aggressive? No! I have a slim body! Okay, we're good there. Okay, so the next one is just chubby. So not as wordy as the other ones, but still just as hurtful. Chubby.
Roller's sick.
I think this is changing the breakfast plans very quickly. No. Crazy to think that I'm considered chubby in Korea, because I like to think that I'm in pretty good shape. So after chubby, here we have average, which I would never be so grateful to be called mid in my entire life. I'd love to be average. And then we have thin, and then here says skinny, and it looks like they've removed actually one of the poles here, because maybe like it was probably too extreme. Like I don't even think a 90-day fast and a caved-in rib cage I could fit through that, because like thin, barely my quad goes through that. And the crazy thing about all of this is that this is literally in the middle of a children's park, and they're probably going to see this as a game, and you want to beat the game. So I just go to this, and if I can't fit through it, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be able to fit through it
eventually.
Okay,
kids, it's time to starve yourself.
A lot of issues. Korea has a 0 calorie and 0 sugar obsession, and because of that, there's tons of different spots that cater towards that. So if I want to be able to fit through that tree a little later on, there's certain things that we have to do. So the first spot that we're checking out is the Zero store. So 0 calories and 0 employees. This is just kind of like a serve yourself kind of place. This is pretty sick. I just feel like I found a loophole in my fitness journey. No way. They have 0 calorie ice cream. That's sick packaging, like 0 cal, 0 sugar. They have 0 calorie peanut butter, which sounds like I'd rather have a nut allergy than taste that. Then a bunch of high protein foods here. This is sick. Wow. I've never seen a Coke Zero tall boy. Oh, I have to get that. That's so sick. I wonder if they have 0 calorie pizza. Just like cardboard that has a tomato scent. 43-gram protein in that. That's a hefty boy. I swear, I think this must be what heaven looks like.
There was so many different options of 0 calorie, 0 sugar snacks to choose from, especially jelly, which is often seen as Korean Ozempic, providing you with something to fill your stomach with little to no calories at all.
All this unsupervised protein is pretty incredible. Koreans must be trustworthy. All right, so we got a few things from the Zero store. We got to start off with the 0 calorie ice cream. I don't, like, what is this? Is this supposed to be like great white shark flavor? Like, it doesn't really tell me anything, and I can't really understand the back of it, but it's pretty in your face about being 0 calories, so you really can't forget it. All right, so visually, shark-like, as in gray and ominous. It looks like meat that's been left in the freezer for like a month. It smells actually fire, though. Wow, what? Not as offensive as I thought it was going to be. That's actually quite good. There was a lot of flavor going on. I thought it was going to be very neutral. It's very fruit punchy. Oh. When you bite it, it doesn't taste bad.
That don't do shit,
It just doesn't taste like anything, really. Just the outside's very fruity. Inside's nice and like red like that. But if I was on a diet to keep my mouth out of trouble, very good. We're going to be trying the infamous cutting jelly, as in the malnutrition maximizer, because there's literally, I mean, there's nothing in it, 0 calories. This is just really to fill volume in your stomach. Not bad. Have a couple of these, like 3 of them for breakfast, and you're good. Crazy to think right now.
Oh wait,
I'm losing
good.
weight.
I'm good.
Eating ice cream and jelly. There's no calories in it, but I'm burning calories talking to you. Think about that. We got a protein muffin, 200 calories, which practically at this point feels like a binge. I don't know if I should do it. I kind of feel bad. I want to fit through that tree. Nailed it. Just a chubby boy in Korea enjoying a muffin.
Running on just 200 calories for the day, I headed to another spot built entirely around low-calorie, 0 sugar options.
We're in a 0 sugar cafe right now, where the owner actually invented their own sweetener called Swello. Not to be confused with the Pokemon. But as you can see, they have protein overnight oats, no sugar added cream pudding. I got 2 spoons with my order, so I don't know if I'm being fat shamed right now, because to me, this looks like a meal for one. But maybe she thinks that I need to share it, the chubby boy over here. But we got the overnight oats, we got a drink. I've given this place multiple opportunities to earn my trust. So it's sugar-free, low calorie, and gluten-free. So my mouth isn't exactly watering over here, but you never know. Let's try this overnight oats. Oh, it's thick. Just put it in right like that. I love when it's thick. If it doesn't fight back a little, I don't want it.
Go away.
That's fire. My blood sugar isn't spiking, but my happiness levels definitely are. So flavorful. Swallow needs to be FDA approved ASAP. How many calories? What? Wow. Now we have this coffee drink with a sugar-free foam on the top. It's a buttered pecan flavor. Scrumptious. So far, we have been given every opportunity to be skinny and no opportunity to blame the food.
After eating, I met up with Korean-American content creator Daniel Oh, who uses psychology, philosophy, and his cross-cultural perspectives to help women build self-love.
So am I considered kind of like chubby in Korea?
Not chubby, you would just be considered like a buff dude. If you look at the vast majority of like idols, for example, they're really skinny. I even have a friend who was an idol trainee, but he started working out and he wasn't even like bodybuilder big. Like he was probably around my size and they were like, you can't be an idol anymore because you're too big. Wow. So they actually dropped him from the trainee program because they were like, you're gonna be too big compared to everybody else on stage.
What is the ideal male and female physique?
I think for men, it's the same anywhere in the world. You gotta be tall,
Bro looks
right?
cool
So
as
if you're
shit
180
right now.
and above, that's
wait,
you're
what?
considered handsome because you got that going for you. Yeah, so Will definitely would be considered a handsome guy in Korea. But actually, I could use just Will as an example of like why you would be considered a handsome guy by Korean standards.
Okay.
Yeah, so you also have what's considered like a small face.
Okay.
So in Korean society, when people say you're beautiful or you're handsome for men or women, one of the things they'll comment on is like, wow, you have such a small face. Basically what it means is like, if you look at the proportion of your face to the rest of your body, like it looks smaller, right? And so that's what people mean by having a small face. It has a lot to do with proportions. Okay. And of course, you have like a very defined jawline. So I think in that regard, it's not too different from what the standard would be for men anywhere you go in the world, right? And then for women, this is like super stringent standards. There is like a specific angle of like your forehead to your nose, and then an angle of like your nose to this part of your face right here. Wow. And so like those angles are all like measured according to like what's called the golden ratio or the Fibonacci sequence. If you are, I think, over 60, I would say like 4 kilograms, you're considered like chubby for
64 kilograms?
Yeah, for a Korean woman.
Regardless of height?
Yeah, regardless of the height too. Yeah, it's tough because nowadays Korean women, like they are also conscious of like their breast size, but because like naturally Korean women just don't have a lot of like subcutaneous fat, it's hard to get that naturally. So one of the most common procedures that women will get is like breast implants, right? And it's like, again, sometimes you can kind of tell because it's like you have a very skinny woman, but her like breasts are large. And it's kind of like, well, how do you get that? That's kind of like, I would say, the most toxic aspect of the beauty standard that Korea is known for.
As soon as we started walking, we were flooded with more zero-calorie stores on every corner, plastic surgery ads everywhere, and impossible beauty standards at every turn.
These are the kinds of signs that you see in front of every single gym. Like, talk about a transformation. Like, I don't think I've ever related so hard to a before side of a transformation in my life. Like, when I see this, I don't see motivation or inspiration, I just see pressure. So these ads on the wall, this is not possible to be attained naturally.
You can get it naturally, but there are some markers that show that it is plastic surgery. So for example, this like angle from forehead to nose bridge is kind of what I was talking about earlier of like that ideal angle that like women want. And then this like pointed nose and this angle from like here to here, again, more often than not, you actually need an implant to get that pointy nose because it's very rare to see that like just naturally through genetics.
And then the husky blue eyes.
Yeah, so the lenses, now it's to the point where like a lot of
could've
women
swore I could,
will
like,
feel self-conscious
shoot,
going
bro.
out and not wearing lenses because it's just become so, you know, commonplace.
So would you say anime has a big impact on the style and how people look?
I think it has a lot more to do with Korea is such a trend-driven country. So if they see like, oh, you know, this influencer that I follow on social media started wearing colored lenses, like I want to do that too. Yeah, and then like trends just move so fast.
So we're walking by a bunch of these markets and the clothing is so small, it's insane.
On this tag over here, it says F, which stands for free. So free size is basically the idea that like, it's like stretchable, so if you're a Korean person, you should be able to fit.
It's like one size fits all?
Yeah, but as you can see here, it's not a very friendly size for a lot of foreigners, right?
I feel like I'm at a pet store shopping for my dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like in the States, I'd see this at like the children's place.
Yeah.
You know, but like,
I think that if I went into a store and asked for my size, they would just hand me a salad or something. Like that is great. I don't even think my quad could fit.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think that's
Excuse
actually.
me.
Yo, you're
Pardon
right.
me.
Yeah, that's like the size of one of your quads.
That's literally my quad. I have a mini schnauzer at home. This would fit him, I think.
Schnauzer.
But we wanted to see if the men's clothes had more realistic sizes.
So I kind of want Will to try this one because
looks
it
so
says
good.
here
I want that
OF,
shirt.
which stands for overfit, and it's the idea that like it's a baggier fit. So
yeah, I don't know, man. I literally cannot fit my head through it.
there is a button if you want to unbutton that thing there and see if you could pull it through.
There we go. Oh. I mean, I can get it on.
Like if a Korean dude was wearing it, it's supposed to be very loose. But now you just look like a private school.
Yeah, the private school boy.
That's supposed to be like a baggier fit, I believe. But you make it look like a regular fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only had to fly halfway across the world for my calves to feel above average. But the fact that this is oversized, I kind of feel fat.
Dieting alone can't always get you the body that you want, which is why Korea is packed with beauty clinics
I'm gonna go
promising
try
to speed up the
smog
process.
and
Hi, we just wanted to
again, I
see
guess.
like if you have like a menu of different like fat loss options. Lipolysis injection. So these are kind of like the fat melting injections that I talked about.
Okay.
So they got like stuff for double chin over here, contouring for the face, and it's 99,001 for a session. So that would be like around right now with the exchange rate maybe
$90?
No, not even. Like maybe like $70. So this is like specifically targeting arms, thighs, abdomen. It's like very popular because again, it's like it's hard to actually do the work of like eating properly, moving properly, right? But it's like why do all that when you can just melt it off?
Yeah, and like
shot?
the proportions that are like people want to see are literally impossible to get. So
Exactly.
you have to do it this way.
That's right, because you can't target fat loss through natural means, right?
You guys want to see the ampoules, right? This is the violet injection, one of the most famous fat melting injection in the world. It actually kills the fat tissue.
Are some of the people coming in pretty young asking for this stuff?
So Ozempic?
Yeah, sometimes, but usually 40 to 50.
Would you ever have any like thinner people come in requesting stuff like this?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
But I try to tell him to do another thing, like more smooth way. This is kind of aggressive way to reduce fat.
So what do you think of Korea's body image culture?
Unfortunately. Actually, I like it because I get money from those kind of culture, but I don't think today is that super dangerous thing because cultures from the America or the Europe, they are really damaging their health. Ideal culture must be between the European style and Asian style.
What's your opinions on Korean beauty standards?
Yeah, so I'm French. I feel it's much more standardized in Korea. So yeah.
Yeah. When you moved here, did you look a lot different than you do now?
So when I moved here, I was overweight basically. There was kind of a pressure myself to fit in. Like in France or in Europe, you will never have, how to say, kind of negative remarks. But in Korea, they'll be like, that's why you're fat or something.
Also, they're a lot more like forward here.
Yeah, exactly. Which, to be honest, is not that bad. Once I've lost weight, it's like much more direct. Also on the other way.
If I did gain a little bit, people would make a comment straight away and say like, "Oh, you gained some weight," and the whole reason to make that comment is like I noticed you or like I care about you, and so you're supposed to feel good. Like you're supposed to be like, oh, she noticed and like she really cares about me.
I'm so
she thinks
tired.
I should lose weight for my health.
Are Koreans a lot more direct with how you look? Because I feel like in North America, if someone gained weight, you wouldn't really say it, but maybe you just like think it. So here they actually would just tell you straight to your face.
Straight to your face. Even like when I meet up with my friends and I haven't seen them in a while, if like my skin is looking worse, they'll be like, oh, yeah, you just got some, looks like you got some trouble on your face. If I look a little bit bigger, like the first thing, like, oh my god, your face looks a little bigger than the last time I saw you. You look like you gained some weight. Or like vice versa, you look like you lost weight.
Do you like how forward people are in Korea, or what do you think about that?
솔직히 말하면 조금 처음 보는 사이에서 약간 무리하게 이쁘다 아니면 뭐 코가 만약에 크면은 뭐 코가 크다는 이유로 중심적으로 외모에 대해서는 말하는 게 있어서 그게 좀 저는 좀 무례한 것 같고.
Could you ask her to tell me like the first thing she thinks
I
about
think
what
I'm
she's
gonna
made,
go
and to not worry, I won't get offended.
to Orlando and then I might be done. I'm fucking so tired.
처음에는 일단 키가 큰 게 눈에 띄었고요.
혹시 전체적인 체중에 대해서 그런 거는 눈에 띈 건
Oh, nice.
네. 그런 건 눈에 띄었던 것 같아요. 몸이 좋은
If we were longtime friends and you saw me for the first time, like what would you have to say to me?
There's a golden proportion of your face I learned recently. It's like 1, 1, and 0.8. So maybe your like bottom is a bit long, like this part.
My bottom's a bit long? That's it?
And like you could get some facial for your skin.
Is it hard being a girl in Korea?
I think so. There's many things that girls need to do to upkeep their appearance.
Oh.
시선 같은 게
What about him? You think he don't have to do a lot of things to upkeep his appearances?
뒤에서 말
Sexist.
나오는 것도 있고 몇 번 들리는 말도 있으니까 그런 것 때문에 더 신경이 쓰이는 것 같아요.
We've been walking around looking for interviews, but we were getting no luck with girls because they're all just like, they don't have makeup on, their hair's not done, their outfit's not good. So most of them are rejecting us right now. It's like they want to do it, but they just don't feel confident enough to be on camera right now.
Actually, the person we just asked, she does have makeup on, and she still didn't want to do it because she wasn't confident in
She needs more makeup on. So we've been asking girls to do interviews, and a lot of them are just like, oh, I have no makeup on, I can't. Like, is that very just common?
Oh yeah. If you like leave the house
Don't
without
touch me.
makeup on, then mostly you'd wear a cap or like a mask to cover your face.
When looking for like a girlfriend, like what kind of
Damn, bro,
traits
just
are
hit
you
his own
attracted
homie.
to?
일단 외적으로 봤을 때는 저는 약간 좀 눈이 크고 좀 예쁜 헤어스타일이 있는 사람을 좀 좋아하는 것 같아요. 그리고 약간 내적으로 봤을 때는 뭔가 자기 일에 집중하고 뭐랄까 자기 본인의 일을 할 때 좀 행복해하는 사람을 좀 바라는 것 같아요.
What's the main reason, in your opinion, as to why a lot of people in Korea are so skinny?
근데 그게 조금 사람들이 보기에 건강해 보일 수도 있다고 생각을 하고 또 뚱뚱하면 좀 건강하지 않다는 생각을 가지고 있는 것도 같기도 해요. 또 이게 사람들의 생각으로는
Maybe I just need more
신체,
pop.
그러니까 이 체중을 빼는 것은 좀 자기 노력으로 되는 부분이라고 생각을 하기 때문에 좀 스키니한 몸매를 좀 더 이상적으로 보지 않나 이렇게 생각해요.
How do you think Korean people look at fat people on the street?
Mostly that they don't care about themselves and they don't care about their family too, because a lot of the family members usually, as I mentioned, if you gain a bit of weight, you would say something. So it's kind of like you didn't care about what your family said, or your family are not pointing out that you're unhealthy.
Would you associate skinny with being healthy?
To a certain point, I think it can contribute to like better health because I think having more weight on you can really hurt your knees a lot and your joints. That's one of my problem that my parents have. So I think that kind of weight really, if they didn't have it, I think they'd be feeling a lot better and they'd be a lot healthier for sure.
So would you rather be skinny or healthy?
I think be healthy. I mean, I think some of them kind of overlap in some sense.
Yeah.
But I think being healthy is more important, and just living like a long and happy life is more important.
Do you think an overweight foreigner coming to visit Korea would have a negative experience?
Sadly, I've heard that a lot. Shopping is difficult too, and when you go shopping, the shop owners will clearly say to you like, oh, yeah, there's no clothes for you. Like the reaction is very obvious, and I think they feel a bit left out sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Are there any extremes that people do to like look a certain way here?
I mean, I think the most extreme one, or the most obvious one, is like plastic surgery. But I know there's like, especially with the women, they go on like really crazy diets. Back like 10 years ago, there's this one K-pop idol called IU. I don't know if you know her.
No.
But one of her diets went like infamous because like all she ate for the day was like one sweet potato, like one apple, and like ice cubes or something. So she'd have like 200, 300 calories for the day, and that like she lost like 10, 15 kilos in like 2 weeks or something, or a month or something.
And then a lot of people follow that, right?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of women tend to follow that kind of thing. So yeah, it's definitely very severe.
K-pop starvation diets don't just stay in the industry. They reshape how people everywhere see food and body image. When extreme restriction is framed as discipline and constant hunger starts to feel like progress instead of a warning sign, that mindset spreads fast, with people normalizing undereating and fearing calories just to chase an unrealistic look, like calling 130 calories a meal or using formulas like height minus 120 as a body weight goal. So I spoke with a K-pop singer who had to stay anonymous to avoid backlash about what that pressure actually feels like behind the scenes.
Do you think there's a lot of pressure on you to be skinny?
Yes, for my fans.
Is that good?
I don't think so, but my fans need like that.
Korea ranks very high on rates.
Yeah.
Why do you think that would be?
Idol culture.
Idol culture.
Yes, they need skinny shape and pretty face.
So this rates being so high, you think are related to the K-pop culture?
Yeah, I think so.
So the girl back in the cafe said that she needs to be skinny for her fans. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah, 100%. I would imagine that like a lot of her success is gonna depend on her followers and fans hyping her up, sharing her music, and just continuing to engage with her content. But if she were to gain weight, then they're just gonna like lose all interest in her because
regardless of talent?
Oh yeah, regardless of talent, because it's just kind of like, no matter how talented you are, it's not like I couldn't find 15 other people who are equally as talented as you. So if you want to make it, you have to be talented and you gotta be beautiful. And you gotta be a great dancer, rapper, like that's the industry.
So we found a place for lunch called Preppers, which it kind of sounds like
you gotta be
contest
perfect.
prep,
You
like
gotta
you're
be
prepping for
perfect.
something.
Move on.
And then the funny thing is, it says Preppers diet food, not healthy food, because I feel like healthy food wouldn't be as much of a draw to go in. Like diet just sounds like more like weight loss, right?
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head. That would be my guess too. And yeah, I think it is for like weightlifters, and I see more and more popping up all over the place.
So a bunch of pasta bowls, rice bowls. You recommend the double bowl?
Yes, for me, only the double bowl gives me enough protein. Combo comes with a drink. For example, amino drink over here.
Oh, you
I
get
think,
amino
yeah,
drinks.
that's one of their things that they're known for. I have yet to try it, but I heard it's pretty good. So, and then they got like protein milkshakes and stuff.
Protein coffee milkshake, that sounds amazing. Like places like this in North America, like don't show up. And I feel like that's because there's like, they don't think there'd be enough traction.
Right, right.
So I feel like there's obviously a lot of traction and like demand for this.
Yeah. Like for me, when I first came to Korea, they didn't have shops like this. So I missed like Chipotle or like Kava, because you could get pretty good macros for those, even though they have like high sodium. But you know, now they got stuff like this.
It's not every day you see a fountain drink station where it's only the zero sugar stuff. I feel like Coke Zero is water here. And I respect that. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
When a place has Sprite Zero, you just know it's gonna slap, because this is a rarity. Like this is a rare
Really?
find. Most places have Coke Zero. Sprite Zero? You don't know how lucky you got it, man.
Wow, it's everywhere here in Korea, so I just assumed that it was,
wow. And also the fact that this place is 24 hours is insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I love that, yeah.
Oh, I wanted to get the pasta bowl, but I feel like if I ordered that, I would have got bullied or something. It seems like a trap. Like who gets the pasta in Korea? All right, here we go.
You wanna make sure you mix it all up nice. Ooh, that's a big boy bite.
So good.
Good?
Nice. I like that it's a reflective plate. You know, so you get to the bottom of the plate, and you can see your skinnier reflection when you're done. What would you say is like a big factor in Korea's low obesity rate? Would you say it's all lifestyle, or is there any like genetic components to that?
So I think one of the things that people don't know is that in addition to the social pressure that there is to stay thin and stay healthy, East Asians have a way lower subcutaneous fat cell count than our Western counterparts. And this is quite common in Korea. Well, you'll see like those skinny fat body types, right? Well, you'll see men or women that don't look that fat, but they have really high visceral fat levels just because there's not a lot of subcutaneous fat that can hold it. So they won't look as big, but they'll still have heart issues, diabetes, prediabetes, insulin resistance, like all across the board. So it doesn't take that much size for a Korean person to be equally as unhealthy as like, you know, a European-based or, yeah.
Okay. How many calories would you say this bowl is?
If I had to guess, I would put it around 600?
Okay, I was gonna be like around 700. Have you heard of macro factor?
I haven't.
It's the quickest and easiest way to track your calories.
Okay.
And if you don't have a place that has the calories on the in your bowl, take a photo, and it gets pretty close.
That'd be awesome.
So, boom, uploading. So it even says the rice, steak, scallion, sesame seeds. Right, so 775 calories in the plate.
wild.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. So I mean, it tells you all the macros, and you just log it to your.
Oh, that's nuts.
Jesus
There's also a
Christ.
new feature where you can upload a recipe including ingredients, instructions, and servings, all with just a snap of a picture.
So if you guys want to try the Macro Factor app, make sure to use code WILL for 2 weeks free. We are now in Cheongno, which is known as the obesity drug mecca of the world. And literally, every single building is a pharmacy just selling fat loss drugs. It's actually pretty insane. So there's a pharmacy right here.
Oh, shit.
And then there's a pharmacy right here. And then literally like 5 more feet, there's another pharmacy right here. And then next door is another pharmacy. And then across the street, there's more pharmacies over there, which is like, I don't know why you need this many pharmacies. I guess the demand is super, super high. So we are gonna see how easy it is for me to go to a clinic, get a prescription, and get some Wegovy. Let's see. That's it here? Here. Oh shit.
Dude, they're fucking.
Wow. It might be busy.
Streets and shit look so fucking like just crisp and clean, dude. Like, what?
Pretty insane. So there's a pharmacy right here, and then there's a pharmacy right here. There's more pharmacies over there. You're gonna see how easy it might be busy.
Yes.
South Carolina, yeah.
네, 이 외국인 친구인데요. 그 마운자로나 위고비 처방을 받고 싶어서. What's the name that you use in Korean? Will.
I just walked in, said my name, gave my ID, and it's good.
Do you have a preference of Wegovy or Mounjaro?
What does he recommend?
어떤 거를 추천해 주실 수 있을까요? He said then you would have to get a consultation with the doctor.
So I have to see him here right now?
Right now.
Is it long wait?
I don't think it's gonna take that long.
Okay. We're in the waiting room right now for the weight loss drugs. Everyone in here is also here for the same thing. People are just coming in, asking for it, and they're like, yeah, just take a seat, eat with the doctor, and you're good. So we're gonna have a prescription in like 15 minutes, which is crazy here.
Here in America, you need to spend a shit ton for Ozempic. How much does Ozempic go for?
First time.
How about your height?
6 foot.
How about your
Oh fuck! I forgot to heal up. God
90.
damn it. I don't wanna
90,
do
90
this
yeah.
anymore.
What is your normal body weight?
I just want to get shredded.
After I gave the doctor my height, weight, and goal, he implemented my stats into a BMI chart and called me obese.
I did.
In this presentation, you will
I pressed the
have
wrong
some
fucking
obesity.
buttons.
Your BMI index is 24.47.
Why am I
adding lower
shining
weights
like
until
that?
it put
Why
me
was I
in the
shining
normal category.
like a
If you
diamond?
have the some weight was about 50
Why does it go?
you will enter to the normal body weight.
And I'll be healthier?
Okay.
Like I don't understand
The
why
doctor
it
is telling
goes
me I have to
for
lose 15
fucking-
kilograms or 33 pounds without any sort of background knowledge of my medical history or even my body composition, as fat and muscle ratios greatly impact your BMI score, and these lax measures are causing serious harm. And just like that, within a matter of minutes, I got a prescription, adding to Korea's major drug misuse problem.
Oh, she's asking if you want to get the injection here right now.
No, I'll do it later. Yeah. All right, so this is pretty insane. We got it super easily within like 10 minutes. And there it is. So the doctor said I need to get to 75 kilograms, which now that I'm thinking about it, that's below my bodybuilding contest weight. So I think I would actually die.
Yeah, you'd be like 168 pounds.
Yeah.
That's how much I weigh, and I'm 5'8".
Gee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't look at like
I'm
your body fat
5'4".
percentage. They just go like, okay, height, weight, you're obese. And then there's no other discussion about like, do you work out consistently? There's, here you go.
I love
150
this
bucks.
dude's
Yeah, I
drip.
don't think he even asked you any questions about your overall health. No. Yeah. There was like no
God,
diagnosis.
he looks
was just
so
like, oh, you want the drug? Like,
swagged
okay,
out.
here's how to use it. You know, here are some side effects to expect. And I think they even offered to give you your first injection like right now.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna do that. No, I just got it for a prop. I'm not gonna use it.
It's clear Korea is facing a serious issue that can't be ignored. The relentless pressure to look a certain way, combined with the deeply ingrained culture of body shaming, is quietly taking a
Stop
toll on
touching
people's
me.
lives. Over time, it doesn't just affect how you
Attention,
see
we have
yourself,
an announcement
it
to
consumes
make.
your thoughts
Stop
entirely.
bullying me.
And eventually, you give in.
Maybe I should kill Smog first.
We got merch. That's right. For a limited amount of
What?
time,
Oh,
you can get in on the iconic episodes
Please shoot,
collection.
please shoot,
At the link in
shoot,
the
bro.
description at creepcast.store, we have
Oh,
shirts available
Jesus.
for now, like the little frog that I found on Hunter's set, or Hunter's canon accurate smile dog depiction. Or
Oh, God,
a
hi.
picture
What the
of
fuck,
my
bro?
Teeth that I
Chill,
will remind
daddy.
is a HIPAA violation, and I reluctantly consented to. All these shirts are available
Chill,
as a
brother.
bundle or individually for a limited time, so get in on them while you can at the link in the description at creepcast.store, and above all else, enjoy the episode.
No.
And also, thank you for supporting us, or whatever.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah. So fucking goddamn it.
Welcome back to Creepcast! Today we are reading from the Tales from the Creeps subreddit,
I'm
our
wired
subreddit.
right now.
We have two lovely
I
stories that
fucking-
we're reading today. The first one being Breathless, and the second one being The Deer Pit.
These stories that come recommended, we have a few authors who we've read stories before who have come to the Tales from the Creep subreddit. and they have like given a ton of advice to writers, and we've been kind of in communication with them about what they ping as some of the better stories that the community really likes. One of them being Imperial Invective, friend of the show, who's recommended stories like this. And also, these are ones, a lot of the time if you scroll through Tales from the Creeps, a lot of stories will have people saying like, oh, I hope the boys read this and stuff like that. So these are a couple of those. Tales from the Creeps is awesome because it's people who enjoy the show who, you know, not to say they're just submitting stories hoping they get read, but they get to have a community of writers who can give them feedback. People enjoy reading scary stories, and every now and then a few of them do get read, and I think that's great. And so I always like covering stuff from them. But our two authors today is the author from Breathless, The Republic, and the author of Deer Pit, Verdant Voidling. Both of them post a ton in r/Creepcast and Tales from the Creeps. So they seem pretty down with the community. Obviously, they posted stories here. I'm excited to read about them.
I like the idea of reading some viewer stories. It's always been something that we've been talking about for a long time, wanting to do on the channel. So now, letting the back catalog build up a bit more. At first, when we were first doing it, it was like we were like, do we just actively start reading these right away? It's been, in my opinion, a good way of letting things build up. Letting an audience actually build up there versus people just rushing to dump something out there hoping that, you know.
Yeah. I will say, everything we've read, we have a very talented
audience. Fuck
there have
me.
been some bangers.
All good eggs so far.
Yeah, the one we read recently about the mermaid. Gosh, that was good.
That was a lovely one.
I love that one so much.
No, what?
The more I think about this, the more I stew on that one, the more I like it. So we got that. We also have something else cool for the audience.
Yeah, stand up and show it off here. We have a new piece of merch. You guys might remember last time he was on this set. It's the frog shirt.
I'm fucked.
We'll show up some graphics as well. The frog shirt. We also have Isaiah's dental photo shirt.
I damn near fell off my chair.
We've got a shirt that is the photo of my lips because it was inevitable. It made it onto some.
Here, go ahead. Harry's going to toss him one. Go ahead and stand back up. I'll give us a nice rundown here while you stand up and show off. His beautiful,
I want to see how much
his beautiful
damage,
shirt here with his dental record. You can show that off to your family and friends. Looks very nice. And, of course, we have the Smile Dog shirt. Throw us the Smile Dog.
I'm going to throw this one back.
It's like we're at a basketball game.
And then the Smile Dog shirt, which these will be coming out pretty soon. I know people have been asking for some merch. We got the nice Smile Dog shirt from my lovely drawing. Yeah, there was going to be a huge cock on it, but no, they've said that probably wouldn't fly. So, more new merch coming very soon. If not right now, link will be up or it will be up soon. So be looking out for some new merch coming up. Also, just want to take time and say thank you to our audio listeners over on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, all that jazz. Thank you for giving us a nice rating there. It actually does help quite a bit. And of course, last but certainly not least, is our patrons who get extra content on the side. We did a vlog.
We did a haunted house walk.
Haunted house vlog. We're doing like a little movie chat about Lee Cronin's Mummy coming up.
There's a couple author interviews coming up.
Yeah, there's a couple author interviews. There's more stuff coming, and also exclusive Patreon stories that we just read that are either too short here, just something that's just little goodies for the patrons. So if you're interested in supporting the channel, please consider signing up. It does help us out a lot. All right, ready?
Ready. Let's begin with Breathless. I think I lost them. Surely. I ran as fast as my muscles could grant.
I need to buy more homing.
I crossed rivers. I trekked through the mountains. I burned my feet and hands on scalding hot sand. I ran so hard my breath became fiery and aching. My eyes can only see so far, but that's good enough for me. There's no way that they could cover all of that distance. I'm certain of it. The hills have always offered refuge from the bitter, biting wind.
Damn it.
With a different goal. I need to rest on lush, soft grass through the only tree for miles around. There are cuts up and down my legs, some so deep I can see the stringy muscle underneath. I take my long overdue seat by the lonesome tree's trunk. Sensation drains from my overworked limbs. More hot breath escapes my lungs and scalds my tongue. Breathing was never this hard. Don't know what to do. Usually, all it took to escape were quick bursts. Before the dust even settled, be long gone. This was different. It started at the valley, when the herd was at its most vulnerable. Long marches take their toll on even the hardiest beast. That long-awaited drink of water kept everyone moving. I was near the helm of the herd. My steady pace afforded me a more comfortable stride. It's always a chore to live so far from the water's edge, but the best yield of fodder grows further away. It should have been like any other march. The wind had died down, the sun wasn't as abusive, and our health was in order. The shimmering ripples signaled to the herd and invited them to dip their lips in clear, crisp sublime. That's when it happened. At that moment, our soft underbelly exposed, an ear blistering chant booming out among calm waters. Pointed tip skewered the helm. It went down without so much as an exhale. What is with our viewers being mid-century poets? So many of them will have this, like, in a good way. I mean, this is a compliment. We'll have this flowery language and, like, because I feel like we read so many creepypastas and, like, no sleep stories and stuff where it's just like, I'm a guy who's scared. You know, it's like, I'm just talking, I don't know what's going on. But then our audience will always be like, long in the time long ago when land was free. And
I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of they're trying to be little show ponies, and I think that they know that it's gonna get your jimmies all riled up.
You know, honestly, what I think it might be part of it. We read so much no sleep, right? But the whole thing of no sleep is it has to be someone posting the story. There has to be a reason it's there. So you can't be like, I'm reading this story and I don't know if we're hearing like a herder or if this is from the perspective of an animal.
I keep thinking it's the perspective of the animal.
Yeah, it sounds like a buffalo or some animal, like a gazelle or something.
Yeah,
talking.
ban!
Yeah.
Post removed. Yeah. Oxes can't use computers.
A gazelle from the 1800s could never type like this. Yeah. So, but it creates more room for creative writing when you don't have such tight restraints on it. So I think that's the reason that we see the potential for such better language out of Tales from the Creeps, the no sleep, because there's not such a strict parameter that someone has to be posting to Reddit. You know,
us just making an advert for our subreddit instead of
r/no
sleep. Yeah, so actually, ours is actually really cool.
That's half the podcast at this point. Us dunking on no sleep and then talking about why our stuff's better.
Don't really believe that, but we're making jokes. I want to preface that as a joke.
But the number of times we've been like, banned.
It's a joke.
I don't know about that.
A joke. I want to have an audible record that it's a joke.
Let's remember that. Whose story was it? One incredible story we read. It was the one. Gosh, I feel like we did it.
Creature stuck in the basement.
No, not that one. Not that one. Why did you bring that one up?
Because it's bad.
Oh well, yeah.
Monster Hunter, huh?
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, obviously, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the one about the guy who his family was being turned into aliens or something like that. It ends with him in his room and he can hear them on the other side of the door and he sees his dad's mouth. And that guy in the comments was like this. He posted, that's right. He posted it to our Creepcast before Tales from the Creeps. And he said, thanks for all the support here. It got banned from No Sleep because not enough happened.
We should ban it.
It's like, what do you... Yeah, we should have got rid of it.
We should remove the post. What the fuck even happened to
But
this?
I mean, rules like that's insane.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's also I think it's all dependent on the mod.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure it is. Yeah. But that being said, I think that's why we see such potential for writing ability here, because this is beautiful so far, the way it's said.
Yeah.
A rain of barbs followed closely behind. Our young didn't stand a chance. All at once, the once united herd scattered like a flock of birds. We bolted in every direction. All of us, the young, the old, the disoriented, fleeing in fragments. We abandoned the herd. My group was filled with many able-bodied, but there were inklings of heavy burden among our ranks. After a long sprint into the mountains, we rested on soft pastures. The air became thick with gasps. It wasn't that unusual, for we recovered well from these short bursts. We became settled in and all fell asleep. All except me. I ruminated on the earlier events. Mouths full of pointed teeth. Never fashioned those kinds of tools. Small ones would swarm. Big ones would clamp down. Slender ones would ambush. These things surrounded us and formed a kill circle.
Fucking goddamn.
Quick succession, they brought down their instruments and bashed in the unfortunate skulls. Even though they sparked a new sensation in all of us that day, I was certain we'd never see them again in the mountains. I was ready to fall asleep, the exhaustion of running finally catching up to me. As I closed my eyes, snap. As it waves through us, those not quick enough to get to their feet were dealt with. I bolted with the others, but as I turned my head, there I saw were the horrible beings. They stood on top of felled elders. An icy pike pierced through me. The sensation became reinforced. That became our new norm. I'm not ashamed to admit I was the last one left. I don't feel guilty for being the fastest, the most endured, or the most agile. It's not my fault the others fell because we all had a chance. It's not my fault that I never looked back. I'm not responsible for their failings. Every time they caught up to me, I pushed my body to its limits. Still, they closed the distance, and I would try to create a gap between.
Hello.
They never failed
Goodbye.
to trail close behind me. When I rested,
Only
they
one
kept
left.
moving.
Nice, epic.
When I
Let's
ate,
go,
they
dude.
grew
That's what I
closer.
want. That's what
When
I
I needed
fucking
to heed
want,
the
dude.
call of nature, they wouldn't be far behind. Time and time again, they took advantage of my exhaustion and stalked me intently. Every close call left me scarred. Every near-fatal encounter bled me of my energy. Once, they nearly caught me. My legs were shaking, my eyes a blurry haze, and saliva was pouring out of my mouth. One of the monsters brought a cold, sharp stone to my throat. I squirmed my way out. It cost me my shoulder. My trot became a hobble, and even that grew into a limp. You must understand. I'm not supposed to feel this way. I'm not supposed to keep using my last resorts. I'm not supposed to feel my heart pump so hard that my whole chest groans in pain. I'm not supposed to keep looking over my shoulder, worried that something's going to lunge out and end me. I'm not supposed to feel anxiety. Yet I do. It's so wrong. No matter how hard I try, no matter how fast I run, no matter how fierce my will to live became, I couldn't escape the slow death. Till now. I'm set by a weathered and lonely tree atop a tall hill. Can't smile, but I felt relieved and fulfilled at my efforts. Can't see them. No matter how hard I strained my eyes, nothing. I'm free.
What?
The sky must have felt reprieve, for in that moment I saw a gathering of black clouds in the horizon. I would finally feel their gentle touch and their soothing rain as it lulled me to a well-deserved sleep. Funny, as the clouds closed in on me, I could have sworn their thunder sounded like heavy footsteps. This is pretty good. It's just like an animal running, being hunted by people.
It's kind of weird though. You can kind of interpret it in you could interpret it in a way that it's another human being or something, if you wanted to. I mean, I believe. I mean, you know, the trot and all that kind of stuff. It's still, it's you have a fun. There's a fun way to decipher it that it could be human, but I mean,
Easy.
yeah, coming
First
from the
time,
perspective
first
of an
attempt.
animal with
Let's go.
unrelentless humans hunting them.
Easy.
I mean, there was even lines of
David
it
struggle.
being like riding
Never
the
had
elders,
a
which
doubt
means
in my mind.
horses or you know.
Yeah.
So they were using other animals to hunt them.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun, but I do like this idea that it's a little, it's pretty open, but it's a fun, I guess, a game of cat and mouse with humans and like just from the perspective of an
the hunted animal.
Yeah. Which I think was pretty fun.
Yeah.
But I think it's just nice.
Yeah, and there's a description of like they're all at the watering hole, and then there's a cluster. They don't know where to run. Everyone fragments out and stuff like that. How terrifying that would be from that perspective.
Instead of leveling up, I'm
What
going to
year
buy
did you
that
depict
one
this?
spell that's like
It depicted it like
40,000.
1800s kind of that vibe.
Well.
Yo, what up,
Talk
queen?
about
Bow and arrow.
Yeah, not rifle hunting.
Yeah, it's like bow and arrow.
So you could go even further back. Say it's like 1700s or something.
1500s.
They would have
1400s.
I don't think they were doing.
you
well, I
vore
mean,
me?
they had the
What?
longbow back then. But
1300s.
we could just keep going if you.
Is that it?
1200s. 1100s.
Enter Covenant.
1000s. 900. 800.
The thing about I'm never supposed to feel anxiety or like care behind me. Maybe it's like a predatory animal of some kind, something that hunts others. Maybe it's something mighty. It's not like a bison. I think bison's a good one because it's like, what would they have to fear naturally other than man, right? To me, that's what it meant by I'm not supposed to feel fear. I'm not supposed to feel anxiety, stuff like that. There's a lot with just the language that's used. There's a lot you could glean on or make different.
Just even the story from the perspective of an animal is just fun.
Yeah,
a fun approach.
Yeah, very. Mother Horse Eyes, the cat segments.
I do think that the
up.
it is funny thinking that a bison's on like a Mac, typing this story.
Took him a long time.
Has tiny glasses and he's like pushes it up.
You ever seen a bison before?
Yeah, they're huge.
Better be fucking worth it.
They're awesome.
Yeah,
They're very
cool.
cute. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them and their tiny eyes.
I too will leave.
Yeah, very small eyes proportionally.
Also, I should probably
They're
upgrade.
so big, and they like sit there, and you like drive by them. People are always like, "Whoa!" They always just look at you like, "Fuck."
I remember I went to it was like this old reenactment camp, and they had a bison there that had been like raised from a baby by people, so it was real friendly. And the lady was trying to explain to us like, this is Tom the bison or whatever, and it comes up to her real slow, and it gets behind her, and it just like its head is her entire body size, right? And it keeps pushing her, like trying to gently nuzzle her, but every time it does, it like knocks her on the ground.
Yeah.
And then she's like, he really likes to be pet, and she'll pet on him a little. And the moment she stops, he's like, moo, and just topples her over again, just by like moving his head a little bit. So they're very sweet.
If you had a bison, what would you name it?
It's got to start with a B, right? So
that's not true. That one was named Tom.
Well, I was just kind of making up a name, but I like Bobby. Bobby the bison.
Bobby the bison.
Mm-hmm. What would you name a bison?
With how bisons look, I'd name Meatloaf.
Aw, that's a cute name for a bison. I like that.
Meatloaf. 1300.
All right. So that was our story. Again, the author of that story is named The Republique. They've posted a lot to like Tales from the Creeps. Be sure to check out more of the stuff. We'll have them linked in the description.
You know, been kind of a fun angle of that story too. It was the angle from the bird watching it all go down, huh? Just potential. Hey, Republique sequel bait that you can have that one for free. First line. I'm a cardinal and I just witnessed something bad.
Sounds Catholic.
Yeah, I watched Father Mulcahy touch a child.
It feels like. Have you seen in like?
I'm a cardinal. It does. I'm a cardinal.
I see what the joke. Okay. Have you seen those posts on Instagram or like in the comments where someone will say something and someone else pretends like they were there? It keeps going.
What do you mean?
Like a classic, like a girl will post a hot pic of herself and someone will comment, be like, "I just fell to my knees."
Like?
Someone will comment and say, "I just fell to my knees in Walmart." And someone else will come and be like, I just watched a guy fall to his knees in Walmart.
Oh,
someone else will be like, I'm on the security camera at Walmart and someone fall. Yeah, they'll do that. I saw one the other day where these guys, contractors were talking about like messed up stuff they did in people's houses. Some girl posted, was like, we hired a group of guys to redo our drywall. And then someone knocked a hole in the drywall and it was full of McUltra cans, like in the wall. And someone else replied, it was like, I did this house a while back, and we got hammered, and we just threw the McUltra cans into the wall. And someone else was like, I worked at McUltra, and I sold, they keep the joke going. You could do that with this, where it's like from the Cardinals' perspective, from the horse's perspective, from like another bison's perspective. Just watch the whole thing go down.
Ow! Wait.
But on the third installment, I would go bison, cardinal, and then I would go, I'd go little boy.
Little boy? Why is that?
Because then you get the perspective of man, but the innocence of man.
Right. That's deep, man. That's cool. And then God could be your fourth one. It's like God watching.
What do you think God looks like? Man?
Because the Bible says we're made in the image of God.
I like to think that God, I think he fibbed about that. I think that was a fib. Right the deal. I look like you. I think he looks like a fucking sick storm cloud.
I mean, he's capable of anything, so.
He speaks nothing but Spanish. That's how.
When Moses goes to. When Moses goes to the mountaintop.
Who's Moses?
God speaks to him through the thunderstorm, through the lightning, and then Elijah, when he goes to Mount Horeb, he is spoken to eventually through a still small voice, but it says
Windigoon is unironically my favorite religious person.
The burning bush speaks through the burning bush.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Some guy did. When Moses gathered up all his animals, and
that's Noah. That's Noah.
Moses didn't. Moses did the ark.
That's Noah. Noah's ark.
Noah's ark. What did Moses do?
He was the one who led the.
I know, the water, and then let my people go. I think I don't fucking know.
Israelites out of Egypt, and then wandered through the desert, 10 Commandments, all that.
He did the 10 Commandments?
How much do I need a
buzzkill? It's like Martin Luther hammering those laws.
You consider Martin Luther a buzzkill?
Kind of. Right? Or no, he was just like, actually, these rules suck.
I was thinking Martin Luther King. I thought you were saying MLK was a buzzkill. I'm like, it's a crazy thing to say.
His name is Martin Luther, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had the other day, I was like, I feel like that's not correct.
No, it's Martin Luther. 95.
He was fucked up. I suggested his name was Derek Luther, and I'm like, there's no way
his name was not Derek.
Luther.
No, not.
I, Derek Luther, don't agree with these rules.
No, Martin
wait, I
Luther.
know what I could do.
95 theses on the church door. Yeah.
You know what was pissed me off about that? Why couldn't you just make it 100? 95, really? Couldn't add 5 more in?
Oh, that's true.
I mean, just an even 100, I mean. How many is it? It looks like 100. You couldn't be more wrong. It's 95.
I haven't read all of them, but I wonder what the last 10 are. It's like how nitpicky could he get?
Let me see.
This is a fun aside. Greek cast reviews of Martin Luther's 95 theses.
So it just in bold. It says 67 through 95. He says he attacks the pardoners who promote indulgences over the gospel, arguing that money should be given to the poor rather than buying indulgences. Basically, it's him just being like, why the fuck? Why do we have a gold door?
Well, indulgences were specifically payments that you could make for prayers to get people out of purgatory and into heaven.
Oh, the heaven bonds, whatever.
Yeah. Which was a big no-no and historically a bunch of people freak out about that time. It's come during some bad stuff going on in Europe and whatnot.
Like what?
Like let's see, that was 15. That was 1495.
The Red
15.
Scare.
No.
It happens with my wife every month.
Okay. So there was
we can get back to the story.
So not on the original schedule, but we wanted this episode to be a bit longer for you all. And we found an author we really liked from an episode about a radio that may not be up yet. I'm not sure when all of these were batch recording will get posted. But this story
Can you get your crotch
is
out
also
of my
about
face,
animals,
bro?
and we thought this was the perfect place to slot it in at. So hopefully you like it. It's called "The Animals on My Farm Always Kill Their Newborns." This is one of 2 stories, as far as I can see, ever posted by the Reddit user GretelCat to r/NoSleep. And the other story they did was phenomenal.
No, it was really good.
Yeah,
That's
really
why
liked it a lot.
we saw the title after we read that one on a previous day, and then we thought we should just put this in with the animal episode because it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they've had 2 stories. One was a banger. We're like, we should read the animal one. And then we were talking about this episode, and it's like, oh, this could use another one. I know the perfect animal story to add.
Well, it's just a great title too.
I mean, yeah, it adds intrigue and stuff like that. And if I don't know if the radio one's up, yes or not, but we really liked it. I imagine you all would like it too. So I'm excited to see what else they have in store.
Yeah, I mean, let's fucking dive in.
Another creepy animal story. Animals on My Farm Always Kill Their Newborns by GretelCat. Link in the description, of course. Before I take my life tonight, I need to write down what brought me to this point. All right, well, some of them got to build up, some of them just jump right in. Just for my own sanity, just as a catharsis. If I'm feeling brave, I'll post it on the internet when I'm done. And if I do, if I'm actually talking to some human soul out there, know that I am at eternal peace as you read this. My favorite animal on my fiance's farm was Sausage. She was an enormous hog who might have been intimidating if she wasn't so lovey-dovey. Sausage acted like a dog whenever I came around. Always wanted to be scratched behind the ears and made little grunts and snorts if I wasn't giving her enough attention.
Wait,
in fact,
I just realized
she
how
was the
fast
one who
these
sold
shoot.
me
That's
on the whole
fucking
farm
sick,
thing.
dog.
It was scary for me to move in with Anthony and his sheep, goats, chickens, turkeys, pigs, donkeys, and
You
cats.
suck. Don't even need you.
Before that,
Get
I owned a total of
ignored.
2 fish and a hermit crab. Do you guys have pigs?
No, I don't have any pigs.
Okay. Have you?
I want a pig.
Have you ever been around pigs and stuff like that?
Oh yeah,
they're fun. They're like chill.
Okay, they're dicks.
You don't like them?
It's not that I don't like them. They're just assholes. They're just messy dickheads. They can be very aggressive and dickheadish. Yeah.
You know the whole thing
Like,
about
they're so smart. And they're just like fucking rolling around in the mud and just like screeching.
Young pigs can be really mean.
Boars mostly, but yeah.
Have you ever? You've heard the thing about like you can throw a dead body to pigs and they'll like clean it super fast. Eat pieces of it and stuff. Yeah, they can be mean. But I was in love with him, and he was in love with me. even in spite of all my anxieties and manias and foibles. I took a leap of faith, moving on to his 40-acre Midwest ranch a few months before the wedding. His father had raised him here, but had passed away a year before we met. After only a few days, I stopped nagging him about selling the property and moving closer to the city. Just a few days. That's how long it took for Sweet Sausage to teach me that farm animals were not pets, but like judgmental of you, as I'd originally told Tony. She was smart and affectionate. She was my friend. It didn't take long before I developed similar sentiments towards the rest of my new family. Sausage was pregnant when I moved in, and she was due to give birth just 1 week after Anthony and I returned from our honeymoon. Though I was on the verge of having a panic attack the whole time, I was there from start to finish delivering all 4 piglets. They seemed healthy, and I was overwhelmingly proud of myself. The following day, he brought over the 2 little boys who lived across the street, as was tradition, to name the newbies. The runt was, not so creatively, christened Pee-wee. For a few days, everything went well. The new piglets required a lot of care, but were super cute. Besides, I was confident that between Sausage's nurturing disposition and Tony's expertise, they could make up for whatever I messed up. The piglets were only a few days old when everything happened. After the chores were done for the day, Tony and I fell asleep holding each other like the happy newlyweds we were.
Wait, what?
I hadn't been out for long when a deafening squeal shattered my sleep.
Hope it's a gay couple.
I spasmed away from Tony and whipped my head towards the window. I can't even describe the feeling that swelled in my chest at that noise. It was shrill, desperate, horrified. The 2 of us flew downstairs and across the field to the pig pen. By the time we had reached the front door, the squeal tapered off like a stereo being unplugged. With just the light of the moon to guide us, I didn't make out what was happening until we were a few steps from
dude
the
turned me into a fucking unicorn for a second. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way.
Poor Pee-wee.
Ooh, give me.
His little body was just destroyed. It looked like he had been banged against a wall repeatedly. His legs were dislocated, his body swelling with bruises, his tiny nose twitching as though it were the first step to being able to move again. But he would never move again. His glassy little eyes rolled towards us as we burst through the gate, and there was Sausage, calm as ever, looming over her newborn.
It's him! I'm gonna
Mechanically,
fucking kill
almost
him.
gently, she gathered Pee-wee by his scruff and jerked back her head.
No, Sausage, no!
I shouted. I was about to lunge at her, but Tony grabbed my arm. I made a hysterical whimper as the pig slammed its snout into the ground with Pee-wee in her mouth. The ensuing crunchy noise almost brought me to my knees. Tony whispered,
"It's over, Wanda. He's gone."
He was right. Pee-wee was probably dead the instant he made contact with the dirt. I wasn't sure how many times Sausage had smashed him into the ground like this before we arrived, but I understood why Tony had held me back. If I had stopped her just then,
Isn't there a
who would have been responsible for a mercy killing?
Here, maybe?
The most humane thing was to let nature take its course. What the hell was natural about any of this?
Where am I? Who am I?
Have you ever witnessed like an animal just do something really messed up?
I mean, like, one thing that was brutal was fucking, I mean, yeah, living on this farm and stuff, it's like coyotes and possums killing all the, I mean, my favorite farm animals are donkeys and ducks. I love them. And yeah, we've had like, before we had a lot of like fortified stuff, we've had to like reconfigure how just to approach like how to keep the ducks super safe and stuff from the best you can. I mean, shit's gonna happen, but coyotes are ruthless, man.
Yeah.
Coyotes are fucking ruthless. Possums are ruthless, but it's mostly coyotes just will tear the shit up, and you kind of come out and it's just a massacre. And just kind of, it sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, we most of the people around home, like if they get a coyote, it's like, all right, everyone, bring the guns. Like,
yeah, I just and I'm the worst with it. My wife is way better.
Why are there so? Why? Like why? Fuck you. Fuck this fucking dumbass game.
I can't. I've never. Ironically, I've never been good with like killing animals. Like even like my dad taking me on hunting trips, all that shit. I just can't do it. I just even when like it's just I just fucking can't. It's yeah. So it tears my fucking heart open.
I remember one time. I remember being a kid. You know when you're a kid and you see like your dad or like an adult do something, you're like, wow, he's cool. One of the first moments I had that with my dad is when I was 5 or 6 years old. We had found a kitten. We lived like middle of nowhere, Kentucky, way out in the woods. One night, a little kitten showed up, and like We were like, oh, Mom, can we keep it? Blah, blah, blah. And I think we named it Kitty because I was the oldest at 5. So like my 4 and 2-year-old sisters were like, Kitty's perfect. So we would feed it milk and we would like hand it little pieces of ham and stuff like that. And we had it 2 days. And I was like, it's the cutest thing ever, blah, blah. And we were outside with it one night.
When I tell her that I love physical affection and she starts, wait, no. When I tell her that I love physical touch and she beats the shit out.
And we were on the back porch, and it was kind of, no, it was in the morning. It was kind of like wobbling around, looking, and it sniffed, and it went under the porch. We had a little wooden porch. And then we heard it scream. And I was like, "Oh, what's that?" And my mom hurried us inside. And what happened is it got down there.
Can I breathe? Can I please just live?
And I remember being like so heartbroken about that. Like, oh, little kitty. Like I still remember seeing the wood porch and seeing blood up the side of it. And my dad was like,
the first time I ever seen a dead animal / I don't even want to say it was a pet because it was just a little baby bud we found outside. But we found it and we kept it for like fucking maybe 2 days. And then I went to go see it and we kept it in like this little box thing. And it was like in the corner. And it wasn't moving. And it was just like, it was so stiff. I don't know why it was so stiff. But yeah, it was dead and I cried my eyes out. Ow. God, I was like maybe 6, maybe. But yeah, I was hella sad. Anyways.
never again. So that night, he got a bunch of leftovers, trash, and he went out. We had this huge open backyard, and he just laid leftovers all out in the yard. He got up on the 2nd story of the house with a shotgun. And he sat in that window, and I remember laying down in bed that night and all night just, boom, 20 minutes. Boom! Your dad sat up all night and just killed anything that came into the yard. The next day, he had killed 11 possum and 4 raccoon.
Garbage man coming up picking up stuff.
But I remember after that being like, wow, my dad really loves me.
All the wildlife in the neighborhood.
Just obliterated them.
He loves me.
Dad's like, you'll never hurt Kitty again. But no, animals do some weird stuff. I remember we were, a guy had asked us to come shoot prairie dog because they were like getting all of the animals sick and destroying farmland. We had shot one, and then another prairie dog had come out of the hole and dragged it back down into the hole. And I was like, oh, that's kind of sad. You know, like their friend's dying, so they drag it in. Like, that's heartbreaking. We walk up to the hole later, they were eating it.
Oh, yeah.
The moment any of them got hurt, the others were like, it's like, okay, well, I don't feel bad anymore.
Animals are stupid. Animals are fucking dumb. They're just hungry. They want to fuck and they want to sleep. That's pretty much all they want to do.
Tony had tears in his eyes as he scooped up the 3 remaining piglets who were cowering in a corner. Meanwhile, Sausage nudged the body of her runt and, satisfied that he was thoroughly dead, meandered over to the slop tub. I watched Tony deposit the piglets in the next pen over so that a swath of fence separated them from their mother. He told me to wait inside while he buried Pee-wee. I was all cried out by the time he came upstairs. He looked more enervated than I had ever seen him, soaked in sweat and smudged with dirt. Tony sat across from me on the bed. He didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he raised his brown eyes to mine and said,
Juanita, there's something I haven't told you.
I can count on one hand the number of times I've heard him call me by my full name. A chill ran up my spine.
What? What happened tonight is nothing new. All the animals in the
Stop
park
healing,
kill the newborns,
bitch. Oh my god.
One by one. Unless they are separated immediately. I don't know why. I mean, honestly, there's no explanation I've ever found for this behavior. It's just, it is always happening on this farm.
He looked away. I scooted closer.
How is that possible? I don't know.
Skirt.
I'm sorry, it's not a satisfying answer, but it's all I can tell you. But even Saucy.
I asked, invoking the nickname I'd given my favorite farm animal.
All of them, Wanda. All of them. And I know you're wondering why I didn't separate the babies right away, and it's just because I was being selfish.
Watched him clench and unclench his fist.
I didn't want to tell you this ever, and I guess I just hoped that it had been in my head all along. You know, now that Dad's gone, and you and I are starting our life together, I just thought, rather than separating them like my family had been doing for years, we should see what would happen. Maybe the curse had never existed in the first place, and I would never have been in this awful conversation with you, but look where that got us.
Tear fell onto the bed. I like that. That's a very human thing. Where, like, if your family's just been like, we gotta keep them separate, and, like, you never saw it firsthand, your dad's gone, you're like, yeah, maybe not. And then it happens, you're like, okay, well, maybe maybe so.
Right.
For the next several days, Tony wouldn't look me in the eye. You would think it was him out there torturing Pee-wee that night. That's how ashamed he was. Seeing how profoundly this instance affected him just made me love him more. I've told him as much time and again since that day. He has never believed me. There's one, that's a very sweet thing. There was one time, I know I keep talking about animal stories.
It'd be kind of crazy, too, if they have a kid and the mom just wants to kill them.
That's where I feel
like it's going. I feel like it's going that way.
Yeah, I think that's what the tone in this is going to be. And also, at that point, what counts as not a kid anymore? How long does the mom have to be away from the kid? Or it's like, I remember one time we found mice in the garage. And I'd found a mother that was nursing a bunch of them.
Oh,
and I saved
really?
it. And literally everyone I knew made fun of me, but Kayla thought it was very sweet.
I don't want to play this fucking game anymore.
Your dad came and slammed.
Then my dad came. Boom, boom. Yeah.
Yeah, like Looney Tunes.
You'll never take Kitty.
Daddy?
What's he doing here? He's 24. Why? You're like rustic.
He's getting into it, yeah.
Dad's killing rats.
Then went down to Petco.
And that was the first infanticide I witnessed on Anthony's family farm. 4 years and several deaths have transpired since then. We tried to keep the animals separated, and obviously they needed to reproduce to sustain the farm, but sometimes the killings happened before we even knew the mother was giving birth. I want to make a laundry list because obviously these things aren't pleasant for me to relive, but one other episode that I constantly have nightmares about is Snoozers. Snoozers was a barn cat who would appear curled up, napping in random places on the farm. Sometimes we wouldn't see her for days. Tony and I had been talking about how she was getting big enough for us to assume she was pregnant. And we try to keep an eye on her, but you know, cats, she came and went as she pleased. We really started to get worried when we didn't see her for almost 2 weeks. That's when I was certain that she had given birth, and I feared for the lives of those helpless infant kittens. What could we do? I went on with my farm chores, having taken on more responsibility once Anthony got promoted. He was a quality assurance specialist for the USDA, and his new position meant he occasionally had to travel to conduct trainings. Mid-morning was when I got around to changing out all the food and water. As I walked over to the goat's pen, I noticed Snoozers lounging on a pile of hay.
Oh, wait, goddammit.
Snoozers!
I chirped, at once thrilled and terrified. She was noticeably thinner. I didn't see the kittens. Oddly, this made me feel much better. It would have put a maddening pressure on me to rescue them, and I would spend every second until Tony came home feeling like I had to protect them with my life. I just wasn't equipped to handle something like this on my own. Honestly, I was fine pretending she had never been pregnant at all. I slipped into the pen and knelt down to pet Snoozers. A clump of orange fur stretched and did a happy cat blink as I stroked her. At the insistence of the goats, I stood up and went to give them fresh water. Now, the water was in a big, black 10-gallon tub in the corner of the pen. We changed it every few days. By day 3, the water was murky with hay, dirt, food, and whatever other yuckiness the goats had on their mouths when they went to drink. Tiny as I am, I struggled to pick it up and pitch it over the fence. I heard the water splash onto the ground, followed by 5 or 6 distinct plopping noises.
What's in here? Nothing's in here.
I dropped the tub.
Nothing but skeletons, and now they're gonna follow me. Good job.
Were the shriveled, soaking wet bodies of Snoozer's kittens.
Good job.
They were so little, their eyes had not even opened yet. Shakily, I got to my knees and stared with tearful eyes at the corpses.
No, you bitch.
The most frightening part was the lack of injuries.
Wait, what's
They
that?
didn't even have the self-awareness or strength to fight for their lives. All I could imagine was Snoozers taking her kittens in her mouth one by one and systematically holding them underwater until they stopped moving. None of the food or water got switched until that evening.
Oh, good.
I spent the whole day in bed trying to get Tony on the phone. He'd be home tomorrow afternoon. Until then, he suggested, put a towel over the kittens and he would take care of them when he returned. And I wish I could say the reason I'm writing now is because I'm fearing for the life of another animal. But God, it is so much worse than that. Of course, Anthony and I had a discussion about this shortly after we found out I was pregnant.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
What if it happens to me? What if I try to kill the baby? Wanda, sweetheart,
He said, running a hand through my hair.
I promise that's not going to happen. I was raised on this farm, remember? Our baby's going to be happy and healthy.
If you have to separate the humans, surely to God his parents would tell him that, right?
You would think, but
this
also
ain't going to be
knows?
a Tommy Taffy scenario where they don't mention to them for years.
Oops.
Oh, shouldn't have done that. Uh-oh.
Also, I legitimately, when they were talking about, like, heard the plops on the ground, I just picture your dad going over with the cats and just being like, and dropping them into the bucket.
My dad,
I don't like this game.
Killed the animals to save.
My daddy killed them to save them, not hurt them.
Well, it's more like avenging.
There's more avenging. Well, we got kittens after that.
Oh. Okay.
So Dad was like, if we get more, they're not gonna be around to kill them again. No, my dad would never kill an innocent animal. My dad would never kill an innocent animal. No.
My dad wouldn't.
His evil laugh. Meow.
My dad's a nice man.
Meow.
Do the Markiplier meow.
Deal, picking him up with his mouth.
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Wait, where the fuck am I going?
They wronged me.
Never again.
Bro, that was crazy.
I would
That
do the
was
exact
sick.
same
That was
thing.
skill.
100%.
That was skilly lily lily.
If my daughter had a little kitty,
Yeah,
got
Tonka
killed by
comes
something-
up. Dad, look at this.
If Tonka comes up and her little kitty gets killed by a possum, I'm napalming
Give me the
woods,
stamina
everything I can
mask,
kill.
you fucking bitch game.
Immediately, anything in that woods is dying.
Dad, where's my
the turkey, the deer, another cat, doesn't matter. It's
Dad,
all
where's my
gonna-
hamster?
Yeah, I'm Jay
I'm a
damming
fool.
the property.
Like bloody eagle the possum.
It's a bit excessive, Dad. Thank you. Yeah, I guess it's just vengeance.
Why pinwheel so easy? Right of kindling. I don't know what that really does.
I hate myself for being too scared to point out that he was raised solely by his father. His mother, as the story goes, died during childbirth.
That has something to do with
Uh-oh.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
That's not
But as
the
I
one
look back
wanted.
now, I wonder if that's just what he was told so he wouldn't ask questions.
No.
Tonight, I'm in the house by myself. I gave birth a week and a half ago.
What
and all that
does
time,
this one do?
I've never been alone.
Does he even do
Anthony,
anything?
my parents, our families, our
Mask
neighbors have
of
been incredibly
child,
supportive.
right.
And with all the attention and company,
DS1.
it's been easy to ignore the thoughts I'm terrified to be having.
DS1.
Thoughts of killing my child. At first, I tried to tell myself that it was psychosomatic, that I had in effect cursed myself by believing this curse existed in the first place. Every night since JJ was born, I have lain awake reading about postpartum depression on my phone. I was dying to find something, anything validating these feelings. And of course, if you search long enough on the internet, you can convince yourself of anything. But each time I put down that phone and looked at the little lump in the crib beside me, all I could think about was how much I wanted to kill it.
That is, all right,
I don't
cool.
even understand why. And that's what's devouring me from the inside out, is I can't even try to reason with myself. I haven't breathed a word of this to my husband.
Hell yeah.
If he thought for a moment that leaving JJ alone with me was endangering our child's life, he might do to me what I'm convinced his father did to his mother. Besides, I love this child. What's so maddening really is the genuine maternal attachment that I have to JJ. I love him so much, I can't even put it into words, but I don't know how much longer I could fight this impulse. Even sleep doesn't give me a
I want to fucking wear my other mask, though, or a hoodie, because I look hella sexy in it. But whatever.
respite from this hell. The nightmares have gotten increasingly worse. The night before Tony left, I dreamed that the baby and I were hiding from a killer. I clutched him to my chest and ran through a dark cornfield, pausing only to catch my breath and hear the telltale rustle of the murderer. Finally, I found my way out of the field. A small farmhouse was in sight. I ran as fast as I could to safety and locked the door. I sat on the sofa with JJ in my arms until I calmed down. Then I placed him on the table in front of me, took off his clothes, and began peeling away his skin. He didn't make a sound, just stared at me with omniscient eyes. When I tore off a slice of skin, I placed it in a neat pile on either side of him. One by one, I exposed his organs until all that was left of his skin was the patch between his eyeballs. We stared at each other until they rolled back into his head. I woke up then. I darted to the bathroom and vomited before Tony could ask me what was wrong. I called through the door that I had food poisoning or something and showered for an hour and a half until my heart rate slowed back to normal. It's nighttime. I put JJ down after I finished dinner and went to watch some TV, trying to take my mind off the thoughts I was having. The last thing I remember is feeling like I was nodding off, but not quite falling asleep. Just now, just 20 minutes ago, I woke up, came to. I just suddenly realized that I was halfway upstairs with a kitchen knife in my hand. I screamed and flung it away from me and collapsed where I was into hysterical tears. I have no control over myself anymore. God, who am I? I can hear JJ crying. He's been at it.
Wait, am I going the wrong way? Yeah.
He's been at it for a while.
Okay.
Reeling from hunger. I haven't fed him since early this morning because I fear that if I try to feed him, I'll choke him to death before I can stop myself. Even if I did call Tony or my mother or a neighbor or the police, I know that the moment I put the phone down, I would kill JJ before anyone arrived. Writing out these truths, these thoughts, is the only thing that has kept me from taking the life of my child. I am shaking so hard
crazy
now.
Bitch.
I know I don't have much time left
Institute
before
yourself,
I can't take
dog.
it anymore. And since the instant the first murderous thought popped into my head, I have been using every mental faculty to figure out how to prevent this. And I did. Tonight I figured out how to save JJ's life. I cannot risk another blackout like I just had on the stairs. Recording all this has been glorified procrastination. Anthony, I love you. JJ, I love you. Please never forget that. And I hope you can both move on and live long.
Is she gonna
happy
do it herself
lives.
in? Based.
I just have one last request before I take my life tonight.
I knew it. Based.
Burn this farm to the ground. That was good. That was a really good story. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
that was brutal.
I like that they didn't give you all the answers too. I think that like having a let me keep this open. I like that the keeping it vague is kind of cool. But I do think I do like that it's it translates to the humans as well. It's just kind of fascinating.
Yeah, I like it. It's a very I feel like it's really Grandpa's fault because if he did kill his wife and he just did not tell his son about that this was going to happen, that's crazy. If it is a locational curse, not a family curse, just go somewhere else.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where he probably did do it to help. Maybe he thought that he wouldn't come back to the farm or something. I don't know why you wouldn't tell. That is one thing you should definitely divulge.
You should disclose that.
I'm thinking about my options at the
Hey, if
moment.
you have a kid here, your wife's going to try to kill it until you kill her. Just
all right, buddy. Have fun out there.
All right, have fun.
Yeah.
Hey, good game out there. You know?
It was great though.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. That was fun. Again, very well written. It was paced
I wish
just where it needed to be. Right time.
I hope that they write more. 2 stories is enough.
Yeah, this was like 8 years ago, right? Yeah, 8 years ago. So they wrote 2 stories 8 and 9 years ago, and then not another story since, which is tragic, I think. So yeah, Gretel Cat, if you're out there somehow, I wish you write more of this. This also fits perfectly in the middle of those stories because the first story was man attacking animal. Second story, man attacking man, right? And then the third story is man hunted by something, some other creature. So that's pretty cool. But I thought this was fantastic. We'll have Gretel Cat stuff linked in the description. But I think that was a perfect addition to this episode, and that was creepy. And the stuff about the dream with the baby, that did get me a bit. That was a lot. So
Why running all the way through the house or running through all the cornfield to strip the kid's skin made it seem like the person that was chasing after was trying to stop her from doing
yeah, that's her husband like, wait!
Yeah, exactly. Stop it! Baby JJ!
Don't kill it!
Yeah.
She's like, thank God I got away from him. Now, to kill the baby.
On to the next story?
On to the next story.
All right, well, Verdant Voidling wrote a story that a lot of people like called the deer pit. Uh-oh, and there's a tag on it, Isaiah. It says, creature feature!
Excellent. Perfect.
Guys, can we get a quick round of applause for creature features?
I don't get it.
Oh, Capri Sun.
That's your 5th one?
No, it's my 4th.
Okay. All right, The Deer Pit by Verdant Voidlight. I can still remember how the steam pulsed in steady rhythm from beneath the frozen leaves. When I was a kid, I had this place I would go to on the frozen mornings of winter, a clearing that never seemed to suffer under the cruel frost of East Tennessee. Oh, baby. The clearing was set deep in the woods, far enough away from civilization that the sound of rubber tearing across tarmac bled away into abject silence. Living so close to the interstate, even in a town as small as mine, left peaceful moments as a rare commodity. Everywhere I went, I could hear the distant ribbon of passing cars rumbling towards far-off places. I treasured the clearing. The pristine silence there, so stark and thin, I felt that even a single breath might cause it to burst. It had been a balm for my soul, and its warmth a salve for my aching limbs after long days at school. 7th grade was when the cracks began to show, all starting with the disappearance of Heinrich Einsmann. Heinrich had been an exchange student from Germany, a pudgy kid with suede blonde hair and eyes the color of emeralds.
I had a German exchange student in my school when I was younger.
Really? How were they?
He was the grade below me, so I didn't know him too terribly well, but I do know that he took our German class at school, and he corrected our teacher all the time.
Oh, yeah, fuck, I'm supposed to...
That had to be annoying.
I think she fucking hated it, yeah.
Was he nice otherwise, or was he just like a know-it-all?
He was like a really big kid. I think that they brought him in because he was like a big football player.
Oh.
So he came in and he's like, oh, that's not how you say that kind of thing. And she'd be like, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sit down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think I've ever met any other German person before in my life. Have you?
Yes.
Like a fluent German speaking person? Really, you have?
I feel like I've known people from Germany. So, I mean, especially if we count online interactions.
No, I'm talking about in person.
Yeah, we had a friend of ours at the church we went to when I was younger who would have foreign exchange students coming in all the time. And one girl that they had visited a couple times, her name was Ines, I believe. Ines. She was from Germany. And
I always feel like religious people from
Wake
like Europe
up.
would have like a
Wake up.
radical
No,
approach.
I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Do not treat me like an old withering snake.
But you are.
Ah, hello. I am the primal chosen, and I wish, and the very chosen, so that you now, I assume.
Oh, I'm ready, Daddy. For me. Huh?
what do you mean by that?
Just more old timey from the old country, you know?
More like
I wish I had
conservative approach, you
chips.
mean, religiously?
I don't even know. I'm just being crazier.
They're from Germany. It's not still old over there. If you go to Germany now, they have
I'm
modern
originally
things.
from
It's not
Germany.
Yeah, but I would say that I would hope that the traditions would stay over. Like, you know, she's like, "Yeah, drink the blood." It's not wine; it's fucking blood.
Oh, well, I mean that's transubstantiation. A lot of like Catholics still believe that and stuff.
Trans what?
Transubstantiation.
What does that mean?
That's the belief that communion, wine, and bread become physical blood and flesh.
So they actually do drink blood?
Well, they drink wine and bread, but the idea is like as it is consumed, it becomes.
Oh,
wine.
it becomes a deal.
As it's digested.
Is there any sect that actually drinks blood?
Not that I know of.
That wouldn't seem.
I mean, maybe like there's some weird offshoot. You're saying within Christianity.
Yeah. Well, the whole is it just Christianity or is it Catholics that do the whole?
Well, same thing. I mean, so you have the church, right? After Jesus died, follow me. And then people had different interpretations. If that's the Catholic Church, Orthodox, they split in the Great Schism, became their own thing. And then you have Protestantism, which came after Martin Luther. But then Protestants will say that, like, well, they're the actual remnant of the original Christian church. And the Catholics will say they're the original. And the Orthodox will say they're the original. Several beliefs. But they all believe in Jesus Christ. And then they just have different tenets of like what worshiping him looks like.
Do you
if
think
it requires priests and fathers, if it's just a pastor or whatever.
So if you found out there was a sect that was like, oh, instead of drinking wine, we're drinking blood, the people would be like, I don't like that.
There actually, so there's historical precedents that was used as part of the early criticisms against Christianity to kind of like propaganda against them, because there would be like Jesus, when he gave the Last Supper, he said, "This is my body, this is my blood, as often as you take, do in remembrance of me," as he passed the bread and the wine. So that's where like transubstantiation comes from. Like it physically becomes the flesh as you consume it. But Rome, like Nero, when there was like
Emperor Nero,
they were trying to blame the Christians for the fires and stuff like that. This information would get passed around. Like, the Christian, well, the Romans executed the Christians.
Yeah, I know, because they were like little fucking gutter dwellers.
Yeah.
They were, dude. Can you imagine seeing the Christian back today? You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
like, come down here. I want to tell you something.
Well, keep in mind, this is also this is in a polytheistic Rome too. So this was in a Rome where animal sacrifices were common and things like that were standardized thing. And then you had this group show up who believed, aside from the polytheism, this one man who was executed at the hand of the Roman state was God made manifest as man, and then died and resurrected. So it was very different than the Roman idea of worshiping Mars and Saturn and Jupiter and stuff like that.
I always thought those were sweet. I love that painting of Kronos eating Zeus.
Yeah. As opposed to that, the Christians were like, this one person who was killed is,
I don't really know about all the planets. Did they have telescopes back then?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, they had planetary bodies, yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, they didn't have telescopes. Galileo's the one who invented the telescope. They had star charts, and they could map locations, because that's how that's how they would sail and stuff like that.
I bet you Galileo was insufferable.
I think you have it backwards, too, is they named the planets after the gods, not the gods after the planets.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah. But...
Can't you see that, though? Galileo, like, trying to have a conversation with that motherfucker? Oh, my God.
Show you assorted compasses.
He's like, what do you think of this? And you're like, why don't you fucking, are we going to eat duck? Or I don't know what the fuck they ate back then, but trying to eat some duck.
You can still eat duck.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, probably more common back then.
I suppose. Anyway, my point is, Rome would say things like, the Christians eat blood and flesh. Like, using that as a thing. It's like, yeah, they talk about it all the time.
They probably fucking did back then.
In
the gutters?
No.
In the sewers. I bet you down in the sewer
stuff.
I bet you down in the sewers those motherfuckers were drinking blood.
What do you mean sewers? What are you talking about?
Dude, they were in the sewers.
They were not in the sewers.
But I will say that's what they did. Because they're being prosecuted. So like, we're going to do all of our sermons and shit in the sewers.
The church was in hiding. The church was in hiding.
The sewers.
Sure. Well, it was in people's houses.
In the sewers.
During the New Testament, you can hear Paul writing to the churches, which are in people's houses.
That's why all the Romans are like, I keep hearing all these Bible verses under my floorboards. Get it.
The amount of people who say online, I'm not a real Christian because I hang out with you is alarming.
Because I hang out with me?
Yeah, well, it's just like he sits on a podcast where like his co-host just berates him about his religion.
I'm not berating you. I'm just saying that back in the day, there were some gutter fiends. There was some TMNT.
They were in hiding. Yeah, they were in hiding from the government for sure.
TMNT. Actually, once again, that's why they did in the comics. They put them in the gutters because Da Vinci, Michelangelo, all that kind of stuff.
I realize now you're talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja
Turtles. The TMNT. Yeah.
The propaganda about Christians eating the blood's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
As a fight against them.
I just didn't know. Catholic. I mean, I understand. I get it. I just didn't
know. Don't touch me. No
Because there's sects of Christianity down in the South where they hold fucking snakes up and stuff.
So those actually came in like the 1950s.
So you have that kind of, sure.
Yeah.
Wherever it came from. I'm just saying that if there was any sects that would be like, we drink blood and also we eat fucking skin.
Yeah.
Because how brutal would it be? Would that be kind of fucking sweet if the pastor's like, all right, time for the deal, and they bring up the robe up his back, and everyone just goes up and they just up his back a little bit. You know, like whenever you eat a
really cool visual.
Eat an apple with like a knife. You do it. Imagine going up to like some old motherfucker's back, and he's just like, take it.
It's priest jerky.
Yeah. Well, see, that would be some like horror game shit. Like what was that? What is it? Fucking what's the Outlast?
Outlast,
The second one where it's like the creepy.
Oh yeah, the pastor guy.
That
out
one,
there.
like that would be where it's like drink my blood. It's like that kind of shit.
Yeah, I would. Obviously, this would be cut if they could hear it, but I would think that if there was people that were practicing like actual cannibalism and drinking blood,
I guess it would pretty much be cannibalism.
It would probably be
illegal.
Well, it'd probably be not in the United States.
Oh, also, you know what?
I
If you
do
had a pastor
shit.
doing that too, it makes it seem like he probably thinks he's God.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like the woman in Silent Hill movie.
I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
though, you can tell how a church's quality by the fucking bread or crackers they give you. When those motherfuckers give you those thin, round crackers, oh my god! I'm like, can you not go to the store and get some fucking sourdough, some sourdough, huh?
Like the
Oh shit! Please
you're
don't.
talking about the community.
They
We're all
do
friends
the
here,
Welch's
bro.
grape, whatever, and then they do the little the thing. When they literally though, they've done that.
For children, yeah. Some of them that haven't gone through communion that can't have the wine.
But I will say, when they put those thin crackers on your fucking mouth, I'm
No,
just
in,
like,
in all the churches I went to growing up, it's grape juice all around.
That's
'Cause
right. Yeah, I was always grape
Protestants
juice
are
for me.
real against like drinking in any regard. So
That makes sense.
yeah, so it'll be grape
I grew up
juice.
Catholic and went to Catholic school, and you did your second.
We had
first
real
Holy
wine.
Communion in second grade.
I went
and
to
then they let you do the grape juice first, and then at second grade immediately they were giving us wine.
I can see Catholic. I remember the one that I went to. Those motherfuckers were giving us red Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Okay, Jim.
He went to gym.
Well, I mean, that was Rite Aid. Different, but I will say, but I was like it because I guess people complain that the Welch's taste bad, so they switched it up to, which I always appreciated that switching up the taste.
Early Christian writers such as Epiphanes and Salamis claim that certain Gnostic sects, which isn't really Christian, but they use Christianity as a starting point, engaged in immoral rituals, including the consumption of human remnants. Interesting.
Wow.
You just figured there's got to be one.
Gnostics would be the one to do it. The Gnostics they believe Jesus was like a god, but there's several gods. It's kind of like a pantheism tied to Christianity. And they've got some really wonky beliefs the more down you go. So I could definitely see like some auto cannibalism thing coming out of.
You kind of get this is with anybody too, but you can kind of get when people get into these church situations, you can get some. You kind of see who has the kind of crazy beliefs when people kind of push it past whatever they want. They make what they want to believe. I've met some people before, like in the church systems when I was younger, I was like, he would thrive in a Puritan society, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just creepy.
For sure. I mean, like, it's so varied, you know, because all that Christianity is at its core is the belief that Jesus Christ died for our sins and was
shooting
resurrected
me.
as the Son of God. That is it. So any other belief that you have that adds on top of that comes later is all still Christianity. There's some people that are, in my opinion, are so heretical in what they do later that it kind of negates the title. But technically,
you would be a sweet book for us to read. I guess this is kind of horror. Maybe because I said Puritan, we should see if we could fucking read The Crucible. You ever read The Crucible?
Yeah. Giles Corey's.
That's a fucking crazy. Also, Daniel Day-Lewis in that. Just say it. It's just your name, but it's my name. He does that whole line. It's great.
That'd be cool. I'd like.
Have you read that book?
I haven't read The Crucible. No.
It's all about a guy. I think his name's John Proctor or something.
John Proctor. Yeah.
John Proctor. He fucks this like 14-year-old girl or something like that. I mean, it's like the fucking. It's like Puritan times, whatever. It's a young chick, whatever, and he's like, "Hey, so actually, probably shouldn't do this anymore. You're kind of crazy." So then she says that she's a witch, and she starts blaming other people, other women in town for being witches, and it's like all like witch trial.
Interesting.
It's very cool. It's very good. My name. But yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis is in this. It's probably into theaters. I always thought it was a straight to TV movie.
No, if Daniel Day-Lewis was in it, it had to be theatrical. Yeah, no way. I've heard the movie talked
God
about
damn
before,
it.
so I imagine.
Because I saw that one. That one came out at the same time as that other one. Was it Scarlet Letter?
Scarlet Letter.
Yeah. Was that Gary Oldman and Demi Moore?
Ooh. I haven't seen the film. That's Nathaniel Hawthorne.
I'll tell you what, though. We watched that in school. Holy shit. Boing. You know, like fucking crazy.
Okay, all right. Okay. 7th grade was when the cracks began to show. All started with the disappearance of Heinrich Einsam. Heinrich had been an exchange student from Germany, a pudgy kid with suede blonde hair and eyes the color of emeralds. I had known him, but only just barely. He had been in town for a couple of weeks. In those 2 weeks, the shifty-eyed kid with the messy hair had yet to make eye contact with me or anybody else. I could recognize it for what it was, an attempt to become invisible. to shrink himself down so small that the starving, relentless egos
Jesus
of burgeoning
Christ.
adults might overlook him. The trouble with shrinking yourself away from others, whatever scraps of your personhood remain visible, are left entirely up to interpretation. The stories started almost immediately. Tightness of his lips and constant pale shade of his skin twisted by rumor into some latent sign of wrongdoing. Heinrich's uncle worked for the Department of Transportation, specifically in the removal of roadkill. Kids at school would shout accusations at him, calling him bizarrely terrible names like Rotmouth and Street Eater. None of us were overly surprised to hear that he'd gone missing. Figured he'd probably just ran away. Search was exhaustive, with everybody combing through the Walmart in the center of town and broadening the search from there until we had covered nearly 6 miles of woodland. I was surprised, at the end of that day, to find myself in the unusually warm clearing. The afternoon heat of summer shrank away as the sun sank in the west. The warm air rose from beneath the leaves, caressing every part of me, driving the cool evening winds from my bones. The only sign of him was a scrap of his scalp snagged on a tree branch behind his uncle's house. They eventually arrested the uncle, but I got the sense that nobody felt very good about it, as if it were something they did just so they could say that they had done something. I'm a little ashamed to say I never really thought about him much after he disappeared. I moved on with my life as if nothing at all had happened, because from my perspective, nothing really had. Heinrich had kept himself as something distant, an oddity only to be observed. I never truly come to know him, and thus had never grown to feel any attachment. I was 23 years old before I even remembered that he existed.
Bitch!
Coming home from college to visit my folks, I found the same shrinking tables I had left behind. It seemed as if every year gave cause for one less chair, whether it be death, feud, or simple logistical issues.
Fucking game.
It hurt in a way that sits just beneath the surface. An almost imperceptible, constant agony of loss poisoning the air. When the typical heated political discussion arose, I excused myself from the situation. Not due to a lack of interest, simply because I felt that whatever ideological victories might be scored wouldn't be worth the chance of another empty chair.
Huh, I thought you dropped something. Oh well.
The woods were silent as a grave as I drudged past fallen logs. A small family of deer wandered across my path. I remember wondering what life might be like through their eyes.
Upgrade.
Many people hold animals to be base creatures devoid of real feeling, but I know that's not the case, at least for some. Several years prior, when I left for college, I had been driving down country roads on my way to the new school. Excitement and possibility danced through my head, the rhythmic joy of it all coming to a screeching halt. Ahead on the road, I could see a young fox laying near the median. There were no visible signs of injury, yet even so, it was immediately obvious the kid was dead. Its mother and siblings crowded around it, prodding gently with their noses, and I could hear through my open window the sounds of their gentle whining. It was as if I had found myself in the middle of some disastrously disheartening Disney movie. I don't know if the animals of Earth feel all the same things as you or I, but I know without question that they mourn just as we do. I followed the deer at a distance, all the while thinking of my own family and the family of foxes. I was so lost in my aimless, meandering grief that I didn't even notice when we entered the clearing. It was the same as it ever was. The images of the swaying trees heaving their heavy branches to and fro. The wind carried sweet, warm air to the tree line where it seemed to wrap around every inch of me. The change in temperature sudden enough that I jumped in slight surprise. A flood of memory broke loose in my mind, threatening to carry me away with the torrent of recollection. Coming here to cry after Sadie rejected my invitation to the dance, bringing my first girlfriend, Heather, to experience the warmth and tranquility which marked this place. I was wrenched back from my trip down memory lane by a sudden cacophony of panicked deer calls. I couldn't have looked away for more than a couple of seconds. The deer had somehow disappeared from the clearing, with the sound of their desperate cries now oozing up from beneath the leaf-littered ground. I don't know if it was down to the state of my own family or just a streak of naive caring that prompted me to march out and investigate. The idea of deciding not to intervene never even occurred to me. It just seemed obvious to me that I should help. Stomping across the ground, I became aware of faint groaning clunk. like wet wood underweight. The deer quieted beneath the thumping of my heavy boots until there was no sound at all. I knelt to the ground, clearing half-decayed leaves and revealing a wooden surface much the same. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was desperation to help the deer, or perhaps reckless abandon born of despair. Maybe even something so simple as the call of the void. I jumped once, twice, and with the third, the boards gave way. It's never easy to tell how long you were falling. Each moment stretches out before you, your mind running uselessly at top speed to find some way of avoiding harm. I slammed against a terrain both bumpy and sharp, great clatter resounding all around me. The smell hit me first, 1,000 years of rot, coated in a thick sheen of freshly baked bread. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dim light, the hole where I had fallen through acting as the only window. I was in a pit. The size of it was impossible to discern amid the crushing darkness, but the shape was easily surmised from the angle at which the walls were set. When finally I could see my fingers, I felt a rush of panicked horror boil throughout my being. The ground here was comprised entirely of bone. Discarded femurs and rib cages intertwined until they reached a point of resembling stability. I stood slowly, moving with careful steps across the shifting floor. A rogue vertebrae sent my feet flying out from under me, and I braced for the pain as my face careened towards the jagged surface. Instead of hard bone, I was met with the warmth of living tissue. Fresh, wet blood coated my cheek as I pulled away from the corpse of the father deer I had seen. I scrambled against the wall, struggling to keep my footing as the bones slid effortlessly across each other. My knuckles crashed against abandoned skulls and hooves as I slipped cartoonishly in the stinking darkness. I stared in raw, stunned terror as a tinkling rumble sounded from somewhere deep within the heap of rot, a harbinger of things unknown gliding through a sea of death. The ripple closed the space between us, sliding in seconds through 15 feet of near-solid bone matrices.
So this is just like a literal deer pit, like a death pit.
Pit of death, yeah, pit of death and blood and stuff. Stuff's come down here, died and decayed for a long time.
And this is a place that he's been before, that he's known?
This field, yes, but obviously he hasn't been down.
But he hasn't been to this place,
okay. Yeah. It was boarded up for some reason. Somehow the deer got in there without there being an obvious opening. It stopped at my feet. For a moment all was still. Then a rattling shuffle began from below the surface. I listened as whatever it was grew closer, shivers of fear racking my body. I was shaking so violently that the bones had begun to displace themselves around me, leading me to sink slightly down into the pile. A rotted hand, all horrid blacks and greens with glimmers of stark white below, burst forth, and then another. Slowly, inexorably, the being extracted itself from the tangled mass of putrid, discarded flesh. Decaying viscera lay draped across his exposed skull. All the meat above his upper lip had been eaten away. His ears, pustulous craters, writhing with life as the insects living with him fled from his ear canal. The blackness of his empty eye sockets suddenly parted at their midline, as if phantom eyelids had opened to reveal the bloodshot, emerald eyes of Heinrich Einstein.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Almost popping out like I think it's Return of the Living Dead, Tarman, whatever.
Yeah.
I just imagine that's what he looks like, all droopy and stuff.
Skin rotting off of him. And the empty eye socket, it's parted. So, as if phantom eyelids had opened. So it's like the skull, but then there's a supernatural tone where like the eyes appear.
Well, I imagine it's like a deep set, and then in the deep set it just like...
Oh, you see the green
it
show
opened
up
up.
in them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I think
up like
Tarman's a pretty good.
It's usually what I think of, yeah. Like zombie-esque kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I will say at the moment it sounds like a fucking reverse, what's the like water that makes you youth forever?
The Fountain of Life?
It's like that kind of thing. Fountain of Youth. It's like kind of like a reverse version of that, it seems like. Almost like things that are like born from death come out of it. What is that? Like, is that like a Lazarus pit? What the fuck is that called again?
Well, the Lazarus pit is like, well, it's from Batman, but it's dead people are laid in it and resurrected.
That's what I mean, yeah, like that kind of vibe.
Yeah. Only in the Lazarus pit, they're made young.
Also, it seems too, with the things boarded up so far, it almost seems like somebody was like, hey, don't go over there.
Hey, don't go into the Lazarus pit.
Almost like a pet cemetery kind of meme.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, hey, that, like, you know.
Dad is bad.
Yeah. Like locals of whoever knows how long ago did that. Do you think Heinrich fell in? Or do you think he died in the forest and that it took him there?
Well, there's that piece. They said a piece of his scalp was seen outside of his uncle's house. Maybe his uncle found him dead, and like, I know what can save him, and knew about the pit.
That, or unless something fucking bludgeoned him and dragged him back.
Yeah, could have. We don't know what the pit's for yet. If it's to
No.
serve something, or if it's just like a thing that happens.
Right.
Heinrich
Why ain't it
finished
fighting
extruding
back?
his
I feel
torso from
bad.
within the pile. I wished desperately for my body to stop quaking. I wanted to disappear, to become as close to invisible as possible. That's a good line because it calls back to Heinrich in school, wanting to be invisible. He turned his gaze to me, his skull rolling limply to the side as he fixed me with a single, blazing green eye. His voice was a wet rasp, as if he were speaking through a wasp nest soaked in viscera.
I found someone beneath the bones. You should see her.
As he finished the sentence, he tried again to turn both eyes to me, leading his head to rotate around to the other side, his jaw hanging uselessly from weak, dry tendons mummified by decay. His torso was a writhing mess of maggots, with botfly larvae dotting his shoulders from end to end. His chest pulsed loudly with each ragged breath as the pungent air disturbed the insects nested in his lungs.
2
Chittering
in
sounds
the
echoed through
morning.
the chasm as Heinrich brought himself to loom over me. Foul odor of rot overpowering as he seeped decomposition across my chest.
Come with me. Below the bones. You have a home here.
I lashed out with my boot, caving in a large section of his decrepit rib cage and setting swarms of insects to buzz through the closed space. I moved as quickly as I could to create distance, but it was impossible to keep track of him in the endless buzzing storm.
I was gonna
I could
go
feel
level
a
up,
million
but I
legs
won't be
crawling
able
across
to
my
anyways.
skin, and I had to swat uselessly at the air to keep them from my eyes. I retched as a fly crawled briefly into one of my nostrils, imparting the stench of rot it carried. Heinrich let out a cry of terrible rage, causing another uproar of tiny wings within his chest. The way his agony warbled and wove itself through the wrathful echo of his kneeling wail caused my head to thrum with horrible pressure. I clapped my hands to my ears and scanned desperately for any possible way to get out. On the far side, near where I had fallen through, there was a ladder leading up to a small hatch. My clumsy, panicked feet betrayed me as I moved for the ladder, leaving me sprawled out on the shifting floor. From where I lay, feeling the infinite jagged edges of rot-soaked bones poking against my chest, I could see Heinrich emerging again.
You entered the pit. You belong here now. You belong to her now. Nothing of her sees the sky. You go below.
His voice stretched wildly between rage and reverence, filtering through meters of desiccated bone and echoing off the walls of the pit. He slid effortlessly through the bones, and I could hear the shifting rattle behind me as he breached the surface. He wobbled slightly, as if maintaining balance were a constant effort, his half-devoured skull lolling uselessly from side to side as he swayed. I scrambled like an animal, raking discarded femurs and abandoned forelimbs back past my head as I crawled desperately toward the ladder, shards scraping my face as they flew. He slammed down, splintering the tips of his fingers into tiny shards. He had fallen short. I didn't waste my chance. Wrenching myself upright, I ran for the exit. My heart dropped as the wet wood flexed beneath my weight. I made it up one rung, then another, before searing pain tore through my leg. From where he had fallen, Heinrich had dragged himself across the room. A chain of deer thoraxes lay behind him, a sinuous rope of shadowy darkness chaining them each to Heinrich's writhing form. He had dragged himself up and shoved his devastated fingers through my calf, in behind my shin. I panicked and tried to pull the leg away. The pain brought white-hot oblivion bleeding into the edges of my vision as my head swam, the muscles binding my calf to my shin stretching themselves against Heinrich's fingers, threatening to shear away completely. Hot yellow bile rolled from my throat as the pain threatened to drive me to unconsciousness. I was dragged back to reality by the feeling of a splinter slowly piercing my right thumb. The hand had fallen away from the ladder, dangling down behind me. There, beyond the tips of my fingers, I could see the gleam of terrible, hungry malice suspended in the cloying, fetid air. He used the fingers planted in my leg for support, sending waves of brutal agony tearing through me. He stretched and writhed until he had positioned each of his jaws around my index, middle, and ringed fingers. He chomped down, shearing each finger at the knuckle. I sucked the foul air into my lungs as he raised himself up for more, and then there was a horrible tearing sound. The weight of his form had been too much for his desiccated tendons to hold. His wrist had come unbound from his arm. The sudden shift in weight was too much for his tentative sense of balance. He toppled to the ground, casting bone and viscera across the room in a wide arc as he fell. Okay. I cried in desperation as I willed my battered body to climb. One rung, two more, and I had reached the hatch. I felt the slam of Heinrich's
just lock on?
against rung after rung as I pushed the hatch. Once.
It was useless to flee. She will come for you. You must go down there below the bones.
Twice.
I didn't want to go. Not at first, but she has shown me things. She will show you as well.
Thrice. Clamped his jaws around the rubber of my boot. I yanked wildly, sending teeth careening from round the pit as my shoulder slammed against the hatch. Sunlight burst in, illuminating Heinrich's infested, decaying form tumbling down into the pit. He scrambled out into the afternoon air. The sun against my skin gave me a feeling that the nightmare was over. Even as disembodied fingers still wriggled in my calf, I carefully removed the hand, fingers curling themselves in an attempt to hook into my flesh as I pulled each one loose. I stumbled across the clearing, collapsed against a fallen tree. So that entire segment was really cool. There's a giant pile of bones, and he still kept alive for some reason to serve whatever her is.
How many years has passed since this happened, since he's been missing?
Well, he was in middle school, right?
And now he's 23.
Yeah, so
at least 10 years.
More than 10 years. 10 years, I'd say. So it's been a decade, and he's been down there decaying, but still alive.
Well, it seems like whoever her is, it seems like it's using her memory, or it's using our protagonist's memory of Heinrich in this whole passing to manifest him again.
Oh, it could be. That's a good point. Yeah. Well, I mean, Heinrich's body did fall in there.
Oh, it did. But I'm just saying that, like, I wonder how many victims there are, and it just seems like very convenient that it's like, oh, I know this kid.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's true. I see what you're saying. I wonder if people just come in this clearing and they're pulled under. You know, this actually
seems like it.
This works too because there's a bunch of kind of like random fields you'll come across in the Tennessee mountains. Like you come over the bow of a hill and it's like, hey, here's just a clear spot for some
pasture or something like that.
Yeah, it's like, or it was at one point, but now it just looks like grown up grass and flowers, and for some reason, no trees grow there.
Yeah, you just fall down the pit.
Yeah, it makes you think, and it also
grass.
like Appalachia's got a ton of sinkholes in it where the mountains are so old. There's random times where like holes will just cave in. So it's kind of this ties into that with like maybe one of those clearings is home to something like this. You know, that's pretty cool. My eyes were heavy. The warmth of the sun was richly intoxicating, wrapping me in its embrace and begging me to be still. I looked down at my leg, my fingers. I was bleeding horribly, so I used my belt for a tourniquet on my leg and did my best to keep my hand above my head. I clenched off the belt, suddenly becoming aware of a dragging thump and an incoherent, wrathful voice. Heinrich had dragged himself from the pit and up into the clearing, the effort costing him his ragged arms, which lay flopping in piles of shredded rot ripped away from his torso. I also like how all the pieces of the body continue interacting even after they're detached from him. The remaining flesh of his face had been lost in the effort as well, leaving only his wild, verdant eyes to leer at me. He inched forward now by using his upper jaw to gain purchase in the earth. He was about 7 feet away when a set of ribs snagged on the edge of the hole, causing the strain to overcome the bonds of his vertebrae. His skull disconnected from his neck with a soft click, his eyes experiencing a decade of decay in an instant. It blistered and boiled away into a greasy, vaporous dust. The chain of torsos with Heinrich at its end wriggled twice before backsliding into the pit. That's cool. It's like a tentacle almost of like bones. The motion, openly deliberate, drove icy despair into my heart. I began to crawl away, looking back only once when I heard the heaving, ragged breath of a dying animal. The slam of a buggy paw drawing my eye back to the pit's edge. Claws longer than my ring finger protruded from gangrenous, fleshy stumps. Round, furry ears just barely peeking over the edge. Sound of wood splintering, the sight of that monstrous paw slipping off the edge were enough to set me sobbing as I dragged myself home.
Please move.
It's cool. It's like a living pit that's like beckoning for him up there. A neighbor found me a few miles down the road. I was covered in bites and stings. Some of them incurred in the pit and others on the journey home. Dad was hysterical in the hospital, but Mom was there for me. She always had a way of setting herself aside when I needed her, even as she caressed my bandaged hand and petted my cheek. I could see in her eyes how badly she wanted to break down in tears, the mournful welling of her heart prying desperately at the corners of her mouth.
No idea.
Eventually, when I was able to speak again, I told my story. You can guess how that went. It took a few weeks of begging before they'd even bothered to check the pit. When the sheriff finally made his way out there, he found Heinrich's battered skull sitting at the edge of a chasm. The empty pit stood 30 feet across and more than 60 feet deep. They had it backfilled before I left the hospital, but he showed me pictures once. The thing I couldn't help but notice about those pictures, beyond how infinite the darkness seemed to grow, was how the hole banked off at the bottom. I couldn't help but shudder in thinking that something massive had tunneled its way out of the deer pit. Sometimes, late at night, the rumbling of passing cars starts to sound familiar in a way that makes my heart sink. Oh, that ending's awesome. It's like the giant, this like, a thing, like a pile of flesh like the thing, is tunneling under the mountains.
Yeah,
and,
well, it seems like something that's underneath. I keep picturing like almost like a giant worm or something, like some kind of entity that's collecting bodies and like making itself larger. That's kind of picture where it's like, oh, the Heinrich's body collapsed, but then the rest of the thing fell through. To me, it was like Heinrich's body fell off, and then the worm kind of it went back in the.
And knowing now that it'll be seen, it just goes somewhere else. It goes to a different area.
What do you think the connection was with the connection between people that are like Heinrich trying to be not to be seen, and then we have a similar thing with our protagonist here with his own family of like not wanting to intrude or impose on certain things because he doesn't want people to whisk away, or he doesn't want people to go away, right? Whether through death or through feuds. It seems something very similar there with.
So with the death thing, I think going back to Pet Sematary, sometimes dead is better. Maybe it's like, well, I don't want to lose people. I don't want to die. It's like, well, if you hold on too long, you know, what would that look like? And then the deer pit's a physical manifestation of that, where it's a giant growth where nothing can die in it.
That's what I also didn't know too. That's why I didn't know. It's like, yeah, no one's found that pit yet. I wonder if just like if it isn't coincidental that it's like, is there something that lulled him to it? Does it feed off people that are like have that kind of like?
That's a good point, because he was talking about like how he thought about his family, and then he thought of the foxes. He saw a fox die. There's this continuing theme that he like death is bad, like he fears death or losing things. So he sees the deer and he follows them off, and it's almost like the deer, at least symbolically, lead him to the realization that maybe it's okay if things are dead. Maybe it's okay if some things aren't around forever, because if they are around forever, they just rot, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a different way of saying that, like almost like the temporariness of life, and also just like the change of time or something. There's something there. I'd have to process it more, but the ending had a lot of fun to it. The gross kind of body horror visuals and stuff, I mean, I always eat up, but I do think like showing the entity revealing the entity at the very end, and then just having this idea that it's like kind of burrowing and digging, and it almost seems like it's following him.
It was a great dripping of information, because when we first see it, it's like, oh, there's bones down here, and then Heinrich comes out, and it's like, oh, he's like a zombie. But then you see he's connected to everything, and it's all one flesh, and it's like, oh, this is all one thing. And then the tentacle and the paw, and then to realize this isn't just a pit, it moves. And I love that last line, because there's so many times you'll be hiking, like where my house is. I'll be hiking in the woods around my house, but the interstate's nearby. So while you're hiking, you can still hear the like the gentle humming of rubber on the asphalt. But then that idea that sometimes it's like, it sounds similar, but that could be something else, something tunneling under. That's so That's such a cool note. It ends on a high note.
It has remnants of like kind of, I guess what I was trying to say was like your past comes back to haunt you in a lot of weird ways. Just the idea that
It's almost like he felt guilty about Heinrich. A little bit
the
for
Heinrich
forgetting
thing
him
is
and
too
stuff,
convenient to where it feels like to me it regurgitated him
because he did kind of talk in the beginning.
to lure in another body to the pit.
Yeah, he talks in the beginning like he was almost like he'd be embarrassed to be his friend because everyone else called him. Oh, what was that? Hold on, that note. What? Rotmouth. Yeah. They made fun of him because his dad would clean up dead animals from the road, and then he becomes a part of this dead animal. Wait, was it his dad or his uncle who cleaned dead animals?
I think he said dad.
Okay. His dad.
You're trying to say his uncle killed him or something?
No, he didn't kill him. That if he died, he would know where to put the body. That the body can live forever. Because if he cleans up dead animals, maybe they just go into the pit, right? And maybe like there's some people in the mountains who
This
know
entity
of it.
living in the
That's a cool note. His dad cleaned up dead animals, and he's in the dead animal pit.
This entity is also very indicative of Heinrich himself and like it's hiding in a pit. It's like not revealing. It doesn't want to reveal itself.
Yeah, and there's a girl at the base of it. That's an interesting.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that. That was kind of very like quick.
Yeah, and it's just what Heinrich says. So you could interpret that as kind of like he refers to the entity as her, whatever the corpus is. Or maybe a woman started all this. Maybe this is some ancient being that's been in the mountains for centuries.
Or was the first victim.
Yeah, a woman was cursed with something, and then other bodies piled onto her, and she's at the core of it.
Yeah.
It gives you enough that you can tell there's purpose to it, but there's room to speculate on what stuff means. And those are always my favorite, like The Thing, right? Those are my favorite movie monsters, where you see enough that you're like, there's clearly a design here, but then it's like, but what does this mean? What would that mean? And you get to like wonder in your head with details and stuff.
What?
To me, that's like where the best horror is, where you can tell there's a blueprint, but we don't get to look right at it.
Yeah, well, it always seems to be the most effective. I think whenever people also come out, I will say that I have a huge respect for people who have an idea of what something is and they present it to be judged. I think sometimes I feel like people hide behind the ambiguity factor.
They can
a lot.
They can.
But I will say,
cases like this,
yeah.
I think it serves the story.
Also,
I don't want there to be a part where he's like, I looked it up online and I found out about a woman in the 1700s. Just hearing her and just seeing like the flesh growth that tunnels, that's enough for me.
The animal motifs in both of these stories were a lot of fun. I like that we got the POV
of the
animal in almost both of them, of like a literal animal and then like this creature presenting itself to another person.
With the first story, because I do think it was an animal being hunted by people.
Yeah.
I like the idea there that it's like an animal afraid of people, and then it's like people afraid of an amalgamation of animals, like something great, like we're hunted by something greater. We just may not realize it yet. That's a really cool like furtherance idea, I think.
2 home runs from Tales from the Creeps.
2 home runs. As always, hey, I tell you what, the guys who watch this show, the guys and gals who watch this show, they can put a story together.
I will say just speaking to the Tales from the Creeps as well, if you're ever interested in writing a story and you actually want feedback on both of those stories, there were a lot of
there are a
comments
ton of people in the replies giving
that are
feedback,
actually engaging with the stories. I think that if you're ever interested in writing, even if it's something that's just like you don't even want to be read, like I think it's just an idea of if you're trying to get into storytelling or if you're just trying to get into writing, I think it's a great opportunity because there is just such a fun little fan base there, and I hope that it keeps growing. But guys, that's our episode today. Thank you so much for watching on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Give us a nice rating there, and thank you to our beautiful patrons for supporting the channel. We do appreciate you, and until next time, we will see you in the next one. Stay creeped.
Hot.
Alex Terrible looks like a complete monster on stage, but off stage, he says he doesn't even like the attention. And despite being one of the biggest names in modern deathcore, half of the scene absolutely despises him. Accusations of homophobia, ideologies, and associating with some of the most controversial people in the space. But at the same time, he's also one of the most talented vocalists in extreme metal, with screams so loud and demonic, he doesn't even need a mic. So the question is Alex Terrible actually as bad as people say, or is he just misunderstood? Alex Terrible completely took over deathcore at a time. And he didn't even do anything all that special. He didn't reinvent the genre or do anything ballsy with the sound. Slaughter to Prevail started gaining traction because of his voice. A sound so deep, so unnatural, some people genuinely thought it had to be edited or enhanced with effects. But before Alex Terrible even existed, we had Satanic Motherfucker, an edgy username he gave himself as he was uploading his drum and vocal covers on YouTube, where he started building a following that was instantly drawn to how insane his vocals sounded. That early audience, combined with fans he built during his time in We Are Obscurity, gave his 2014 project, Slaughter to Prevail, a serious head start that would go on to get signed not too long after forming. And once people saw the stage presence, everything completely changed for this band. Not just because of his vocals, but his mask, his size, the way he just carries himself on stage just felt like something special. And believe it or not, this image wasn't accidental. From the beginning, Alex understood something, that it's not just about the music, it's also about the character behind it. This version of Alex that millions grew to love, the one people see on stage, is actually a version that he built. Alex grew up in a small village in Russia with almost no internet, no real infrastructure.
And we had no internet, we had not like nothing, infrastructure and all this. We're just like wild people, you know what I mean?
His parents ended up splitting when he was young, and his stepfather, the person who helped raise him, came from a military background. And what comes with being raised by someone from the military? Discipline, and a complete lack of softness to say the least. On top of this, he spent years in military school himself, which he described as basically a jail for teenagers. And in that environment, metal wasn't cool, it wasn't accepted, and if anything, it made you a target.
We grow up with rap music, we hate rock, we hate metal, we don't understand it. If you listen to this metal shit, we're gonna break your fucking face, you know?
Really? It was like that?
Yes.
Holy shit.
With all of this being said, he didn't grow up wanting to be this massive frontman. He grew up trying to figure out how to survive because that's how he was raised. And when he finally discovered heavy music as a young teen, it was the intensity, the power behind it, the fact it actually felt like something. And that something he felt was missing from everything else around him. Discovering this new way of singing into the microphone gave him a way to express that power and intensity that was built up inside of him. Because by his own admission, he wasn't chasing music at first. He was actually chasing something he never really got growing up, something he eventually mastered, and that was attention. A big part of what made vocals so appealing to him was the fact that everyone notices the singer first. So before Alex Terrible, before Satanic Motherfucker and the masks and the fame, was just a kid. One that was trying to be seen. This version of Alex that was trying to be seen was actually doing the opposite for a few years. After struggling with drugs at a young age, he had a near-death experience, one that would leave him dealing with severe anxiety and constant panic attacks, to the point where even something as simple as stepping outside could just feel overwhelming.
It's interesting to see you now, because when I'm reading about you and everything, it's saying that you, at certain points in your life you dealt with a shitload of anxiety and you could barely leave the house and stuff, but there was like a drug situation that kind of led to that, right?
LSD, heroin, a lot of spice, you know what is that? Like Chinese poison.
Yeah.
I have overdose and I almost died because my heart started to beat like very fast with the pulse and stuff for 5 hours. And I was laying down and I cannot stand up. I cannot even open my mouth, you know? I was like, okay, this is it. It took me, I believe, 8 years just to like feel okay, you know? Because after that I have panic attacks, very strong anxiety. I was sitting at home. Once I go outside to the public, I immediately want to shit. My nerve system f***ed up, and it was like for 8 years.
And if you've never had that feeling, it's essentially your body convincing you that something is wrong, even when nothing actually is. And for some time, that was the reality he was living in. And he spent that time just trying to feel normal again, which is pretty important to understand. Because the Alex people see today is someone who thrives off intensity, but during this time, that same intensity was working against him. I can't speak for you, but if I was Alex, this would have been the end of the story for me. But for him, that's where everything actually started. Because while he was stuck inside trying to recover,
Wait, where's
and
that
understand
gold?
himself,
Oh,
he turned to the
I
internet.
think it's 'cause I haven't
and with
talked
his
to
newfound
Onion
love
Dude.
for metal, he started uploading vocal covers to YouTube. However, he had no guidance. Learning by himself, making mistakes, and just trying to figure things out. And slowly, people started noticing. Obviously, he ended up being really good, but the main attraction was he just didn't sound like anyone else. It was very clear that he was sparking something great. He just needed the eyes, which we all know he eventually received. As that attention started to build, so did something else, his image. The more people watched, the more he leaned into what made him stand out, which was that intensity and aggression we were talking about earlier. That presence was just unmatched, and over time that image started bleeding into real life. As he started training, fighting, and just pushing himself physically, even doing things that sound completely insane, like literally wrestling bears at a certain point. And while not a lot of people realized that Alex was starting to develop a character, even for me looking back, it's becoming hard to tell where his character ended and where Alex actually began. Now by this point, he's more than a vocalist. He's the image that represents that aggression and intensity, which makes for an amazing frontman every time he steps on stage.
Wait,
And
I
from
think
the
I
outside,
fucked up.
it looked
Fuck.
like everything worked. Slaughtered to Prevail is blowing up, the shows are getting bigger, the fan base is growing, albums are being sold, but what people don't see is what it actually feels like to live as that character. Offstage, Alex is nothing like what you'd expect. He's openly said that he's introverted, that he doesn't even enjoy attention like that, which is a complete contradiction to the version of him that millions of people are watching on stage. He's this larger-than-life figure, someone that feels almost unreal, but the second he walks off stage, he goes back to being himself.
I'm very introverted guy, actually, you know. In the
No, I think I was going the
meet and
right
greet,
way. It
they
wasn't.
want to speak with us, you know.
Yes.
It's very obvious thing, actually, and I understand them. But I'm very introverted, you know. I just want to lay down in my bank and, you know, work on my vocals or go to the gym or whatever.
Play with Tom.
Play with Tom, you know.
Who's Tom?
Yeah.
The bear? Oh,
While I'm sure there's some sort of overlap, like I'm sure he does enjoy bare knuckle boxing and playing with bears, but there's definitely a contrast here. He seems to be more grounded off stage and is pretty open about Alex Terrible being more of a persona. Regardless, the more his career grew, the harder the balance between Alex on and off stage became. Because whether it was intentional or not, he gave himself a huge job. More than just writing music, it's the job of living up to an image that people expect from you every single time.
No, fuck you.
Touring constantly, performing at this high level, keeping that same energy night after night, even when you don't feel like it. And over time, that starts to wear on you. The reality is, he's even admitted himself, he doesn't enjoy that lifestyle. He'd rather be at home with his family and away from everything. But when you go to a Slaughter to Prevail show, that's not the version of him people are trying to see. So now he's stuck in this position, where the thing that made him successful is also the thing he can't really escape from. Despite that, everything is working exactly how it's supposed to. Both the image and the music are hitting with pretty much anyone who enjoys heavier styles of music, and Slaughter to Prevail is only getting bigger. But the bigger you get, the more people start paying attention, not just to your music, but to you. And naturally, when you build an image this extreme, people are going to start asking questions, and for Alex, that's exactly what started happening. People outside of the core audience started to zoom in, trying to really understand what the hype around Alex Terrible really is. Picking apart the image, looking for details that people ignore or just don't talk about. And because they weren't a part of that core audience, things started being seen through a completely different lens. And once that happens, the image just stops being controlled. When people started digging deeper into Alex Terrible, they didn't just find his past music and his YouTube channel. They started finding pieces of his life outside of the content sphere. Things like the people he was around, circles he was associated with, and unspoken events from his past, including a tattoo that many people interpreted, rightfully so, as having a Nazi symbolism. And almost instantly, everything shifted.
But to be honest, this is a fucking Third Reich symbol. You know, like this fucking
he took it, right? Because
he took
like
it,
pagan.
but who cares?
Yeah.
With these symbols, people go fuck my people, like Russian people. You know, we fought against this shit. But anyway, I did this stuff, and I was like, okay,
Wait, we're fucking
now I'm a tough guy. You know what I mean? Like stupid teenager stuff.
People started reacting to what they were seeing and what they thought this meant, which is where things get complicated. Because at that point, it's no longer just about what's true, but more so about what feels believable. For example, people started throwing around other labels, including claims that he's homophobic, but if I'm being honest, I couldn't really find anything concrete that actually proves that. But once those kinds of accusations get attached to your name, they do tend to stick, whether they're accurate or not. And that's kind of the reality of situations like this. Once people start forming a negative opinion, it doesn't really take much for other narratives to get attached to your name. As a result, Alex Terrible is now starting to feel less like a character, especially because the whole Nazi thing wasn't stage presence antics or an aggressive image built for music. It was literally just real life, and this completely changed how a lot of people see him. Things start to get more serious because alongside that tattoo, images like this began circulating. And of course, this raised even more questions. Because it's no longer, oh look, it's just one tattoo, it's multiple pieces being put together. And the excuse of these images being taken out of context doesn't really fly here.
I went to my friend's house. This friend, his father, very big collector, and he has a lot of stuff from war. And I was like, this is fucking sick. Let's take a picture with this shit, you know? And I put it on my fucking social media. Like, I'm not trying to.
It's just being a boy.
Alex did eventually explain this tattoo and who he hung around via multiple outlets. He explains that while he was heavily on drugs, he found himself befriending people with far-right political views, as they were all about working out and bettering yourself. And that was something he just really wanted to do. He mentioned that after getting this tattoo, he felt like a tough guy. To me, this kind of indicates that attention, which he grew up desperately wanting, was the main motivator for the ink, just trying to fit in with his far-right friends. But the biggest red flag for most people was his reasoning for covering it up. He didn't cover it up because he realized how bad and stupid that decision was. It was because he was getting canceled and wanted to ensure his career's longevity. He only realized years later after the cover-up that it was a dumb decision, to say the least. Whether you stood by Alex's side or absolutely hated him after this came out, one thing was extremely clear. Every action starts to get looked at differently. Every decision, every clip, every interview. An even more negative perception came from the people he was associated with. Most notably, Ronnie Radke of Falling in Reverse.
Ronnie Radke. Ronnie Radke. Ronnie Radke.
One of the most infamous people in today's scene. While Slaughter to Prevail did tour with Falling in Reverse in the past, that's not exactly a co-sign with Ronnie Radke's agenda. However, the incident with Sanguis Sugabug was. Ronnie Radke and this band got in a Twitter beef some time ago, with Alex Terrible coming out of the woodworks, stepping in, saying this: "If someone want to fight Ronnie Radke, then you gotta fight me first. I would love to bare knuckle, just saying." Ronnie is the main boss, so before you go to the main boss, you want to fight his mates. This is one of the many instances displaying Alex and Ronnie's friendship. And when it comes to this scene, who you stand next to kind of matters, because being connected to names that already carried their own controversies only pushed him further into that same category of just infamous musicians, to the point where for some people it didn't even matter what he actually said or did. He was already seen in a certain way. And once that happens, it becomes very hard to separate the person from the image, as now the image isn't something he created, it's something the internet has taken and redefined for itself. At the end of the day, Alex Terrible didn't become this overnight. He was an edgy kid trying to get attention in the only way he knew how. And at some point, that led him into the wrong circles, making decisions that clearly didn't age well. And whether that was immaturity, environment, or just something deeper, that's up for interpretation. But something that really isn't up for debate is that those choices had consequences, because once that image was out there, it just stuck. And even if you change, even if you grow and see things differently later on, the internet doesn't really forget. So now everything he does just gets viewed through that same lens, and even today, the people he chooses to associate with still shape how people see him. Not necessarily because they share the same views, but because in this scene, controversy tends to overlap. Which is why for a lot of people, it's hard to separate the person from the pattern. So is Alex Terrible misunderstood, or is he exactly what people think he is? He's probably a mix of both. Someone who made bad decisions early on, built an image around them, and now has to live with how the world sees that. And shit like this is what turns someone from a successful artist into one of those names that always comes with a conversation. As a lot of people respect Alex for his talent, for his hustle, others, understandably so, just can't look past some of the choices he made and the image that came with them. Someone who has a great image but had to jump over many hurdles to maintain this good image is Oliver Sykes. Click right here to watch that story. And of course, thank you to the members of this channel and my patrons.
I spent $1,000 on every influencer's fitness product to find out which ones are a complete scam. Bro, this is the grossest looking protein bar I've ever seen. You have mold inside your protein powder. Shut down your company right now. I'm sorry, but that is literally a scam. And which ones are so good that they deserve to win an award? We'll be kicking things off with Larry Wheel's Blast Pack pre-workout. This is Larry Wheel's most recent product, and I thought it was pretty interesting. However, when he posted it to Instagram, he got a little roasted. Bro looks like he's gonna throw up. That junk tasted bad, didn't it, big boy? And then just a random gif of Diddy. I don't know what to get from that. I will say though, the product is a little bit weird. It's essentially an energy drink that Larry Wheel states is the size of a condom. If you don't know what that is, I can't help you out either. I have no idea myself. I'm still trying to figure it out, but let's try it out. Each packet delivers 200 milligrams of caffeine and then a few other ingredients like glucosine, tyrosine, hydroglycerin, and niacin. He markets it as being quicker and easier than an energy drink, so let's just see how it is. So what you do is you take this little packet and then you break it in half and then... Oh, jeez, dude, that is not right, Larry. That is... What?
Wait.
Now the Diddy gif makes sense. That is...
What? How? Why? What?
Holy mother of God. I'd rather be tasting something produced by Diddy.
I don't even know what that does.
Eat this. This is the most disgusting taste ever. Oh my God, that actually tastes exactly like medicine. Like, I'm not even kidding. Oh, what the fuck? Although, the ingredient list is solid and it should hit me relatively fast. While this energy is hopefully kicking in, let's get inside the gym and try out another product by Eric Janicki. Now Eric is like the White Larry, except he has ironically bigger wheels. I mean, look at those legs.
Bro,
If
what
Jeffrey
the
Dahmer got a
fuck?
hold of
Why?
this
How
guy,
are
he fed for
these
6
fuckers
months.
in here?
With legs like that, he certainly knows what he's doing. And so recently, he launched his new company called Torque. This here is the first product that this company has released, and it is the wedge. Now, I've got to be honest, I don't care how good of a workout that this gives me. How am I supposed to bring this into the gym every day? You look like you have an extra large suitcase that you're carrying around. I mean, this won't even fit in a gym bag. I already have social anxiety. I'm not bringing this around with me. The wedge. At first when I saw it, I said, you know, it's $100, so I wasn't sure if it would be that worth it. But my friend Casey Kelly said, nah, bro, it's interesting, you should get it. Since I can't form my own opinions and make my own choices, I said, okay, bro, sure. Now here I am. Hopefully, this was an $100 well spent. Okay, so as you can see, this has little magnets here, and all you're gonna wanna do is just stick it on a machine, and it should stick. Just like that. Perfect. Ultimately, too, this is gonna give you better range of motion on your squats. So it's not moving when I press into it, which I thought would happen, which means the magnets are pretty strong. It passed its first test. It works. Or at least the magnets do. Ooh, that feels nice. I don't know what the science is on this, but it feels really nice on my lower back. I always have really bad back issues, and I feel like whenever I do squat or do any squatting movements, I get pain. This is honestly making these squats feel so much better. I don't mean to go all Jeff Nippert on you guys, but the range of motion is crazy. I also know you guys are gonna say, hey Andrew, you're not wearing squatting shoes, you're an idiot. First off, I know I'm an idiot, and second off, I don't care. I'm not going that heavy, and it still feels good. Look at me, I look like I'm somebody from the 80s with a boombox. I do really like this product, but that's kind of one of the problems with it. How am I supposed to carry this around with me in the gym? So while I do like it, I can't see myself using it every leg day. I mean, I just feel way too anxious. Plus, for the price, it was kind of expensive, so I'm going to give it an A. See, every product that we try is gonna get a ranking, and whichever...
It's bedtime.